Hello and welcome to Actual Tech Media's MegaCast. Today's topic is ransomware best practices for prevention, mitigation, and recovery. I want to start by saying a big thank you for joining us on the MegaCast today. We've got some of the most innovative leading companies in the industry. You'll be hearing from experts at Sophos, Cohesity, Gigamon, Zerto, CrowdStrike, Pure Storage, KnowBe4, OVH Cloud, Axis, Commvault, Nasuni, Cloudian, Rubrik, and Vast. Man, that's a lot of companies, a lot of different sessions full of innovative solutions, hot trends, and creative strategies all in one place. This is going to be a long and awesome day, so buckle in, get comfortable, and let's get started. In order for you to get the most out of your day today, I'm going to cover a few housekeeping details. Of course, we do have some of those awesome prizes lined up for you, and I'll get back to those in just a moment. But first, I want to draw your attention to the questions box in your webinar control panel. If you haven't already said hi, there is a huge audience out there today, and so many of your industry colleagues and peers are gathered together for this MegaCast. So reach out, give a wave to other members of the Actual Tech Media community. We also want this to be an informative event for you, which means we want to see those technical questions. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope you'll get engaged and make sure to ask all the questions that you have about the solutions and strategies we'll be exploring together. Not only will we have team members responding to you during the live event, we'll also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of each presentation. If we don't get to your question during the live event, don't worry. The subject matter experts from all of the presenting companies will be following up with you afterwards. Now, we all know that good things should be shared. So today on the MegaCast, when you hear something awesome or exciting, be sure to share it with your friends. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's MegaCast will automatically be added to your post. And while you are exploring that audience console, make sure to check out the Handout tab, where you'll find some fantastic resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We've got an information-packed collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming events, and more. So click around in that handout section and download some of those awesome resources. For those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Scott Becker. I'm with Actual Tech Media, and I'm excited to be your moderator for this incredible MegaCast. Later today, we'll be joined by my fantastic fellow moderator, David Davis. As always, it's not just awesome content that we're giving away today. We have incredible prizes, too. Today, we'll be giving away 5 Apple iPad Airs. These are the 256 gig models that operate on Wi-Fi, and we'll also be giving away $500 Amazon gift cards every 30 minutes throughout the day. Now, as a reminder, you must be in attendance during the live event to qualify for the prizes, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. So if you're not sure what those are, you can find the full terms and conditions in the Handouts tab. Again, just click into that Handouts section of your audience console and scroll down to the bottom. You'll find it there. We'll follow up with all winners after the event. And again, if you have any questions about whether or not you're eligible to win any of the prizes today, check out those terms and conditions in the Handouts tab. Just a few quick reminders on the slide here, including that all grand prize winners are required to submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. As I mentioned earlier, that question section of your audience console is great for posting feedback. Also, by the way, any technical issues that might come up today, a quick reminder that a browser refresh will fix just about any issues with slides, audio, or video. But if not, throw a comment in the comments or in the question section, and our crew will be there to help. That said, the absolute most important thing to remember here is how we love getting all of your insightful questions during these live events. So we have a special additional prize for you. In today's MegaCast, we'll be giving away a $50 Amazon gift card to the best question asked in each of our live sessions. Again, that's each of the live sessions. That's not just one $50 gift card for the whole day. It's one for each session. The teams will review all the questions asked after the event, which means even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there's still a chance to win. And if you're a winner here today, you always have the option to donate the value of the prize to one of our selected charities. Thanks to generous prize winners on previous Actual Tech Media events, thousands of dollars have been donated to these wonderful charities. So if you're a lucky winner and you'd like to get involved with one of these amazing organizations, let us know and we would love to help make that happen. Again, we're so happy to have you all here at the live event today. We want to keep that good feeling going, so let's connect on social. First, use that Twitter button that we chatted about earlier. It will add the hashtag for today's event as you share all the exciting things that you're learning. And next, make sure to connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and Facebook. We want to hear from you. And if you're looking for more awesome content after the MegaCast today, other MegaCasts that we've done, all kinds of sessions, make sure to subscribe to Actual Tech Media on YouTube. And while you're exploring, we have some great content for you on LinkedIn, so make sure to reach out and connect with us there. And speaking of exciting content, if you haven't already checked out the Actual Tech Media Guerrilla Guide Book Club, now is the time. The Guerrilla Guide Book Club gives you access to free enterprise IT books written by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books will work on your Kindle or mobile device, and they are all completely free. You can download these awesome resources at GuerrillaGuide.com, and there's a link in the Handouts tab for you as well. And we have one more way to win a prize, and that's to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media event series. You'll find a link to do that right in your Handouts tab, and you'll be automatically redirected at the end of the event as well. We promise not to spam your friends and coworkers. We'll send them an invitation to a list of upcoming events, and if they don't respond, they'll only get one more reminder from us. Both you and your coworker could win a $300 Amazon gift card, and we hold those drawings every month. So be sure to refer a friend because it could literally be a win-win situation. Okay, we've covered a lot of really important things already, but let's start talking about ransomware. I'm going to bring on my colleague Keith Ward, who runs our Ransomware.org news blog, and we're going to talk about what's been going on with ransomware.
So to get us ready for this fantastic ransomware megacast, can't think of anyone better to talk to for a few minutes than my colleague Keith Ward. Keith writes for, edits, and runs the news blog on our sister site, ransomware.org. And I've known Keith for decades now, and he's a first-rate tech journalist, and he's doing a great job with ransomware coverage on this blog. It's definitely one to bookmark. Keith, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, pleasure to be here, Scott.
Tell us a little bit about the mission behind this blog.
So ransomware.org got started, I think we officially launched in November of last year. The idea behind it was to provide a resource for education, for news and information regarding ransomware. As we all know, ransomware is maybe the key topic right now in the security industry. It's everywhere, everybody's worried about it, and as of right now, it shows no signs of slowing. So the idea behind this is we want to show you, explain what it is, show you how to protect yourself. If you get attacked and suffer any kind of loss, show you how to recover, best practices, things like that, tutorials. So we kind of cover it from A to Z, and want to just be the sort of industry resource for ransomware news and information.
It sounds great. I do read the blog all the time. It's a fantastic resource. But I appreciate you being here today just to tell us a little bit about what you're tracking. And I've seen there's some recent news about geopolitics sparking a rise in Linux-based attacks. What's that about?
So a lot of that was prompted by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. As most people watching this probably know, or if they don't, so much of ransomware comes out of Russia. A lot of it state-sponsored, and in fact, when the incursion happened, the invasion of Ukraine, some of these ransomware groups actually took sides. In the invasion, on Russia's side, on Ukraine's side, there was a lot of fallout, how it all happened. And it really affected the worldwide ransomware community, mainly from the hacker side, actually, from the ransomware groups, these criminal organizations. One of the bits of fallout was that the US started tightening down cryptocurrency. Now, cryptocurrency is the primary way that ransoms are paid, right? So when your organization gets attacked, Typically, they will ask for payment in some sort of cryptocurrency because it's harder to track, right? Much easier to get the ransom. That's the idea behind it. Well, when the US and its allies started cracking down on these cryptocurrencies, made it harder for these organizations, these state-sponsored ones primarily, to get paid. So we actually have a companion article up that talked about how it has impacted the ransoms, the amount of ransomware that's going out there, the amount of attacks that are happening. It's slowed it a little bit down over, since the incursion happened, and because it was harder to get paid, not as much cryptocurrency flowing in and out. So these groups didn't have as much motivation as they had. One of the things that distinguishes ransomware from previous decades worth of hacking is that ransomware was really the first type of hacking that had a business model behind it. Before, hackers mainly were in it for street cred, right? They wanted you to know, hey, I did this, my group did this. It's all about, impressing your peers, right? In this case, this criminal underworld. When ransomware came to the fore, well, it became a business model, right? Conti, still the most famous ransomware group, has HR departments or had HR departments. They've kind of gone underground. We don't know how much. But there's a business model behind it. There's a way to make money, right? You pay ransoms, and now there's new ways to get paid as well. There's doxing of information. So it's called double extortion now. In addition to paying a ransom, you get told, hey, if you don't pay up, or even if you do pay the ransom, then if you don't pay again, we're going to release this publicly identifiable information, credit card numbers, social security numbers, things like that. We're going to post those on our website. So there's a new way to pay now. And because of the rise of this new business case, this new business model for this criminal activity, it's really exploded. Now it's come back a little bit because of the geopolitical angle here. We don't know how much. Figures for this are kind of hard to come by, as you might imagine. Companies don't want to tell you when they get hacked. There's a lot of reasons for there not to be accurate reporting of this data. So for the companies that do track it, it can be really hard, and that's why when you see these statistics, they're valuable to a degree, but you must understand that the usefulness is to a certain point and probably not beyond that, because the data, again, is hard to quantify. Governments have reporting standards. Our government has reporting standards, but you have to want to report it, and that's the big sticking point. Still, companies legitimately feel like if I report it, that's going to make me more of a target. So there's lots of, as you can see, there's lots of factors, that are involved here. We know that ransomware has exploded. We know that it seems to have come back because of the geopolitical angle, especially the invasion of Ukraine, that continues to affect particularly and primarily the Russian hackers, which is still the majority of ransomware gangs out there.
That's really interesting. And what you're saying about the statistics, I mean, it sounds like an iceberg situation where, what's reported is the tip of it and, the bulk of it is underneath.
For sure.
There was another blog that you wrote that I thought was really interesting. I wanted to ask you about it. You were talking about if cyber insurance makes you a target for ransomware attacks. Cyber insurance is such a huge topic that everybody's grappling with. What did you find there?
It's interesting. In a way, it kind of reminds me of the medical field. So the analogy is that if you're a sole provider, you're less likely to get sued if by a victim, an alleged victim, than if you're a big hospital with a big pot of money, right? So if you have cyber insurance, which we recommend on the site that companies get, you, for instance, did some interviews that are up on ransomware.org with Alan Liska, one of the industry experts, and he recommends that companies do have cyber insurance so you're protected if you get attacked, right? Because they will, they can help you pay the ransom. but what some hackers are doing now, and we saw this in a recent attack, and this is what I reported on, the very fact that you have cyber insurance may make you a target because they figured, hey, we have a target here now that we know there's a pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. So with this attack, we know there's a potential bigger payoff than for a company that doesn't have cyber insurance. So in one way, it's really good to have. In another way, again, they're going to maybe come after you instead of a smaller guy or someone else who doesn't have cyber insurance. That's a hard thing for me to say for some reason. So in a way, you're sort of between a rock and a hard place in this sort of new ransomware world. And that's what's interesting about it. This is all still so brand new, Scott. There are new sort of permutations of how all of this works coming out all the time. New things that we haven't seen before. It's all brand new. The hacker groups are always trying new things, which means those of us who are on the side of the good guys have to find new ways and have to be able to respond quickly to all these newfangled attacks that seem to be, coming out in response to the new defensive measures that are being taken.
Yeah, and that's a great point about, it all being brand new. And that's, we really appreciate what you're doing on the ransomware.org blog to keep us all posted on all those updates. And again, I just recommend everybody bookmark that site. It's a great resource. Keith, thank you so much for being here. This has really been, a great way to get into our ransomware megacast today.
Oh, absolutely, Scott. Happy to. Want to make one more point. We do update the content almost daily on the blog. So there's always new, fresh content coming out covering all aspects of ransomware. And so we're just hoping that people use it the way it's intended to help protect themselves and to recover their data. So, it's not a total loss. And thanks for having me as a guest. I've really enjoyed it.
So we're going to hear a lot about ransomware for the next few hours, but later on, if you want to dig in on any aspect of ransomware, just head over to that ransomware.org site, into the blog for more information. Additionally, you can check out the book. You can sign up for a free PDF copy by clicking on the link here. This was produced by the ransomware.org team, written by ransomware expert Alan Liska. It's 313 pages, chock full of great information. That link is also in your handout, so you can grab it at any time today. Now, before we get to our first session of the day, we do have a couple of quick poll questions for you. The first one is, what is your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? And the options here are less than 6 months, 6 to 12 months, 1 to 2 years, and then not sure. So I'll just leave that up for a few more seconds. Responses are rolling in. We really appreciate everybody answering this question. Okay. Well, thanks to everybody who answered that one. We really do appreciate it. And we do have one more poll question for you. This is one where we're just trying to determine what are the titles that people are using. So if somebody asked you to describe your role in your organization at a high level, how would you describe yourself? Do you say you work in tech? Do you say, I'm in IT? Or is there something else? And you can let us know in the questions afterward if you'd like. We'd love to hear what you're using to describe yourself. The thought here is, like, if you're at the Thanksgiving dinner table and your uncle or your aunt is asking you, what do you do? what's that response? What do you go with? Okay. Well, thanks to everybody who answered that poll. We've got some great feedback coming in, and so we really appreciate it. So now let's get rolling with our sessions. So this is going to be the first presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast, and it comes from Sophos. And presenting for Sophos is Andrew Mundell, who's Principal Sales Engineer. So I'm going to turn things over to Andrew.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm one of the engineers here at Sophos. And today I'm going to spend the next 25 minutes or so talking about some of the evolution in ransomware techniques that we've seen through 2021 and what we expect to continue to see through 2022. I'd really like to cover as well some of the different ways that you can use EDR, XDR products to get ahead of the attackers and start to detect some of the activity that might come earlier on in the attack chain that are good indicators of a potential ransomware event. Now, before we get started, let's talk about a little bit of scene setting and cover what are the trends that are happening in ransomware. One of the big things that we saw through 2021 was a significant number of ransomware attacks being led by these family groups. And you can see the examples of some of the names there: Conti, Ryuk, Lockbit, and Maze. These are families of ransomware, sometimes known as ransomware as a service, where the organizations that are behind them provide a platform, much like a web-based application, where individual attackers can sign up and they can get access to support, encryption binaries, and they can use those, and perhaps coupled with their own exploits, their own 0 days, or maybe they already have access to some systems and they've decided that now is the time that they want to go ahead and begin some of those impact level operations. And one of the things that a lot of these ransomware as a service providers will have as a bundle to their services is attempts to evade some of the threat protection products out there. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that as we get into some of the detection pieces a little bit later. So what are we seeing as some of the changes in the techniques that the attackers are using? Well, we're seeing them really start to try and find some very easy targets. And I've broken that down here into 3 different sections. The first is gaps in coverage. That is, systems on the network that may be underprotected or not protected at all for a variety of reasons. Perhaps they're underprotected because you've not been able to install the XDR agent on there yet. Maybe it's a brand new machine that's only just connected in. Or what if it's a system that is completely incompatible with your threat protection product? Maybe it's an IOC device or a device from a third party that you don't have any access to the actual underlying operating system. The second category here is attackers are very good at finding ways to leverage any scanning exclusions that may be made across those protected systems. Now, typically scanning exclusions are there for one of 2 reasons. The first is often they're there because of compatibility with some third-party hardware or software. And we certainly understand that there are healthcare organizations with multi-million-dollar equipment like MRI machines. And if the vendor of that hardware says, in order to be fully supported, perhaps even to maintain certification, there are exclusions that are required from threat protection products. We completely understand why organizations have to put those exclusions in. Often as well, exclusions are used as a first step in a troubleshooting process. But it can be really easy to leave exclusions there once you've completed carrying out some troubleshooting, or perhaps just treat those exclusions as permanent if very early on you saw the problem was taken care of. The third category is this concept of evasion of EDR, and that can be as simple as those malware families, those ransomware as a service families, generating what we call polymorphic samples. So every single time a new executable is generated, there's something different about it. Specifically, the hash will be different, so that some of those legacy threat protection products won't be able to make a hash-based determination about the maliciousness of the application. That type of evasion is happening a little bit less, or certainly it's a little bit less effective, as we've seen most of the vendors now leverage a combination of behavior and machine learning to really try and target those applications which have never before been seen. The other element that happens a lot where attackers will try and evade EDR, well, that's really when it comes to using applications that already exist on the system. Sometimes this is called living off the land. So for an attacker, they don't necessarily need to install a particular application to carry out scripting activities if they can already use PowerShell or C script or W script that's already on a system. And that applies not just to system utilities, but to third-party utilities as well. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through and take a bit of a deeper dive and understand what some of these applications are. But that's our three main categories that I want to have us focus on for today. Thinking about what can we do to address those gaps in coverage? How can we most effectively work inside of those scanning exclusion requirements? And what can we do to capture activities from applications which are known not to be malicious, but could potentially be used in a malicious way? So these three areas, I'm choosing to drill down onto these because we have some really good data. For anyone who was following the ransomware gangs out there, you'll have seen last year that one of those gangs, one of the high-profile gangs you saw on an earlier slide known as Conti, well, they had their own embarrassing leak. They had internal chat records leaked as well as some of their actual playbooks. And our Sophos Labs organization put together this diagram that you can see here, mapping some of those activities over to the MITRE ATT&CK framework. For anyone who's not familiar with MITRE ATT&CK, it's a fantastic resource for building out a logical model of what an attack could look like. You can see here the various different TTPs have been mapped into some of these different categories. Initial access using some exploits and some remote code execution, both against networking equipment as well as the Microsoft Exchange application. Now, when we see execution, we're seeing some of those really good examples of living off the land. Things like PowerShell and PSExec. WMIC, completely legitimate applications, as well as some more malicious looking ones, Metasploit and Cobalt there. Legitimate applications largely though, which are very difficult for organizations to block. As we move over and take a look at some of the discovery, you can see again much more legitimate applications, AD-Find, NetScan, and as we move into impact, Conti's own ransomware here, but for data exfiltration, also seeing the rclone application, legitimate application, as well as Mega. Mega is this online storage provider, originated out of New Zealand, but storage locations all over the world. So we've got a really firm understanding of what it is that the attackers are typically doing as they move through the different stages of these attacks. And what I'd love to do now is dive in a little bit more deeply back into those three areas we talked about earlier and cover what are some of the things that defenders, that organizations can do with the existing tools that they have today to take a more preventative posture. We can all agree that prevention is better than cure, so we should strive to do the most that we can to prevent these outbreaks and these attacks in the first place. One of the best things you can do for that question of gaps in coverage is start to bring some intelligence into the network side of things. We've seen lots of organizations start to consider using firewalls to protect east-west traffic as well, so kind of internal network traffic. And lots of organizations are starting to consider a zero-trust network architecture approach to replace legacy VPNs. Now, what both of those technologies let us do is take into account the health status of the device. And certainly from the Sophos perspective, an endpoint can be in one of three health states. It can be good, suspicious, or bad. There's also a fourth health state, which is missing. So that's a great way of saying we're only going to allow access to applications through our ZTNA program or across our network segments on our firewalls if not only is there a healthy endpoint agent, but an actual endpoint agent that's installed and that's recognized by the organization. That's a very simple way to stop potential lateral movement from an infected, unprotected host. For scanning exclusions, this is where it's really important to spend some time talking with those vendors, really understand the purpose of those exclusions. Can they be narrowed even further? Are there just specific files or processes that should never be touched? These are things and refinements that can be introduced to ensure that any necessary exclusions are as surgical, as precise and specific as possible. We think it's also really important to schedule regular reviews of all of the other exclusions. Make sure that any that were put in there temporarily are marked ideally or flagged, and that they're reviewed and ideally removed regularly as well. One of the great things that you'll see in a lot of products is the ability to set some of those policies based on an expiry date. So you can predefine some testing that you want to happen and say, I'm going to test this for the next 3 or 4 weeks perhaps, and know that automatically at the end of that period, the policy will disable itself and that exclusion will be removed from production. That's certainly something that takes one less thing off of the to-do list to remember to go back and do in the future. The evasion of EDR piece is really interesting, and there's a couple of things that you can do as a very good, strong start. First, you want to make sure that your tamper protection settings are enabled across all of your devices. What tamper protection will do is it will stop attackers from disabling the protection as well as the forensic gathering capabilities. You, of course, want to make sure that your systems are all regularly updating, both for agent and potentially for threat protection updates as well. And if you've got access to measure the health state of those devices, perhaps in those 3 tiers of health, as I mentioned, that Sophos uses, review those regularly, track down those machines that are in an unhealthy state, and consider having some policies automatically enforce rules upon those systems that are unhealthy. Maybe it's network isolation. One of the other things you can do in a lot of the EDR products is use something that in Sophos world we call application control. The ability to block, I call them shrink wrap applications. A lot of the apps that we saw on the Conti diagram are available to be proactively blocked if you know that they're not used in your environment. PowerShell, that could be something really tricky, but rclone, Gmer, Process Hacker, some of those other applications that are often used by attackers for one means or another, those are likely good applications to consider outright blocking. The same can be said for remote access protocol applications as well. If you don't use LogMeIn or AnyDesk across your environment, consider blocking those proactively. You can be alerted in the event that they attempt to be installed on a system, and that, along with potentially some other signals, might be a good indicator of an early compromise. So we've talked about some of the ways that we can try and proactively protect against ransomware attacks right from some of the capabilities that we've got inside of products today. How do we fill the rest of the gaps? Well, that's with threat hunting. And that's the next 3 sections that I'd like to talk with you about. When it comes to threat hunting, there's 2 main types of threat hunting. The first is proactive. And you can see here we've got some examples of dealing with third-party intel as well as what we've called observed activities. Now, these are typically things that are being generated externally or internally from some kind of threat intelligence platform. With third-party intel, that's often in the form of IOC or indicator of compromise feeds. Now, these are typically the hashes of files, IP addresses, host names. And there's some capabilities inside of all of the EDR products out there to search for those IOCs. But I do want to introduce a bit of caution here. I really believe that hunting for IOCs is something where we really don't want to rely on human beings. That's really where we want to bring in automation. The reason being, these are by their nature a low true positive type of assessment. We talked a little earlier about polymorphic samples, and if we're talking about individual hashes of files, then the likelihood is that some of those indicators were only ever used and deployed once. So we really want to use automation to carry out not only that first piece of triage, but as well, we want to use that to look up the threat protection vendors' APIs to query their current status of protection. That's useful because if we're able to see that this is a legitimate IOC, perhaps it's been sent to us from the FBI, and right now my threat protection vendor does not have proactive protection for that IOC, that might be something I want to consider proactively adding to a block list. The automation can go a step further as well. And what we can do with that is start to gather together any contextual information about a sample, about an IOC, should it be found through some of that automated searching. So now, instead of having a human being search for a sample, and more likely search for hundreds of samples and maybe find one every once in a while, we can have the automation deal with that. And in the event of a successful detection, gather automatically further context, gather the process that wrote that file to the system, gather perhaps a process tree for that application. Take all of that and bundle that and add it to the investigation completely automatically. Observed activities are a reactive kind of threat hunt that comes from the threat protection platform. That's where, in the Sophos world, we would call that an investigation. Some activities have been observed, and we think that they cross a high enough risk threshold that we want a human being to be made aware of them. Now, typically there is an element of initial triage that's happening by the system. I really like these types of detections, these types of threat hunts, because they originate from activity that's truly been seen in your environment. Now, there's a good chance of it being a false positive, because what we're having to do here is trigger on activities in some of those legitimate applications like PowerShell that can be legitimate or benign, but are also able to be taken advantage of by attackers. But I think these are a really valuable type of threat hunt to carry out on a regular basis, dealing with and triaging those proactive detections that come out of the platform. The third kind is proactive. That's what we call in Sophos a leadless threat hunt. Now, this is a little bit more of a thought experiment. It's perhaps you might think of it as a red or a purple team activity where someone in the SOC is trying to think of what might some of the indicators of a potential attack be, and they start to go out and go through a threat hunt process to determine, is this a risk that exists in my environment today? Let's dive in just a little bit more into what that process looks like. So it all starts with building out a hypothesis, this theory, the question, what if? And from there, move into preparing the searches and the queries to gather the data that answers that initial question. Typically, with that very first stage hypothesis data acquisition, there is a lot of data to deal with. If we imagine something like a log4j investigation, you may start with, show me everywhere that Java is used across my environment, or Java and Tomcat. Show me every instance of every jar file. There's a lot of data there. So once you've acquired that data, you typically need to work through and build some analysis about it. Once you've built that analysis, the inform and enrich stage comes next. And that's a combination of looking further into the data that you've analyzed, bringing in potentially some third-party intel, maybe looking that up in other third-party threat feeds. And when you've got the ability to become more specific, you come full circle, and that's where you can start to refine your hypothesis. And you continue in this loop until you end up at one of the two end places that you can see on the left-hand side. And that is, you've either gone through this exercise and you've discovered a valid threat. And at that point, you may activate an incident response program to really deal with and isolate and neutralize that threat. Or you may have come up with a really efficient detection technique that you can add to ongoing detection capabilities to see if that particular behavior is ever detected across any of your systems. So I mentioned that IOC threat hunts have a really low true positive rate. This also, the hypothesis or the leadless threat hunt, there can also be a lot of searching here through data, and kind of ideally you want to get to a place where you're never discovering a valid threat, but you do want to be getting ahead and discovering anything as quickly as you can. And this is a really effective technique for doing that. So let's bring it back to those three different areas that we started with. We know that attackers are looking to take advantage of gaps in coverage, of scanning exclusions, and of evasion of EDR. Thinking about what are some of the leadless hunts, how could we build a threat hunt that might help us address these three areas of risk? Well, for the first one, gaps in coverage, what you could think about there is potentially building some searching to look for files that were being written remotely. If you could identify files that were being written to a protected device from an unprotected device, so looking and triaging and building out some data from a data lake to look for remote connections in their sources, and perhaps where an IP address doesn't appear as the IP for another managed system. That would be a really interesting leadless threat hunt to discover files being written, and that's a good potential early indicator of lateral movement or a further attack. For scanning exclusions in that environment where you absolutely cannot have where you absolutely must have those exclusions, you can build out other searches to look for any child processes. Log4j is another good example here. If you're looking for child processes of Java in a heavily excluded environment, that would have given you a good indicator of the remote code execution that came along with Log4j. And then for the evasion of EDR, one of the things you could do there is start to look for newly installed applications that were outside of your standard build. Now, there's going to be a lot there, and that's a good example to talk through some of those refinements. And as we go through that threat hunting loop, bringing back to the hypothesis phase, tweaking your hypothesis and correlating and building more data. But that's a really interesting way to detect new applications that you may not be proactively blocking. I want to wrap up the session just by covering a few of the high-level recommendations here. We talked about the importance of defenses and making sure that we've done our very best to proactively prevent as many of these outbreaks and these attacks as possible. We talked about proactively hunting for threats, both through those reactive type of threat hunts of dealing with IOCs and observed indicators, but also potentially working with a service partner to really help understand what are some of those leadless or hypothesis threat hunts that would be useful to carry out in the environment. XDR is also a fantastic tool for understanding your environment and hardening it. You can use that to find the use of applications, potentially to identify if there's any apps that are used by the business that maybe isn't understood by the IT or the security function. It's critical to have an incident response plan. It's also critical to test your backups. It's great to have backups, but one of the key things to do with backups is make sure that you're regularly testing them. And the same can be said for that incident response plan. Regularly review the steps in that. Make sure that all of the named individuals are still there or still in agreement to be contacted out of hours. A lot of the data and recommendations here come from the Sophos State of Ransomware report for 2022. Definitely recommend checking that out. I want to thank everybody for their time today. I really hope you found this session useful, and thanks so much for joining me. My name's Andrew, and if you've got any questions, please let us know. We'd love to answer those. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Great recommendations there. Great presentation. Really appreciate that update on Sophos. We do have a poll question for everybody. Just appreciate your feedback on additional resources that you would like to see from Sophos. And thanks to everybody who's responded to the poll. We appreciate your feedback, and I'll just leave that up here for another moment. And then we will move on to our next presentation. I'd also like to remind you that in the handout section, we do have a PDF from Sophos. It's a great checklist document. I highly recommend checking that out. And while I leave the poll up here, it's time for our first prize drawing of the event. So the winner of the $500 Amazon gift card is Justin Shepard from Alabama. And the winner of our grand prize, an Apple iPad Air, is Jeff Trowbridge from Indiana. So congratulations to Justin and Jeff. It's the first of many prizes that we'll announce today, but Justin and Jeff will be in touch about claiming your prizes. Okay, and thanks to everybody who responded to this poll. It's really helpful. We do really appreciate it.
And now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast. Our next session comes from Cohesity. We have two presenters here with us today from Cohesity. First, we have Jonathan Mayer, who's Global Director of Security Solutions. And joining Jonathan is Ron Nixon, who is Field Chief Information Security Officer, also for Cohesity. Jonathan, Ron, welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon. Hello, everyone.
Hey. Yeah, so
thanks for having us today.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks so much. We're here from Cohesity, and oftentimes when we're in security conversations, sometimes because there's so much focus on proactive measures and the kind of preventative things, we get asked, why are you guys here? And frankly, it's because when all of the proactive and preventative measures fail, backup and recovery platforms like ours, we're what help you get the environment back up and running and restore business operations. So what's beautiful about that is that, we have a lot of experience working with customers who have dealt with ransomware events. We actually have a group of within our support organization that's what they specifically focus on. And so we're able to bring that experience to our customers to help them recover and to be more proactive and do the right things. So today we're just going to talk through some of those things. So as you mentioned, we've got all sorts of challenges in this wonderful world of virtual everything. And so we've got some connectivity things going on, so we're just going to kind of work with that. I'm the only one that can actually see what's being done today, so just bear with us a little bit if things seem a little bit choppy. But with that in mind, we're going to just step through. We always like to set the stage and talk through kind of the evolution of ransomware. And so that there's a diagram that we use here, and so we're going to talk through that now.
Okay, so as as Jonathan opened up for us, right? So when you begin to look at the ransomware, so a lot of people, when you think about ransomware, they think of it as a relatively new cyber event in the time frame of things when you start thinking about like DDoS and all these other things that have been around for a while. But the first ransomware attack was actually in 1989. And it was actually driven around somebody's ability to try to enforce licensing agreements of all things. So that's an interesting space. And so if you look at this diagram that we've got up there, the other piece that has advanced with ransomware is the methodology. So when ransomware first came out, it was about, hey, I'm going to encrypt your production data and I'm going to keep you from being able to do business. And so that's that kind of first, that encrypting the production data. I'm going to stop you from being able to do business, therefore you're forced to pay me. But then they realized that, hey, the only thing they have to do is back up, right? So they restore from their backups, and especially in a time when this first happened, a lot of those backups were actually physically separated. They were tapes, they were old drives that they were backing up from, and so that helped with that ability to defeat ransomware. But then after that, they said, hey, you know what? As everything became integrated, the backups are actually part of your overall infrastructure. The bad guys started spending more time in the space, and they got to know your environment. So they started destroying backups before encrypting the production data. So now you don't have anything to back up from. So you really got to pay me now. And then as they began to advance, companies began to push back on paying, and they were looking for other methodologies. And so then you have this iteration now where they're exfiltrating data. They're stealing data from your environment. And they're doing that for twofold now. So one is they now have the ability to blackmail you, especially think about it like if you're a medical company or a banking organization or a political organization, right? I am going to disclose all of your donors. I'm going to disclose, your patients unless you pay me. And so now they have this additional arm of leverage where they're saying, hey, I'm going to leak all of your stuff out to the internet. But the other piece they're also doing with that on the backside is they're also farming that information out. If you go onto the darknet, they are actively seeking to sell that information out there on the darknet. So although on one hand they're trying to leverage you to get you to pay, but they're also at the same time reaching out to the greater world to try to sell your information and sell your data.
Awesome. So, I think that background is really powerful because, it helps. So often we get brought into conversations, and there are just so many misconceptions about, how to solve this problem, right? People think that, I'm just going to buy all I need is immutable backups, right? That's a great example. And that's going to solve all the problems. But it's a very dynamic nature, right? The end result is that you've got threats out there and that they are looking to extract a payment by any means necessary. And so a huge component of that is finding the path of least resistance. And so while protecting the backups is important, it just becomes very complicated. And then even as environments become more hybrid, even just getting backups simply is challenging, right? And so, the first iteration of, well, all right, if the threats are actively going to try to destroy my backups, I need to just lock them in a safe box somewhere else. Tape gets there's a lot of negative connotation with that. Frankly, it still works in some cases, but again, just the expectations from business to be able to function and get things back, tape just doesn't necessarily meet those needs as we become a much more demanding world. And so, the initial air gaps where you could put things really truly isolated, it sounded good, but just from a recovery point objective and a recovery time objective just didn't meet the needs. And so it's like, all right, well, then we have our local backups, but so we can get things back fast, but now you get into this whole kind of Pandora's box about how do you make sure that attackers can't get to that, because far and away probably the biggest concern that we hear on a daily basis at this point is around compromised credentials. That's what happens if somebody gets domain admin? If your backup platform is in the domain, then that's a problem, unless that platform is really hardened, and that's where all the immutability and kind of that treating your backup platform more like an HSM and less like just another piece of your infrastructure. That's where that mentality comes from, and so it makes it really challenging for consumers out there, because you really need to find where's the balance point between those two things. And that's what we refer to as modern data isolation. And in our case, it's where you actually get to use have the benefit of the cloud, because when you talk about isolation, the original definitions are really all about just isolating the data, but not necessarily the administrative control. And so with modern data isolation, that's where you start operating in a hybrid cloud type operation, where you can use time-based access. You use some of these newer security frameworks and methodologies, privileged access management, key management, all these different things, worm lock, and be able to make API calls to a cloud storage container that's managed completely outside your organization. So now you have physical separation of the data, but you also have a complete administrative isolation as well. And so that's what really allows you to kind of strike the balance there. And then moving on from that, that gets into the whole kind of the broader scope of, because of the complexity of today's security environment, everybody's trying to understand how to make sense of things. Well, you've got all these frameworks, whether it's NIST or ISO or whatever else, but then there's a point where you just have to have the right tooling that comes into place. And so that's where, from our perspective, we kind of lay things out in this sort of 6-box grid, so that it allows operational teams and then security teams to really find that balance and work together. Ron's got some really good insights on this one as well.
Yeah, and thanks, Jonathan. So when you look at that 6-box piece, the way I kind of like to look at it is from a we want to bring the ability to protect those archives and help you resist and be resilient to ransomware. But that same box that you're looking at also contributes to dealing with insider threats, even configuration errors within the environment. And as you look at it, right, you look at the spaces, the data resiliency, the access controls and monitoring, and then that last piece, the recovery and isolation piece, which is in the event of something bad happening, you still have to be able to recover. And a big piece of where we look at this from is we really look at this from like an integration standpoint. Being an API first driven platform, giving you that data resiliency, but at the same time, like looking at the access controls. So tying into your zero trust architecture, your identity and access management controls, whether you're doing, role-based access controls, how granular getting with that, interfacing with that. So when you start talking about, so if you were to look back at the last slide, where you talked about getting that balance, well, these pieces together get you that balance to also be able to recover, one, to be it happens in your production data, and you're recovering, you're recovering to get back in line, back in production, for lack of a better term. It allows you to do that faster and more efficiently, because you're already using your own established processes, your own established tools, and we help feed all of that and process all of that to make it more, I like using the term more accurate. So if you're talking about like incident handling and response or quarantine operations, we help you make them more accurate and more efficient. Jonathan?
Yeah, absolutely. And the really one of the big points to take away here is that we are not in the business of replacing all of the security tools in your toolkit. It's a team sport, and the name of the game here is we are here to be the ultimate backstop and to absolutely augment what's possible. And that's really the key difference here, is that if we're talking about backup and recovery, it obviously kind of lives and breathes on the far end of this little 6-box diagram. But that's the real power of an intelligent platform, especially if that platform has an external global control plane, because now you have full visibility of your entire enterprise, even if entire sites are offline. And that, by having that external control plane, it also opens up the door for like centralized logging and telemetry to come from that platform back into your SIM and SOAR SIM and SOAR tools, or if you've got other vulnerability management, or any of the other suites of tools, because this is ultimately a software platform. Now you've got way better ability to kind of bring everything together, share information, and ultimately that's going to give you speed and confidence during the recovery scenarios when you need it the most. And that's, I feel like earlier we talked a little bit about just myths and misconceptions, and that's it's easy to sit in a room when everything's calm and quiet and kind of go through, okay, well, how would I recover this? And then, but when you actually get hit and you realize, wait a minute, the production environment's down and messaging is offline, and maybe I didn't write down the IP address and password of that critical server to even check if it's online or working, that it's very chaotic. And so having some flexibility and having certain things that you can just be grounded on, like access to that global control plane, it makes a big difference, right? And then kind of going from there, recovery speed does matter quite a bit. And it may take a while to get to the point where you're ready to actually push the button to perform recoveries. And this is, I understand I'm part of the song and dance here from a vendor perspective today, but I actually spent quite a bit of time in a managed network environment. We ran a global network for a network operations center, and so we actually responded to quite a few ransomware events and other types of malware events. Ron as well has a deep background kind of on the operator side, and so that's why we get really fired up about this, being on the vendor side, is that we understand what it's like when you're actually in that situation, and so often the markers or the indicators that you have a threat or what's going on are not necessarily visible in a backup copy. And so being able to have the flexibility to know exactly what network ports are being used, what processes are being exploited, is the threat polymorphic, is it not? All of those details come into play. You need to be able to move quickly and be flexible, but at the same time be able to get things back up and running. And so, this diagram here was actually from a customer. They did a pretty extensive POC, proof of concept with us and some other kind of newer vendors. And it was really nice because they had actually taken the time and through some of their tabletop exercises and other planning steps, they had a good understanding of the types of scenarios that they would be up against, and they had actually had a chance to test those with their previous solutions. And so they understood kind of where the marks for success, both from a technical capability and from a business requirement standpoint were. And then, so when we came in to actually test, these were fairly large-scale tests, as you can see, and they understood how to truly evaluate success. And in this case, I mean, you can see that over 2,200 VMs powered on in 47 minutes. And that the key there is that's actually running on our platform. And then so they get fired up immediately. They're accessible. Performance is not what it would be, for instance, if it's running on an all-flash array, but it's accessible. And so in the event of, kind of a ransomware response, having that ability to get those resources online without having to go into production is really, really powerful, because A, production might not be there in the first place, and then B, having that isolated area where you can bring systems on to be alive. Now you can actually check things like what network ports are they trying to communicate on, what processes might be buried or hidden. If you've got a fairly advanced threat actor, they may very well be able to hide files and binaries and processes and things in a way that's not going to trigger your standard signature type detection methods. So having that additional ability to really check those systems and make sure that they're clean before they come back online, because that's fundamentally the business can't sustain losing data any further back than when the data was encrypted generally. I mean, if you're a bank, it's great to think, okay, well, I know that this backup was good 30 days ago, but you can't lose 30 days worth of your ledger. That's not going to work. And so being able to get things back up quickly and being able to have confidence that what you're putting back in place is appropriate for that specific response, that's really the key here. And that's really the heart of our heart of our conversation here. It's if there's one key takeaway, it's that modern threat protection really requires a flexible approach to give you the speed and confidence to recover. And with that, we can pause for questions or.
Okay, super. And our first question or comment is from Dave, who says they'd be glad to hear from Cohesity. So that's a perfect segue to our poll, which I'll just leave up there, which is where you can let Cohesity know what types of resources you'd be interested in receiving. What are some of the biggest misconceptions about recovering from a ransomware event in your experience?
Yeah, sure. And I kind of stole my own thunder there with that, some of the talking points. But honestly, probably the single biggest thing that I hear when I talk to security teams is, they just assume that the production environment's going to be available and that network is going to be healthy and that, network communications are good. Because so much of our lens for how prepared we are, it goes back to like a DR test, right? Where everything is in place and we're just swinging things from side A to side B. But in an actual attack, the whole goal is disruption. And so all of those things are not necessarily guaranteed. And in many cases, you should expect that they will not be available.
Yeah, and I think one of the other ones that we see a lot is that MFA and immutability are enough, right? Either one, like you hear them both kind of used, definitely not synonymously because they're not the same thing, but you kind of hear them the same thing. Well, I have a immutable file system, so I don't have anything to worry about, but ransomware is the encryption of your file system, right? So you needed to be able to understand where the event happened, when the event happened, so you know where to recover from. You need that known good restore point to know that that you can still get to your data. And then the MFA piece, the multi-factor authentication piece. People tend to forget that somewhere in the ballpark of about 80% of all ransomware attacks are user initiated, right? It's a user in your environment who's clicking on a link or opening up a file. So they've already bypassed, they're already in your environment when they initiate the attack. And so I think those are two that I hear a lot that are just like, hey, the immutability piece, and especially MFA, we hear that one a lot, where MFA is everything. It fixes all, it protects everything, and it's just not true, especially when you're talking about user-initiated attacks and the fact that a lot of ransomware is Also, even though it's user initiated, they use time delay effects where it sits in your environment for 2 or 3 weeks before it executes. I've seen them where they've actually executed based on fiscal year, like when a company's quarter is coming up and then their ransomware executes, which is really horrible. It was one of the meanest things I'd seen a ransomware group do. So I think that's one of the ones where I see a lot for myths and misconceptions.
Okay. All right, great. We had a couple of people interested in the term modern isolation. Brad is wondering, how does modern isolation compare to actual air gap in practice?
Yeah, that's actually really good. In the context of what we're talking about, essentially you've got your on-premises infrastructure, and then you've got, in our case, our service cloud. So that is completely managed by us. It's authenticated separately. It is, for all intents and purposes, those are completely different organizations, different everything. The one catch there is that because it's all running in the Cohesity platform, you can go and register a bucket in our service cloud as an archival target. And once you do that, it allows the cluster to know that it has the ability to push data out there. But once that connection is created, it actually is immediately severed. And so it's all, the actual connectivity up into it is brokered by communicating back, again, that global data plane. We call it Helios, so it's actually part of that hosted platform. So the cluster connection would check in once it's authenticated and validated that, yes, that cluster is allowed to archive into this bucket. Then it is given a temporary token to make a connection with, pushes its data in. That data is, as it's ingested, is warm locked. And then as soon as that copy is completed, then the token is removed, taken away, and that connection is severed again. So it allows you the connectivity that you need to make the transfer, but when the transfer is not taking place, there is no connection there. So even if you've got a threat moving around in your environment, they have no way to access that bucket. And then, of course, the bucket is a non-executable environment anyway. So even if something is in that, if a malicious package or whatever is part of the archive, because, to be honest, sometimes if you're a security researcher and you back up your system, you're going to have malicious files and things in that package. And so all bad things on a network are not necessarily bad. It's all about who's using them for what purpose. So hopefully that was not too long-winded and roundabout of an answer.
No, that was great. Another question here: is it easier for large enterprises to implement zero trust and to defend against ransomware using those techniques, than smaller security teams? How can smaller security teams do it effectively as well?
So I think the biggest thing, and Jonathan, please chime in at any point, but so the biggest thing when you're looking at zero trust implementation, and I'll take this just generally, it doesn't matter if I'm talking about from a data security standpoint or from a networking standpoint. The most important thing is the ability, two things, is one is manage the amount of data that the controls that you're looking to put in place around the zero trust environment. And so for a large enterprise, that is obviously going to be a much larger piece. And so you have to have the management processes and tools in place to be able to manage that. If I want to be able to manage Ron Nixon as an entity versus managing Ron Nixon as a CTO with access to these programs or these projects, that's a different level of management aspect. And the other really important piece is being able to take a concise inventory of your environment. And I mean, what is critical data? What is critical data? What is critical infrastructure? Those types of things. And so if you can do those two things, so if I'm a small organization, then I want to pare down my controls and my access controls, my role-based access controls or attribute-based access controls. I need to be able to trim them down to a manageable level. And then I need to be able to see my environment. Those are the two things that I think that really fall into place when you're getting at Zero Trust. And that is directly relatable and scalable. The larger the environment, the more controls I may have in place, the more people I may have to control. So I need to have a more robust environment I need to have more to do more. And then the last thing is you really have to have leadership buy-in for Zero Trust to be effective. Zero Trust doesn't work with caveats. So if the CEO of the company has a different profile that allows access to certain things that maybe they don't need to be a local admin on the machine, things like that. Those are the things that I think that kind of tie into Zero Trust. And I'm going to shut up. And Jonathan?
No, that's great. And I was just going to add that I think the biggest thing is for people to that term gets thrown around pretty loosely, especially by marketing teams and vendors like ourselves. It's guys like Ron and me who are really here to try to keep everybody honest. And people need to really understand Zero Trust is really a concept, and then Zero Trust architecture is how to put that concept into practice. But a couple of points there. It's all based on least privileged access and on constantly. We used to joke trust but verify. In our knock that was actually on the wall. I say that Zero Trust is more verify but trust, or verify then trust. And so what that means, great example is, my kids are allowed to have ice cream, but they are not allowed to have ice cream anytime they want it. And so that's fundamentally what we're talking about. And so for a smaller organization, anything you can do to make critical decisions or actions require two people. It doesn't matter if they're technical or not. You just have to think through it. If one of those accounts gets compromised, we need the other one to be able to complete this action, this destructive action, or this thing. That's the simplest way to think about it on a small scale. But then, like Ron said, you need to constantly be evaluating what are the pieces, how do they communicate. It's Zero Trust is not a destination. It's kind of a journey, and spoiler alert, it doesn't really ever stop.
Well, Jonathan, Ron, I think that's a great place to leave it. If somebody does want to get started with Cohesity or find out more, what do you recommend?
Give us a call or come to our website. We have all sorts of resources available. There's cohesity.com/trust is our trust center. So there's a lot of good details specifically to security. But then right off the website, you can get to, request demos and to be contacted, or if you have a particular channel partner, vendor, VAR that you work with, I'm sure they have a way to get in touch with us as well.
Okay. Well, thanks to both of you for coming on and bringing us up to speed on Cohesity. Really appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
And now it's time for our next prize drawing. The winner of this $500 Amazon gift card is Matthew Tayon from North Carolina. That's Tayon, T-A-Y-O-N. Congratulations to Matthew. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast. And our next session comes from Gigamon. Presenting for Gigamon is Chris Borales. Chris, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
Glad you could be here. Yeah, take it away.
Absolutely. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Really excited to talk about sort of, I heard the last presentation a little bit regarding recovery, and obviously that's sort of that's a very important part of your ransomware strategy. We're going to talk a little bit more about something proactive that your SOC analysts can do to prevent ransomware from even deploying, from that encryption even launching on your networks. And I think, when I mentioned Gigamon to most people, it was just a black hat last week. I think when most people think about Gigamon, they think about our taps, our network taps, and our network packet broker tools. But you can imagine that we've had a lot of time to get to understand this data on the network, understand the packet, and we're leveraging that understanding of packets on the network to really help improve security. So let's we'll go ahead and dive in here. So here's our agenda, really brief. We'll go ahead and sort of talk about what Gigamon's philosophy is on threat hunting, talk a little about a ransomware attack. This is just an example of it. And then we'll dive into what observability means and how we can leverage that to help prevent attacks from even happening, or using it in conjunction with threat hunting to prevent attacks. And we'll talk about Threat Insight, which is our investigation tool. And then we'll do a quick sort of click-through demo of what Threat Insight looks like, and maybe if we have some time, we'll do some quick Q&A. So what is threat hunting, what does threat hunting mean from a Gigamon perspective? It really, we're talking about it from this hypothesis-driven approach. So we are looking at it where the SOC analyst, the threat hunter, the incident responder, whoever it is that's doing the threat hunting, really starts from this hypothesis here, where they know the network best, right? They are looking at it and saying, okay, is this person really, should this person be really logged in at 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. St. Petersburg time if they're located in New York City? Is that odd? Is that something, are they traveling out of the country? It's things like this, that maybe there's a hypothesis there, maybe there's some anomalous network activity that's happening. It always starts with that hypothesis. Next, they're going to do some research. They're going to conduct a search. They're going to build upon that. And then if that search or if that hypothesis isn't proven, then it's just a matter of going back and resetting. It's going, okay, well, what's the new hypothesis here? But if it's proven, this is where we're going to sort of kick off the remediation process. This is where they pivot and expand the scope. Maybe it's not just this IP that's been affected. Maybe it's multiple IPs. Maybe it's entire, maybe it's, then you try to get a handle on how big the scope of the issue is. And then you kick off the full IR. This is when you call the consultants. This is when you bring in, this is when you bring in the sort of the additional teams, and then you develop new detection content, which then prevents this from happening in the future. So that's sort of where we are at as far as what proactive hunting is. And this is something that, again, it's usually mature security organizations that are doing this, but it's not uncommon. Especially given the security landscape that we're seeing today, it is something that most mature security organizations are doing. But when we take a look at it from a ransomware perspective, we're looking at it as a means to prevent the attack before that ransomware even gets deployed. So we have this attacker that's looking to penetrate our defenses. They usually get in beyond that perimeter security. Could be any number of different tactics that they use here. But once they're in, this is really where we talk about observability and visibility really come into play. So once they've gotten beyond this first step, you can see here, step number 2, they're attacking a loader, using a loader and distributing that to various hosts across the network. Once they are going out and maybe downloading and executing a second stage payload, maybe they're communicating with their C2 server out there. All of these activities, whether it's privilege escalation, lateral movement, even data exfiltration, all of these are leaving signs on the network. Really, there's no way to sort of escape the fact that once the attacker is inside your environment, you need to be able to see all of this beyond step 1. You need to be able to see all of these activities beyond step 1, because this is how you're going to prevent the attack from happening. This is how you are going to prevent that attacker from launching that final step, which is, when the resources are encrypted and your organization is extorted. Everything prior to that is an opportunity for your SOC team to stop this from happening. So in the next slide, we really just sort of reiterate this, right? We're talking about whether, when we're looking at stage 2 here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All of these are these opportunities where your SOC team, where your analysts, where your incident responders, your threat hunters should be looking for anomalous activity on the network in order to find, to see that there is an attacker present, thus getting them out of the environment, eliminating the threat of ransomware before it happens. But this is where that proactive hunting really comes in. It's ensuring that your your defenders are capable and can do this proactive hunt on the network to make sure that these folks are out of there, that they're not wreaking havoc on the network as they're conducting their operation. Now, what I like to, actually, let's go back to this previous slide here. So what I like to say is that, we typically have this saying in security, right, where we say that the defenders have to get it right every time, but the attacker only has to get it right once. This model sort of flips it on its head. Once the attacker is in the environment, the attacker has to remain hidden and stay undetected the entire time, conducting each of these steps here, whereas the defenders only have to get it right once and stop them in the midst of this attack life cycle. So it sort of flips that paradigm a little bit. It gives us as defenders a bit of an opportunity here to sort of flip the script. Use their sort of the attacker's capabilities against them. All right. So in the broad sense of, what does this mean for Gigamon, right? So we have this, the capability to stop attacks before, the ransomware is deployed. How is this done? So this is where we sort of talk about Gigamon product a little bit. So we're looking at here, it's called the Deep Observability Pipeline. This is actually comprised of several tools. So we have our Hawk tool that you can see there, but we also have our network packet brokers and our threat insight tool here. So all of those combined really give the organization the ability to access the data that's traversing the network, broker those network packets to wherever they go. If they need to be sent to a security tool stack, if they need to be sent wherever they need to be sent, we can do that. But we can also deduplicate data if it's traversing the network. We can transform it. We can take encrypted traffic and decrypt it for later inspection and later investigation. One of the things that we're seeing as a sort of a trend is obviously encryption is we just heard talk a little bit about zero trust. Encryption is a big part of the zero trust architecture. You want to make sure that you encrypt everything, right? But in order to detect that anomalous or malicious behavior on the network, you need a way to decrypt that. The Deep Observability Pipeline allows you to do that. Once you have decrypted this data, we can also re-encrypt it and then send it along its way so that if you need to, we need to make sure that we're in compliance with certain regulations. We can ensure that using our TLS and SSL decryption tool. And the last step here is investigate. Now, this is where Gigamon Threat Insight comes into play. So this is where we are taking all of this data that we're sending to our security stack. We're looking at it, we're analyzing it, and then we can, this is where we can turn this over to our SOC teams and they can investigate what is happening on the network. They can do the detection and response. Not just that, with Threat Insight, it's actually paired with a service so that to ensure that you're using the tool correctly, that you're onboarding new staff, to make sure that you're getting the most out of the tool, we have a team of, we call them technical success managers that are there to work with you. We also have a team of applied threat researchers that are behind the scenes, tuning the detections, making sure that detections are up to date, leveraging AI and ML to make sure that these detections that are coming up in Threat Insight are accurate and relevant. So that's a Deep Observability Pipeline. We'll go ahead and turn over a little bit to Threat Insight in particular. Now, when we talk about Threat Insight, really the biggest differentiator we see from other network detection and response tools is this 365-day metadata retention. It's something that we pride ourselves on. We are the only network detection and response tool that collects 365 days of network metadata and stores it for you at no additional charge. There's no additional cost for it. It really is there for your, your incident responders, for your threat hunters, for your security analysts to analyze, because we know that attackers can still linger on the network for long periods of time, even as that, that sort of that mean time to detect, or mean time to, the mean time that attackers are lingering on the network might be getting a little shorter. It doesn't mean that supply chain attacks aren't happening. It doesn't mean that attackers aren't using a longer runway to try to proliferate throughout a network. With this 365-day metadata retention, this ensures that your analysts are able to analyze all of that data for up to a year. I sort of mentioned this before. We are giving you full visibility, north, south, east, west, across your entire network, the ability to decrypt north, south, and east-west traffic as well. I also mentioned earlier about the precise detections that our ATR team is creating on the back end. I won't necessarily go through the whole thing. I think it really might be, it might serve best to really take a look at the tool. But we also do integrate with your widely provided SIEM, Splunk, QRadar, et cetera. And like I mentioned earlier about our guided SaaS capability with our ATR and our TSM folks that are included with the cost of the tool. Now, let's take a look at it. So here is the default dashboard. So when you log into Threat Insight, this is what you are going to see. You can see up in the top left-hand corner, we have the detections activity here. This really compares those detections from 1 week previously to the current week. And you can see all detections are mapped to the MITRE ATT&CK framework. We also have a MITRE ATT&CK specific dashboard that actually shows you where throughout the MITRE ATT&CK lifecycle, where those detections are happening. So you can easily start the investigation from, let's say, we want to take a look at command and control. There's a way you can do that. You want to take a look at lateral movement, et cetera. We can do that. All of these things are easily clickable through the dashboard. Next, observations. So these are sort of, they're not quite full detections, but these are created by our applied threat research team as sort of threat hunting leads. So these are anomalous activity that you should know about. So you can see here HTTP C2 similarity. So there's something that could be C2 that's happening here. These are provided by the ATR team. These are not something that's necessarily customizable, but maybe in the future. But this is just, like I said, these are threat hunting leads. These are where we don't necessarily know if they are true detections or not. Let's share this with you. Make sure that you understand that these are there. These can all be sort of sorted by, you can see the confidence level up in the top right-hand corner. This shows all, but they can be sorted by high, medium, and low confidence levels as well. Investigations, this is a big part. Obviously, Threat Insight is an investigatory tool. This just gives you a sort of a snapshot of where current investigations are in relation to other investigations that can be happening on the system. But I will go ahead and there's some additional slides that I'll talk about in just a second where we get a little farther into investigation capability. Now, all of the things on this dashboard give you click access, so you can go through directly from the dashboard to start an investigation. And these dashboards can be customized based on the user, meaning if I want to see detection activity, I can choose that widget, and then I can choose another widget from our pre-selected group of dashboard items, and I can customize this view to whatever I like. And to anything that I feel is pertinent or necessary for my threat hunting or investigation capabilities. So let's talk about detections a little bit. So we go through here, click on the detections. So this is really these are the detection rules that are available in Threat Insight. These can all be customized. But these are some that are just sort of out of the box and that are creating detections and impact or showing our impacted devices here on this particular on our demo server currently. But one thing important to note is that these detections always provide, we're giving additional context for each detection, and we're ranking them based on severity, confidence, and risk. So we can click into any one of those, again, and start an investigation. We can take a look at any one of these and see, okay, where is this detection hitting? Let's see the affected IPs, and then we can go down that rabbit hole. Going down that rabbit hole means looking up specific IP addresses. This is where we talk about entity lookup. Again, this is part of the, this is just enabling your investigatory capabilities, right? We're providing you with the information that you can do the research on these specific IP addresses. So if we look up entity lookup here, the entity lookup for 10.10.31.5 here gives you a good overview of, allows you can see here on this, the bullet here, allows your users to investigate activity for specific domains or hosts. Now, let's go into the other investigations here. So if we go into investigations, we can pivot, like I said, from anywhere on the main dashboard, but we can also navigate there through the investigations menu you see there. What we're doing with our investigations is we know that threat hunting is not done in a vacuum. We know that it can be done by one person, but really threat hunting is best done when you can share results across a team. And that's what we call our investigations. They are parallel investigations. So they allow you to start an investigation. Me, Chris Morales, I can start an investigation. Then I can, I run that investigation. Then someone from my team logs into Threat Insight can also see my investigation and can then pivot off of that existing investigation, duplicate that, clone that investigation, and then, conduct that pivot and expand step that we had talked about way back in the beginning of the slides here. So that they can, maybe if they have a different hypothesis about an investigation that I'm on, they can take that and run with it. So this is the investigation screen here. This is just a demo screen, but you can see that when we want to create a new investigation, we can do that here. And you can see there, investigations can be created in parallel across the security team. So any one of us can create an investigation, or we can duplicate and clone an existing investigation and work from there as well. Now, I want to talk a little bit about playbooks, because each investigation, if you don't know where to start, what do you do? Where are you at? So what we can do is we have created, our ATR team, our Applied Threat Research team, has created a number of different playbooks that really serve as that springboard that lets you start this investigation. So these playbooks, you can see there, if we're creating a new investigation, we can click Add Playbook there. And then we can add any number of playbooks. You can see here, down the bottom, developed by Threat Research Team. These are based on real-world attacker behavior, and they're being refined all the time by our ATR team that's on the back end. These are essentially very complex queries. You can see here just in the screenshot, some of them have multiple queries, etc. But these can all be, once you have added the playbook to your investigation, that is, like I said, it's, it sort of provides you that automatic syntax there, and then you can go ahead and customize it once it's in the investigation. So just a good just like I said, a good springboard here that really lets you, if you don't know where to start, the playbooks are a great place to start. And when it came to, so you can see there log4j down there, hunting log4j, we were able to distribute a playbook. The notification happened that evening when log4j hit. We were able to create a playbook and get that distributed to our client base later that night. So it's something that is being automatically updated. It's being continuously updated by our Applied Threat Research team, and we are incorporating real-world intelligence along with our machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms with these playbooks as well. Now, we also have a couple reports here that really what I want to touch on is that these reports are there to serve as, high level, they're there to serve sort of, when the boss asks, when the CISO asks, hey, what is happening? What's going on the network? This is that report. It gives you some certain details on the detections in your environment. You also saw on the previous screen, we have what's called a security posture report there as well. That gives you a good high-level overview of how your environment looks at the moment. It's a good snapshot there as well. Now, one more thing to call out here, for customers that might have CrowdStrike Falcon as well, we can also contain affected hosts using a CrowdStrike integration. So let's say, you can see here the screen where we are, and this is where we're analyzing a specific detection on a specific host. So we're looking at, this is 10.10.31.101 in the top left-hand corner. The top part of the screen that you're seeing is a timeline of all the events that are happening associated with this IP address. Then you can see down here, we have the earliest events there listed. But from here, we can actually go in and through our CrowdStrike integration, go in and contain this affected host directly from the Threat Insight interface. You can also pivot directly to Falcon if you are a Falcon user as well. But really, the ultimate goal here, the gist of all of this is that the best ransomware defense is to stop it before it even happens. And that is done through a combination of visibility and observability and threat detection and response using Threat Insight and Gigamon's deep observability pipeline. Happy to open it up to questions right now if anyone has any questions. So we will go ahead and thanks for listening.
Okay, Chris. Yeah, great presentation and demo there. We've gotten a few kudos from the audience too. Sandy says, interesting dashboard. So, so we appreciate that feedback from people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see. And I've put up the poll question just for, additional information that people would like about Gigamon. So we'll just leave that poll running in the background during the Q&A portion. Richard is asking, does Gigamon have any automation once a threat is discovered?
So on the automation side, it really is, so the short answer is no. We do have some integrations with some SOAR and other automation providers that do that. We are really, we are enabling the investigation based on the network data. We would really sort of turn any automation over to our SIEM and our EDR integrations. So it's not necessarily our bread and butter, so to speak. Wish I had a better answer for you there, but yeah. Okay.
All right, super. Deb points out that you guys did great at Black Hat, so there's some feedback for you.
Great.
Manu is wondering if you have an agent or if the infrastructure is agentless.
It's completely agentless. We are placing sensors at certain egress points throughout the network. They can be deployed either through our network packet broker tools or through our network packet broker appliances, I should say, or virtually. And we have a standalone sensor as well that can be deployed wherever necessary as well. But yeah, totally agentless. One thing I didn't mention is we are, obviously with this full east-west visibility that we are enabling, we are able to get into, IoT, OT situations where, you might have a, you don't necessarily need that endpoint agent that's running in order to detect malicious or anomalous activity on that device. So we work a lot with utility companies that have these these OT environments that rely a lot on these devices that can't have an agent installed on them.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Thanks. Next one here. What can organizations do to address attacker tactics like credential hijacking and misconfiguration?
Well, I really think that in order to, it's sort of allowing, it's finding those hints of that activity on the network. So if we're seeing that someone that has leverage, that has real credentials, that is using their credentials in a way that is unexpected, we are sort of looking to the threat hunters to fill in that gap. We are looking at those analysts to be able to decipher whether or not that is real traffic or it is, is this person, like my earlier example was like, I'm based in the East Coast, so I live in Washington, and if I am, if I'm logged in from an IP in Singapore, that's strange. So it's being able to sort of, hey, maybe there is, maybe my credentials have been hijacked. Maybe therefore, there is something anomalous or something malicious happening on the network. So it's sort of not necessarily relying on the frontline perimeter tools to tell us, oh, Chris logged in, it's fine. It is sort of, I hate to use the same terminology that the presenter before me used, but it really is that trust but verify, right? It's being able to verify that the traffic is indeed malicious by looking at the network data and being able to analyze indicators that could happen that we could find from that potential malicious activity.
Gotcha. Okay, great.
Absolutely.
Garrett is wondering, how does Gigamon train the admin user? Sort of what's the normal amount of time to get familiar with the platform?
No, that's a great question. This is where our technical success managers come into play. They will conduct, it really depends on the customer, right? Depends on the customer needs, depends on the customer maturity level. But in general, they will, they'll set up probably weekly cadences up at the beginning to make sure that they understand how to use the tool. But they could be they could be, I said maybe not daily, but maybe every other day or something like that, where you could just ensure that the folks are up and running with it. But then once Threat Insight is in place, it really is, like I said, it's up to the customer. They could be biweekly, it could be quarterly, it could be monthly cadences that the TSMs will set up, but it is something that our TSMs are wholly dedicated to ensuring success with Threat Insight and with our other Gigamon tools. So they want to make sure that folks know how to threat hunt. So we are, we're all about taking that sort of L1 analyst and being able to have them be sort of the equivalent of an L2 analyst. So our teams, our TSMs, our ATR teams, they are constantly also training themselves to make sure that they are up to date, so to speak, so that they can pass that knowledge on to our customers. And it's something we really pride ourselves on.
Excellent. And Chris, unfortunately, we're just about out of time, but sort of a related question. What's the best way for somebody to get started with Gigamon or find out more?
So thank you for asking. If you go to gigamon.com/ransomware, we have an entire page devoted to our ransomware solution that really does go into that combination of observability, TLS, SSL decryption, and Threat Insight. We have case studies, we have customer quotes, we have data sheets, all the good stuff that you want to learn more about. And you can always schedule a demo from there as well.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much for coming on and letting us know how Gigamon is helping people defend against ransomware.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me.
All right. Have a great day.
Thanks.
And now it's time for another $500 Amazon gift card drawing. And the winner of this gift card is Rebecca Kelly from Missouri. Congratulations to Rebecca. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And with that, let's move on to our next presentation in the MegaCast on best practices for ransomware. And this session comes from Zerto. And presenting for Zerto is Andy Fernandez, Senior Manager with Product Marketing. So Andy, take it away.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andy Fernandez. I'm a Senior Manager of Product Marketing here at Zerto, a Hewlett-Packard enterprise company. The topic that we have today, we only have 20 minutes, so we're going to make sure that we get all the content we need here, is on ransomware recovery. That is not just ransomware recovery for the traditional VM recovery that we see, but also taking a look at Kubernetes, taking a look at SaaS workloads as well. But really what this session is about is how Zerto can provide differentiation and provide value to you, not just along the traditional DR backup use cases, but also around ransomware. So first and foremost, I want to state the obvious that ransomware is a growing problem. 5 years ago, this was a fringe cybersecurity scenario. Your CISO was aware of it, analysts were aware of it, but it wasn't something that the entire IT organization was worried about. Fast forward 5 years, and we are looking at predictions of ransomware attacks every 2 seconds within a decade. They were every 11 seconds last year, according to Cybersecurity Ventures. Last year, the total economic impact of ransomware was anywhere from $20 to $25 billion. In a decade, the projection is $265 billion. So 5 years ago, no one talked about ransomware outside of security, outside of IT. Now it is a mainstream issue, something everyone is aware of, including boards, CEOs. This is something that they think about. This is a known substantial risk. And because of this, we see that ransomware is no longer the file level recovery scenario that you thought of 5 years ago. It is now a disaster scenario, something that has to be accounted for and something that has to be expected. With ransomware, it's not a matter of if, but it is a matter of when. Right? With traditional DR scenarios, you know that organizations maybe expected a hurricane or an outage or a hardware failure or something dramatic. That would happen maybe once every couple of years. With ransomware, it's something that could happen at a very high volume, and you never know when it's going to happen, but you know it will. And the threat landscape is only getting worse. So it's really important to think about, let's make sure that our prevention and our cybersecurity side is safe and that it's well invested, but that we're also taking a look at recovery, because we know there's going to be a time when you're going to need to recover from ransomware. And what does that recovery actually look like? What does it happen? What is post-attack? What does that happen to most organizations? Well, it's beyond the cost of the ransom, right? The best practice is that you don't pay the ransom, even though we know some organizations do. But the true cost here is that the average cost of ransomware recovery is 1.85 million. But the most dramatic thing here is that the average disruption period of an attack is around 21 days. Think about it. The most critical applications that your organization have that fuel and power your business, regardless of what your industry is, regardless of your vertical, is 21 days. Because of this, over 66% of victims suffer significant revenue loss, and 25% of these businesses suffer a period of closure. This is not even accounting for productivity. This isn't even accounting for additional third-party costs, but also not accounting for brand and PR consequences. So it's clear that this is above the traditional DR scenarios. It's something everyone should be aware of. But as an end user, it's kind of difficult sometimes to really understand what is the solution that can help me. How are each of these different? They are speaking the same language. So what we've done at Zerto is really try to position ourselves and show you exactly how Zerto is different. What are the pain points that we can solve for? How can we prove it using our technology in like a lab or demo environment, but also providing customer references. And so with that, there are three core differentiators that address three pain points around ransomware. First pain point is disruption, unplanned downtime. From the moment of encryption to the point of recovery and resuming operations. What does that take for most organizations? Around 21 days. That's expensive. Think about that. Your organization not being able to run fully for a couple of weeks. It's unacceptable. What Zerto can do is help you resume operations at scale in minutes. Not spend weeks recovering, but simply resuming operations, regardless of how many VMs or workloads you're protecting. Second pain point, data loss. Most organizations rely on legacy backup. And because of this, at minimum, they're facing hours of data loss. With Zerto, you can recover to a state seconds before an attack. And the third one is testing. It sounds simple as pressing a magic button and then everything all is well in your organization. You need to make sure that when you isolate a specific point in time that you know you can recover from, that you can confidently say, I've tested this, there is no malware here, we can recover and resume operations. Zerto allows you to do that by de-risking your recovery with instant, non-disruptive testing. So making some bold claims here. What is the technology? What are the solutions that power this? Well, the umbrella, the core technology where Zerto has been a leader in the last decade is continuous data protection. And at the heart of continuous data protection is the replication, right? This is not a VM snapshot. This is not a scheduling. There's no an agent-based solution. This is true software-only, near synchronous replication, block level replication that happens at the hypervisor level. Because of this, because it's not relying on snapshots, there's no production impact. There's also, you're not tied to any hardware or specific appliance or infrastructure. Zerto software only, it's built on scale out architecture. So regardless of how many VMs you're protecting or where you're protecting them, whether that's on premise to the public cloud, to the service provider, it doesn't matter. What happens here is Zerto allows you to replicate every 5 seconds. You're creating thousands of recovery points a day to choose from versus stuck to one point in time a day, which is what legacy backup gives you. Now, one thing is being able to catch a write, catch the IO. But the other thing is to be able to actually replicate this data consistently, but not only that, but also be able to find a mechanism that allows you to recover simply and quickly. That's where the Zerto journal comes in. This is a dynamic journal. Goes hand in hand with replication. Because I mentioned, right, there's thousands of recovery points. Like how do you choose from this? How do you make this a simple, intuitive approach? The Zerto journal, which is within the Zerto UI, allows you to simply roll back. And regardless if you're failing over an entire site, recovering, or a specific application, a single VM, or even a file level restore, you're able to use the journal the same way. And what this means is, let's say this afternoon there's a ransomware attack, and you know for a fact when it happened, and so you want to recover to a previous point. If you only have legacy backup, you have to go to last night's backup. But with Zerto, you can go 5 seconds before that or 5 seconds before that. It doesn't matter. You have the flexibility of choosing your checkpoint versus being stuck to an arbitrary once a day. So we know that Zerto is able to bypass your need for VM snapshots when protecting mission critical applications, right? We're not saying, throw away your backup. We're saying add DR to the mix for your most critical applications. So now you're introducing replication. You're introducing a journal that is able to accelerate RTOs. But one of the most critical things here is you're introducing application-centric recovery. Think about the applications that power your business today, those tier 1, tier 2 critical applications. They consist of dozens of VMs that make things happen within that application, whether it's the application server, web servers, database, you name it. If you're just using backup, these backup jobs are incremental. So you are copying data at different points in time. These VMs are now being copied at different points in time overnight. When a ransomware attack happens, or really anything else, you need to recover that application. But guess what? You can't recover it consistently because they're at different points in time. This becomes a problem. This takes a lot of time. Organizations have to rebuild file directories. It can get very complex. With Zerto, it's very simple. We have something we call a virtual protection group. When you install Zerto, you designate all of the VMs that power these applications that you hold as critical. Once you do that, it starts replicating them all at a single point in time with write order fidelity at a crash consistent unit. So what this means is that if something happens where you do have to recover, let's say this afternoon, instead of having to find common denominators of all these VMs and then put them together after hours or days, you simply select the application and then you recover all of those VMs at a single consistent point in time. This saves hours and weeks from a recovery time objective perspective. But now we've talked about application-centric recovery, we've talked about the journal and the replication. But you still need to orchestrate these workloads and the movement of them in a simple way. Most DR solutions require you to purchase additional orchestration automation. With Zerto, it's built in, and it's built for scale. So Zerto is a scale-out architecture. So it doesn't matter if you're protecting 10 VMs, 1,000, or 10,000. Zerto is going to help you do that. There's not going to be a difference in performance. But most importantly, whether you are failing over an entire site, or recovering an application or a single VM, it's a couple of clicks. It all happens automatically, and you're able to avoid a lot of the lengthy manual per VM processes that you get with traditional legacy backup. Because with ransomware, it's all about time. But let's talk about a concrete example here. Tenkati Protective Fabrics. They are a manufacturer of textiles, and they suffered 2 ransomware attacks, one before Zerto, one after Zerto. Before Zerto, it was a CryptoLocker attack to a set of applications. It took them 2 weeks, 2 weeks of having to recover. They realized that 1, they're going to get another ransomware attack. It's inevitable. 2, they cannot have the same data protection strategy. So they went ahead and added Zerto. Shortly after, they suffered another ransomware attack, the same type of CryptoLocker attack to the same set of applications. Because of 1, the journal, 2, application-centric recovery, and 3, our built-in orchestration automation, they recovered in under 10 minutes. Think of all the effort, the pain, the headaches of 2 weeks of recovery down to 10 minutes. And then there's another key example here, right? We talked about the number 1 differentiator of Zerto is to be able to recover in minutes at scale. The second one is to recover to a state seconds before an attack. And that's where Tenkati in their first attack had to use the previous backup job. So inherently, 10 hours of data loss. With Zerto, they had thousands of recovery points to select from. So they rolled back 10 seconds before. So they truly recovered to a state 10 seconds before the attack to a consistent point in time with all of the VMs that belong to that application. Think about the technology that's powered that. At Zerto, we've been doing this for 10 years. We understand exactly how to protect data. And Tenkati was able to see those benefits. So that now they're confident that when another attack happens, they're going to be able to recover effectively. But that's not a fluke. That's not just one example. We protect some of the most mission critical applications in the world. For example, United Airlines, Jack Henry and Associates, and other Fortune 100 and top organizations all over the world. They're all protecting thousands of VMs of Zerto, all under sub 10-second RPO. Here's an example, United Airlines, 4,000 VMs. At any point in time, if some disruption happens there, they can recover to a state 8 seconds before an attack. Think of how many transactions United Airlines performs in a day. Do you think they can afford 4 hours of losing that data? They can't. That's why they trust Zerto to be able to give them that granularity. But here's an important piece too, right? We've talked about Zerto's value from a VM perspective, right? Virtual applications are very critical. But as we know, organizations are starting to adopt additional types of workloads. For example, Kubernetes, SaaS workloads. It's not about adding another solution or even using the types of technology that you use to protect VMs to protect Kubernetes. It doesn't work that way. So what we've done at Zerto is we've taken all of the core value of continuous data protection, but purpose-built it for protecting containerized applications. And you think, well, we're not seeing a lot of ransomware attacks for Kubernetes. And our prediction and our bet is that they will grow in volume, right? We're already seeing a lot of fileless type of malwares, Windows exploits, or cyber criminals looking to make malicious clusters and steal credentials, but also shut down applications. We know that it's going to grow. And so we want to position ourselves in an ability to help organizations not only recover their virtualized workloads, but also their containerized workloads. So Zerto for Kubernetes is all the value of CDP, but built as code. With CDP, that same application-centric approach, protecting all components of your Kubernetes applications and really making it easy. So all those principles that I talked about, how we move data, how you can have a granular recovery, they all apply to your containerized applications as well. All software only, not tied to any hardware, giving you full flexibility. But then there's also SaaS workloads. A lot of organizations at first made the mistake of saying, well, I think these organizations that I'm consuming their SaaS application services are going to protect my data. If you read end license user agreements, they are not responsible for it. And the tools they give you are not enterprise quality. So it's important to note that you're also needing to be able to protect these SaaS workloads with the same rigor that you protect your virtualized applications. That's why Zerto has Zerto Backup for SaaS, powered by Keep It. It's simple, it's easy, hassle-free. You get granular recovery with unlimited storage. But most importantly, with the context of ransomware, it's secure with immutability and compliance using the blockchain. This works for Microsoft 365, Azure Active Directory, Google Workspace, Salesforce, and Microsoft Dynamics. So regardless of not just ransomware, but human error, outages, Zerto is able to help you meet those needs. From a ransomware perspective, you have immutable copies of the SaaS data to choose from, an independent, secure backup. So when something happens, you're able to make this a simple recovery. So with that, I think our time is up, and I'm going to address all of your questions within the chat as well. But I want to give you an offering. What we're delivering here is Zerto Free Edition. This is something that we released a couple months ago, and it is a free version of Zerto for 10 VMs of our most premium license. We're giving you the ability to use it up to a year for free, whether it's a vSphere to vSphere replication, Hyper-V, or you're looking to replicate to Azure or AWS. You're able to use this for free, no strings attached. This version is community supported, so you can post in a forum and get access to all of our technical documentation, but not our paid support. But you can use to evaluate Zerto and kind of test all these claims that I've made. Go see it for yourself, perform a failover, learn how we replicate, maybe perform some testing. But ultimately, I'm going to drop this link in the chat. I'm going to address all the questions as well. And with that, I want to thank you for your time today and your attention. Have a great day.
Okay, thanks, Andy. And it looks like we had a lot of questions that we can't get to right here, but the Zerto team will do their best to respond to all those questions. As Andy mentioned, they've got team members in the chat there. We do also have the poll question for you. We appreciate your feedback on additional resources that you'd like to see from Zerto. Thanks to everybody who's already responded to the poll. We see those rolling in. We do appreciate your feedback, and I'll just leave it up here for a few more moments, and then we'll move on to our next presentation. I'd also like to remind you about the handouts. We've got a PDF from Zerto, which is a cyber attack survival kit. It's a pretty cool resource, so be sure to check that out if you'd like some more detail. So Andy Fernandez, great presentation today. Thanks so much for educating us on Zerto. And it's time for our next prize drawing. The winner of this $500 Amazon gift card is Mike Reel from Kentucky. Congratulations to Mike. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast. And our next session comes from CrowdStrike. And presenting for CrowdStrike is Jason Rivera, who's Global Director of Strategic Threat Advisory Group. I'm going to turn things over to Jason.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Scott. So today we're going to have a conversation around understanding the modern criminal extortion threat. And of course, we're going to speak about ransomware and a variety of other data extortion threats. So let's go ahead and dive in. As a quick introduction to myself, my name is Jason, and I lead a team at CrowdStrike called the Strategic Threat Advisory Group. Basically, what we do is we help our customers understand operational threats to their environment, as well as how to respond to those threats. Prior to CrowdStrike, I used to build intelligence programs for Fortune 500 companies and government agencies. And prior to that, I used to be in the Army for approximately 7 years, where I held assignments at the NSA and US Cyber Command. Here's a brief overview of what we'll be going through. Basically, if you've ever taken a brief from me before, I tend to start off at the high level in terms of trends, and then slowly dive deeper into the various nuances of the threat. So without further ado, let's begin. So from an executive summary standpoint, obviously we deal with a variety of actors with a variety of different motivations. Of course, today we'll be focused on e-crime. And what really distinguishes e-crime actors from other actor types is their financial motive. So whereas nation states are focused on a national security motive, hacktivists for ideological motives, you find that e-crime actors tend to be very fixated, of course, based off who they are, on how to gain financial assets, how to steal, so on and so forth. And when we think about kind of the nature of e-crime, one of the things that has made it exponentially more complicated is the accelerated nature of the threat landscape. And really what this has to do with is the increasing sophistication of your modern day actor. And not only is the sophistication increasing, but it's also accelerating as well in the more recent timeframes. So you look at from 1990 to like 2010, for example, in general, a lot of the same kind of threats, really not that much of an evolution. Whereas these days, we see a lot of evolutions to include the implementation of big game hunting, the use of access brokers for initial access, ransomware as a service, data extortion, so on and so forth. And we're going to talk about some of those criminal ecosystems and evolutions today. But again, the purpose of this slide is to really illustrate how that evolution has affected the threat landscape. So you'll notice that I'm using the term criminal extortion as opposed to ransomware. And that terminology is very intentional. And what I'm really trying to articulate here is that the threat has evolved. And when we think about the nature of criminal extortion, I would define it as this, which is the use of coercive techniques by criminal entities who levy calculated threats against victims in order to incentivize payment from the victim to the criminal. And I know that's a mouthful, but basically think of it as your basic extortion attack, right? The objective is to blackmail you, to use something against you in order to get you to pay. Of course, the most well-known way of doing that would be ransomware, and ransomware has been very prolific since the 2010 timeframe. But these days, we've evolved beyond ransomware. In fact, many entities that actually choose to pay a ransom sum choose to do so because of the nature of the data that was stolen from their environment and the threat of that data being leaked onto the dark web, sold to the highest bidder, so on and so forth. So many organizations tend to fixate on preparing for ransomware by having good backups and focusing on prevention, but then fail to realize that those same actors that are infiltrating their environment could simply steal PII and other valuable information and then use that to extort them. Of course, there's other types of extortion that we're seeing, such as availability disruption, which is a technique that we're seeing made popularized by the use of DDoS in order to extort a victim into stopping the DDoS by, having them pay that ransom sum to the DDoSing entity. And then even one of the more recent ones that I've seen is something that I call brand extortion. So what we've seen in certain cases is where actors will put up false malicious websites where they'll publicly post victim names on those websites. And instead of going after the company, what they do is they directly encourage the victims and say, hey, victim, if you don't like this, well, then you should tell the company to pay us ransom. We've seen this with several hotel chains and other types of industries as well. So again, the actors these days tend to be very flexible in terms of how they engage in their approaches. However, what I would say is that the most prominent of these and the one that really is garnering a lot of attention these days is data extortion. In fact, data extortion attacks grew by 82% in 2021, with 2,686 attacks in 2021 compared to 1,474. So again, 82% increase, which of course begs the question, why? Well, one of the easiest ways to articulate it is the notion of breakout time. So you heard me say earlier how the actors have become more sophisticated. Not only have they become more sophisticated, but they've also managed to move much more quickly through targeted environments. And that is best captured using a term called breakout time. Breakout time is the amount of time it takes the adversary once they gain that initial access to move laterally. So as you can see, the breakout time in 2018 was 9 hours and 42 minutes for your average criminal actor. Whereas in 2021, now you're looking at 1 hour and 38 minutes. So again, that's almost a 9-fold increase. Beyond the speed of the attack, again, there's also the complexity of attack. Actors these days are favoring malware-free techniques to include the use of command line, PowerShell, PSExec, and a variety of other techniques that don't require the use of malware, which as a victim makes it much harder for these legacy defense systems to detect their attacks. So again, overall, we're seeing a much more sophisticated e-crime actor than we've seen in the past. In terms of who's being targeted, here's what we've seen come to pass so far in the first half of this year. A heavy focus in industrials and manufacturing, which has tended to be a trend that we've seen for a very long time. However, what I will say is that the next two are also trending on the upward side, to include going after banks as well as healthcare, as well as technology. And what you will notice with these top 5 sectors is they have something that I call a high degree of criticality. Criticality is how important it is for that industry to maintain an up and running mindset, an up and running business. So for example, if you're a manufacturer, every second that you're not manufacturing, you're losing money. If you're a bank and you lose availability, lose access, well, every second that your customers can't access you, then you're suffering brand damage. Healthcare, we're in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic still. So obviously very important for that type of entity to be up and running. So again, these actors are not only opportunistic, but they are also calculated in terms of how they carry out their attacks. So let's go ahead and take a look at something called the adversary operations lifecycle. And with the adversary operations lifecycle, what you're looking at here is access operations, post-exploitation, and target environments. Basically, what we're doing here is we're looking at the typical lifecycle of how an attack takes place. So again, like I said earlier, first they have to gain access. Then once they gain access, they have to move laterally, engage in post-exploitation, and basically do things to set themselves up for success. Lastly, there's the target themselves in terms of what they're going after, and whether that be cloud workloads, or in the case of a ransomware attack, it could be a domain controller, or it could be supply chain access that they're trying to achieve in order to obtain further subsequent downstream access. Again, you can quantify pretty much any offensive-minded actor across these 3 stages. So let's go ahead and take a look at how these 3 stages play out in real life. And we're going to start off with access operations. Probably the most important thing that I have to say to you within the realm of access operations is around the identity access vector itself. And this became very prominent during the COVID-19 timeframe, particularly towards the beginning. So we all remember March of 2020. And what happened back then? Well, we all suddenly went home, but business didn't stop. No, business continued. And the way that business continued was the increased reliance on the user identity in order to gain access to critical systems. Those user identities then became very much so targeted by threat actors who were stealing credentials and using that not only for initial access, but for a variety of other techniques that facilitated access throughout the enterprise environment. So again, if we look at this number here, 80% of data breaches having an identity-related nexus, what that implies is that that is also a large part of the solution. So that's one thing that companies should be thinking through, which is how they're going to protect the identity of the individual. Another big area to focus on is the notion of access brokers. An access broker is, as the name implies, it is an individual that specializes in gaining access to target environments. And typically the way that they do this is through a bot herder who's basically mailing out botnets and malware tools to infected victims. From those infected victims, they're collecting stolen credentials and device configuration information. And then with that, what they're basically doing is then assembling into a bot log and monetizing into an underground marketplace. So this is yet another vehicle how they're gaining access. Notice that we have the stolen credential piece, which also implies an identity element here as well. So it's important to note that these threats are not necessarily mutually exclusive of each other, but rather are oftentimes related. I think another big area worth looking into is an actor that we refer to as Slippy Spider, but is more well known by the industry as Lapsus Group. And what this group is specialized in is the use of insider access. So really not that technical at all. They basically just make postings asking for people who want to back them. And of course, they're paying those individuals. But again, what it shows is that to gain access doesn't necessarily require a high degree of sophistication. It can be done through a trusted insider. It can be done through a third-party vendor. And it can also be done through compromised credentials. And we've seen Slippy Spider use a variety of different techniques. So again, going back to the overarching adversary operations lifecycle, if you want to stop the ransomware attack, if you want to stop a data extortion attack, well, one great method of doing that is stopping them from getting in the first place. So now let's move on to the next phase of the adversary operations lifecycle, which is post-exploitation. And within post-exploitation, again, what we are concerned about are those actions that allow adversaries to remain stealthy, move laterally, elevate privileges, so on and so forth. So from a living off the land perspective, this is another name that we use for hands-on keyboard techniques. And as you can see, we have a variety of techniques down here, some which are native to IT environments, but some that are not native, however, have commonly legitimate uses. And in each of these cases, what we are observing are actors that are basically using the tools and using the environment at their disposal in order to achieve their objectives. Like I said earlier, it is preferred for the actor to do this. And one of the reasons for that is it allows them to more efficiently and more effectively evade these legacy AV systems, which really kind of brings to light the importance of next generation behavioral detection capabilities, those capabilities that are using machine learning models, and looking at the adversary's behavior as opposed to the executables of the adversary. Again, the objective is to find and stop malicious behavior. And one of the best ways to do that is to get out of a system where you're solely relying on detecting executables. This next slide here is now kind of a more specific example around what we're seeing the e-criminal community engage in. And again, like we're reporting here, the use and increase, there's been an observed increased use of legitimate remote access tools. And these remote access tools, as you can see, are common tools that are used to do business. Things like AnyDesk, TeamViewer, Type VNCs, so on and so forth. And once again, what this really speaks to is the ingenuity of the adversary. The adversary is always focused on not getting caught. And so for that reason, we sort of need to think like an adversary, and we need to imagine, based off the environments that we're seeking to detect, what would an adversary do? How would they remain stealthy? How would they remain hidden? And then, of course, defend ourselves accordingly. And lastly, there's the target environment themselves. And here, what we're focused on is the impact of the adversary. Again, one of the things that I like to do when illustrating impact is show year-to-year change. What we're showing in the red is 2020, whereas what we're showing in the blue is 2021. And as you can see, once again, the same sectors popping up, right? Industrials engineering, manufacturing, technology, financial, healthcare, so on and so forth. And what you see all across the board is an increase, in some cases, well over 100% of an increase. And what this is really articulating to us is that the capabilities are working. The adversary is succeeding at what they're doing, and therefore they're continuing to do more of the same. And what I'm hoping that this slide illustrates is really a call to action for a lot of different sectors, and really illustrating and highlighting the fact that no single sector is necessarily, ransomware or data extortion proof, but rather this is a universal threat, and it appears that the adversary continues to take advantage of this universal threat at a rate that favors their capacity to scale. One of the most well-known and prolific adversaries in this space is an adversary referred to by CrowdStrike as Bitwise Spider. You may better know them as the user of the Lockbit ransomware. Not only do they use the Lockbit ransomware, but they also have Stealbit, which is an information stealing capability. And this actor has been very successful. One of the reasons that they're successful is twofold. The first is their use of the ransomware as a service business model. And the importance of the ransomware as a service business model is it allows them to not only have a centralized ransomware developer who's developing and making constant updates to the ransomware to make it more efficient, but then also allows them to proliferate that ransomware to a variety of different affiliates. Those affiliates are then paid according to the success of their attacks. Oftentimes, the affiliates will receive somewhere between 70 80, or even 90% of the proceeds, which serves to incentivize the affiliate into continuing to maintain a good relationship and with the ransomware developer, as well as continuing to engage in malicious attacks. So not only does this actor have the business model, but they also have the velocity. And so when you think about velocity, just like any good business, right? You want to get lots of product out the door. And these actors kind of think the same way. As you can see, in June 2021, we saw an average of 3 to 4 victims per day, which really speaks to how highly proliferated and how highly prolific this particular actor and their affiliates are. And it's not just a threat that kind of resides within a single country or a single region. It's across 35 sectors, 74 different countries. And what's very interesting about this actor is the centralized development model. And what that centralized development model does is it allows them to release new features that make them more effective at engaging in ransomware attacks. For example, late last year in October 2021, we saw features released that allowed them to encrypt VMware ESXi servers. And what this means is by going after the server environment, they're able to increase the impact of their attacks. And when you think about, well, why would a victim pay ransomware? Well, you would pay the ransom sum of a ransomware attack because the cost of not paying outweighs the cost of paying. So one tactic that the actors focus on is how do they maximize the impact, and which is why you see them focusing a lot on server environments. So again, a lot of people think that ransomware is a Windows problem, something that you can, if I just protect my Windows machines, I'm good to go. Not necessarily the case. In fact, in almost all cases, not the case. In fact, what you see them focusing most on are your Linux and your hypervisor and those type of server environments. So if you have defensive capabilities that are only able to protect Windows machines, then you are actually not solving the majority of the problem. Again, we need to think like the actor. The actor is seeking to maximize impact. And for that reason, we need to focus on those capacities that they are likely to impact with their malicious operations. So up through this point, we've spoken a lot about different types of actors, the whole operational lifecycle phase. Again, just to review that, every adversary does the same 3 things. They gain access, they engage in post-exploitation in order to move laterally and elevate privileges, and then they hit you with whatever they're going to hit you with. Although, of course, I briefed this in the context of an e-crime adversary, this also applies to nation-state adversaries. So I would encourage you to think across this model and ask yourself a very simple question. How are you protecting yourself across each and every phase of the actor's operational lifecycle? How are you using identity and vulnerability management capabilities to stop them from getting in? How are you using behavioral detection capabilities and threat hunting in order to detect and stop post-exploitation? And how are you using next-generation prevention capabilities to stop these ransomware and other malicious malware attacks? Which brings me to the final portion of our presentation, where we'll talk about the way forward. And if you've ever seen me give a brief before, I will almost always insert this phrase into my briefs, which is that your ability to defeat an advanced cyber threat rests almost entirely on your understanding of the problem. And note the model that I'm showing you below. There is a relationship between us and the adversary. What we do and the goods we produce, the businesses we are in, are the same reasons that they are attacking us. Not only must we know ourselves in order to protect ourselves, but we must have a profound understanding of the adversary. So here's what I recommend to you. I recommend that you implement an adversary-driven defense. And at the basis of that defense is data. In fact, I would say that the purpose of myself and every single person taking this phone call is to protect data. So where does that data exist? Well, it exists amongst your people, your endpoint devices, your workloads and servers, as well as your cloud environments. And these 4 things combined constitute your information environment. And our objective, the objective again of myself, you, every single cybersecurity professional has one single objective, and that is to protect their data from adversaries who would seek to exploit that data. And what I would argue to you is that you must engage in 6 different disciplines in order to do this. You will notice that as I put up these disciplines, I'm not going to talk about technologies. I'm not going to talk about endpoint security and cloud security and this and that. I'm not going to try to get you to buy any technology, but what I am going to get you what I am going to try to get you to do is to think through very carefully these 6 disciplines. I'm going to go ahead and put them all up. And what I would argue to you is that all of these disciplines must be executed in some way, shape, or form in order for you to succeed. If not performing one of these disciplines will inevitably result in a hole in your environment. Let's start with threat intelligence all the way on the left. It is critical that you know the adversary. There is no such thing as the ability to defend yourself in the absence of understanding your adversary. Not understanding your adversary and trying to defend yourself is like being a surgeon who's about to do surgery, but without having a diagnosis. It's like being a pro football quarterback, but never watching game footage of your opponent, so on and so forth. So the same logic applies if you're a cybersecurity professional. You must have a very profound understanding of your adversary so you can make the best decisions otherwise. And then, of course, we must have visibility into the adversary. We cannot protect what we cannot see. And for that reason, technologies like EDR and other capabilities are critical to gaining visibility, not only across endpoint devices, but also cloud environments, as well as servers. Prevention is, of course, critical, because at the end of the day, when the adversary reaches that point, that inflection point where they're engaging in the attack, what's going to make or break your ability to defend against them is that next generation prevention capability. Vulnerability management is, of course, critical. Reliance on third-party software and hardware devices isn't decreasing, it is increasing. And as that reliance increases, whether those are applications organic to your environment or within cloud environments, your capacity to become aware of and appropriately mitigate vulnerabilities is critical to your capacity to stop initial access and post-exploitation. Threat hunting and incident response are a must-have, and note that I put the two together. Most organizations have incident response. We're very good at reacting and responding to things, and yet most organizations tend to not be as good at proactively going after things. And for this, I'll kind of give you a healthcare example. When do you want to go to the doctor? Do you want to go to the doctor only when you're facing a crisis? Or do you want to do regular checkups and kind of scout things out in advance and periodically try some hypotheses and check this and check that? You probably want to do the latter, right? And I would argue the same logic applies to threat hunting and incident response. And then lastly, there's identity protection. Identity protection is a must-have, especially in today's day and age where there's a distributed workforce. Kind of like I said earlier, the identity is the new perimeter. Your workforce is at home, they're traveling abroad, they're working from the office sometimes they're working from the beach, they're working from all sorts of places. And your capacity to protect the identity, regardless of the location of your employees, is critical to your ability to protect your organization. So that's all I got today. Again, I'll end with my favorite phrase in the world when it comes to security, which is your ability to defeat the advanced cyber threats rests almost entirely on your understanding of the problem. So if you take anything away from my presentation today, then I would encourage you to do this one thing. Please, please, please commit yourself to understanding the problem so that you can make the best decisions possible and protect your organization from these advanced attacks. Thank you. I'll now go over to Scott for some questions.
Okay, great. Yeah, Jason, that was fantastic intelligence on what's happening now with ransomware. Yeah, let's get into some questions. So the first one here: why do victims continue to pay ransoms, both at higher frequencies and higher dollar amounts?
Good question, Scott. And I would basically kind of answer that with the term impact. As the adversary continues to increase their impact, well, that incentivizes victims to want to pay more. So, for example, when I briefed on Bitwise Spider, note the targeting of ESXi servers, note the targeting of these specialized environments. The better the adversary gets at targeting these highly impactful items, as well as going after PII, the more pain they cause the victim. And the more pain they cause the victim, well, then the higher the ransom sums go, and the more frequent the ransom sums become, which is, at least from my perspective, one of the reasons that we continue to see that.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And you talked also about sort of the I guess the double and triple extortion. I mean, is that a factor as well in increasing payments?
I think so. And kind of going back to this slide, right? It's kind of like the more things they have over you, the more likely that you are to pay. Everything within the ransomware and criminal extortion arena is about pain. It's not only the adversary's ability to inflict pain in one type, but pain across multiple types. And the best way to honestly think about it is kind of like as a business decision. Why do companies buy things? Why do companies make big decisions? Why do companies, engage in policies or whatever it may be? Often always it is about, pain as the ability to avoid pain, but then also the ability to have positive impact. And these threat actors operate very much so in the same way. And that is why you'll see the use of multiple extortion techniques. Their hope is that by maximizing the amount of pain you experience, that they can get you to pay more and get you to pay faster. And that is a very intentional calculation on their part, and one that seems to be working, as the numbers do suggest.
Gotcha. Let's move on to ransomware as a service. How's that affecting the severity and volume of ransomware attacks?
Yeah, I think one of the best ways to think about this is in terms of pure volume. And if, let's say you're a ransomware operator, right? I'm going to go to this slide to articulate my point. If you're a ransomware operator, your problem is that you don't have enough time in the day to carry out all these attacks. And yet another problem that you also have is, well, how do you trust people, right? Because you're doing something illegal. You are operating illegal malware. You're stealing from people. You're extorting people. Those are all things that you're going to go to jail for. So if you're a ransomware operator, you're also kind of incentivized to not let others necessarily into your criminal gang. And what the ransomware as a service business model does is it solves for both of those problems. The way it solves the first problem is it allows them to scale. It allows them to recruit qualified affiliates who themselves have a highly specific degree of skills, but perhaps not the skill of developing the ransomware itself. And then what the ransomware operators can do is give their ransomware over to those affiliates in order for them to engage in attacks. But it also solves the second problem as well, because it allows the ransomware developer to work with the affiliates in an anonymized manner. In fact, these individuals don't even know each other's name. They have no idea who the other person is. All they know is a virtual on-screen moniker, and they're able to do business without even knowing the true identity of the other person. And so that's why ransomware as a service has become so prolific. It has basically allowed adversaries to scale their operations while also maximally reducing risk.
Okay. Well, Jason, that's probably all the questions that we have time for, but if somebody wants to get started with CrowdStrike, what would you recommend?
Honestly, the way I would think of it would kind of go back to this slide here, right? I would kind of conceive of what can CrowdStrike do for you across these different disciplines. And again, I didn't intentionally put these, but the truth is that CrowdStrike can kind of do all of it. And that is ultimately what any company needs to do in order to succeed. In some way, shape, or form, we do have to do all of these things. Now, does that mean you need to pour money into all these things? No, not necessarily. In fact, you can get free threat intelligence feeds. There's a lot of capabilities that you can do for less money. And I would say that one of the reasons that CrowdStrike is best positioned to engage in these capabilities is because they all operate as a singular platform. So as opposed to having to go to 10, 15, 20 different functions, 20 different screens, you're doing it all from the same interface, right? And the nice thing about doing it all from the same interface is not only is it more simple from an operational standpoint, but it also helps from a kind of communication standpoint as well. So probably the easiest thing that you could do is talk to your CrowdStrike account rep, and they can kind of get you started from there down the CrowdStrike journey.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here, Jason, and bringing us up to speed on CrowdStrike and the threat landscape.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Appreciate your time.
So it looks like we had a lot more questions that we couldn't get to right here, but we'll pass those along to Jason and the CrowdStrike team. And as always, we do have the additional resources poll question for you, and those responses are already coming in. We appreciate your feedback there, and I'll just leave that up here for a little bit. In the meantime, I'd like to remind you all about the handout section. We've got a PDF from CrowdStrike, or should I say, let me double check that. Is it a PDF or is it a link? It's a link. We've got a link from CrowdStrike. Be sure to check that out if you'd like some more detail. And I will leave that poll up here while we do our next prize drawing. And we'll have one of the grand prizes in the mix this time. So first, the winner of this $500 Amazon gift card is Leanne Harden of Kentucky. The winner of our next Apple iPad Air grand prize is Jacqueline Bertram from Texas. So congratulations to Leanne and Jacqueline. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. Okay, well, thanks to everybody who answered the poll. We'll just close that now. And we will move into our next presentation in the Ransomware Best Practices MegaCast. And our next session comes from Pure Storage. And presenting for Pure Storage is David Huskisson, who's Director of Data Protection Solutions. So I'm going to turn things over to David.
My name is David Huskisson from Pure Storage, and for the next few minutes I'm going to review some aspects of ransomware defense and remediation and how Pure can help improve your outcomes in both of these areas. I wanted to begin with some observations from recent research that we commissioned the Enterprise Storage Group to do for us over 600 organizations. Two things really stood out for me. Firstly, the tolerance to downtime, whether it's for mission critical or non-mission critical systems, is receding. I think, perhaps work and personal expectations are blurring. Just ask yourself this question: how frustrated are you if your movies or photos aren't available? The other observation is how organizations are now pivoting to using their data protection tool or strategy as their go-to method when recovering from a ransomware event rather than paying the ransom. And we'll talk about that a bit later. This, though, does introduce some new challenges. Attackers obviously know this, they're pretty smart, and they are now attacking backups and copies of data. I'd also say, having been in the backup industry for a while, modern backup architectures haven't really been designed to recover perhaps more than a few databases or a handful of virtual machines. You know, if there's error or cloning or something like that. This is really because of the legacy technologies that most backup infrastructures are based on. This slide is pretty self-explanatory. In ESG's research, most organizations have embraced these shortcomings and are now actively looking at modernizing their backup infrastructures to improve their SLAs, RPOs and RTOs. So it's kind of encouraging. Of course, no session on ransomware would be complete without some scary statistics. You can see these for yourself, but again, the one thing that really stood out for me was that bottom number there on how long it took organizations to gain access to their data after a ransomware event. I think that's actually kind of scary, and it's easy to imagine that this could put an organization out of business or certainly damage its brand and reputation. So let's just spend a quick moment reviewing the typical ransomware attack. It's clear from the slide here that the timeline isn't a couple of days, it's generally over several weeks or months, and there's a lot of investment made by the attackers, obviously in the security breach, but also in that access and observe category there. You know, a lot of time is spent identifying those important assets, not just primary data, but also any backups and secondary copies of data. And this is really known as dwell time. In fact, some studies think in a large enterprise, it can be up to 6 months of dwell time as attackers look for all those critical data. Obviously, the attack is going to be pretty swift. It's likely to get some horrible message with a timer clicking down, and then you're into sort of remediation and analysis, and that can be also days and months depending on the severity of the attack. When we do these sessions, we're often, every vendor is often asked about their opinion of paying the ransom, and it's pretty clear there's certainly no honor among thieves here. So you can see the statistic here. If you're lucky, you might get some of your data back, but worse, there's actually evidence that says you pay a ransom, you may get some data back, but you're likely to be opening yourself up to a repeat attack just because they may have left something else behind. The fact that you've been willing to pay means you're likely to pay again. So it's generally seen, I think the industry generally sees as paying the ransom as a really bad idea. So, why change? Change is disruptive and difficult and risky. But I think at the top line, business and technology leaders really want to reduce risk by strengthening their data protection, at scale. And I think that's the important word, which we'll talk about a bit in a moment, while minimizing downtime. And obviously, the rise of ransomware has created new and unpredictable challenges. And, data protection today, data protection infrastructure specifically, is complicated, fragile, and is still, rather slow. And, if you were to think about recovering your entire environment today, not just a couple of VMs or half a dozen databases, just think how long that would take you. And I think, we've started to see this at Pure, but, when we say data protection, organizations tend to think of the act of backup first, and clearly backup's important, but I think we're starting to see a shift now that leaders, are realizing that modern data protection, means, high performance restore at scale and some level of ransomware protection kind of built in. And so really, data protection needs to get more sophisticated, really, without getting more complicated, and that's really what we're trying to solve or help solve at Pure. And as we finish off the remainder of the session here and afterwards, there are some good questions that I would urge you to ask yourself, and these are the kind of questions we ask organizations when we're talking to them. So think about what it is you're trying to protect. Challenge yourself around the backup storage you use today. What isn't working for you in your current solution? Is it, workload coverage? Is it complexity? Is it recovery speeds? Think about your current defense strategy. What does that look like today? What's your confidence level? And also really ask yourself about how you're protecting your mission critical applications. Are you using just backup? Is it a variety of snapshots and replication and so on? So really challenge yourself with some of these questions. Just wanted to spend a few moments reviewing where Pure can help in this modernization journey. So firstly, our safe mode technology can give you an extra protection layer, whether that's for your primary data, your backup data, or your backup product, because remember, the attackers are really going after those places where you're orchestrating those and keeping those secondary copies. Pure's performant and scalable solutions really support the high throughput demanded by real-time threat anomaly detection and advanced analytics solutions. And in fact, we've got a couple of case studies at the end that talk about customers who've deployed that. Goes without saying, talking about restore rather than backup. Pure's all flash solutions again, and the Pure data protection ecosystem can really help you recover not just a couple of databases or half a dozen virtual machines, but your whole data center up to 6x faster than current legacy technologies. And I guess the beauty of it is, certainly when I look at the ransomware safeguards with safe mode, we can turn that on as part of our standard Purity operating system. Doesn't cost you any additional cost. It's literally a feature that is built into Purity. And as I already said, we've invested a lot of time making sure that we integrate and work seamlessly with all the major data protection vendors. So let's switch gears a little bit and let's have a look at some brief best practices in these areas. So I'm not gonna drill down into everything. I'm just gonna pick a couple of highlights. I mean, it clearly goes without saying that management, hygiene, patching, multi-factor authentication are critical, but are largely table stakes. I'm sure I'm preaching to people who certainly agree and have implemented those. But I think what is interesting is really being able to sort of supercharge your real-time threat detection. And there's sort of two parts to it. There's definitely the performance piece. So what you want is a storage platform that scales but is super quick, allowing you to do more and more investigation and analysis in real time, because the more data you're analyzing and the quicker you're doing it, the more likely you are to find a threat. And I think the other piece that's especially relevant for Pure is we've invested a lot of time and research into building really great data reduction technologies into our product lines. And with that high level of data reduction, you can retain more data for longer without breaking the bank. Which means, again, if you're retaining all of that data, you can drive a much richer kind of analysis. And as we evolve our place in the ransomware kind of detection and mitigation, we are quickly adding capabilities to Pure One, which is our analytics analysis monitoring platform for Pure devices. And for example, you can see on the slide here, today we can check across fleets of Pure devices whether our safe mode technology is active and whether the protection services that you've enabled from Pure are delivering your RPOs. And then we are working on adding more sophisticated capabilities to Pure One, such as threat detection to look at unusual behavior, in your Pure devices, which could potentially indicate that a ransomware attack is in progress. So now we're sort of again switching gears here to look at during the response. So you want to be able to lock down. Once you're starting to respond to an attack, you want to be able to lock down your systems, and you want to start identifying attacks. But again, just wanted to focus on safe mode and that level of protection against deleting backups and backup products and snapshots. And really, safe mode, in its simplest form, all that safe mode does really is just adds an extra security layer to to snapshots of data. So typically, without safe mode, if you're an admin, if you're the administrator, the super user, you can delete snapshots at will. You can change schedules and retention and so forth. And really, what safe mode does is it puts that extra layer in, which prevents the administrator from being able to do that. And we did that because, when an attacker is looking at systems, one of the things they're looking for is poor hygiene credentials, want to be able to log into admin. And so by sort of stopping admin from being able to do those things and introducing an authentication layer, we can give you a level of safety around snapshots of critical data, but also in the solutions that we've built, also protecting your backup product. So if you think about your backup product today, you've probably got a set of metadata that describes the backup, and you've also got the backups themselves. And safe mode can protect both of those things by taking snapshots of your backup products metadata and your backup products backups. It's a bit of a mouthful, but we're really insulating your backup product from potential attack. And to be fair to a lot of the backup vendors, they're doing a really great job in locking down their products and also doing some level of threat detection. So we're kind of gluing it all together to make it much harder for that attack to be successful. And just a quick couple of slides. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, but this really talks in more detail about how we work with FlashBlade, which is our scale out high performance file and object platform, and this is where safe mode started, and this really gives you up to 270 terabytes an hour recovery. And we brought this technology onto our FlashArray side, so regardless of what product you're choosing from Pure, whether it's a FlashBlade, FlashArray, or both, we can give you a level of protection with safe mode. And there's some slight differences, but generally they operate in entirely the same way. So then we get to the recovery. We get to the recovery effort, and again, I'm really going to focus in on the rapid recovery side here. And as I said previously, we've invested a lot of time time and resource into building out what we call the Pure data protection ecosystem, and it works seamlessly across FlashBlade and FlashArray. And you can see a bunch of vendors here. We've built a lot of solutions. I urge you to go and read purestorage.com that really outline best practices, infrastructure design, but all of them will give you all of them have been integrated with safe mode, to protect metadata and the actual backups themselves. So I really urge you to go and look at purestorage.com. But we're very proud of the work we've done with all of these vendors on the slide here. So I wanted to conclude the session with just briefly looking at a couple of customer successes. So the first one is City of New Orleans, and they've been a Pure customer for a while, but more recently deployed FlashBlade, really leveraging our safe mode snapshot technologies just to protect their backups and their backup product from critical attacks. And hopefully you can see some good information on there. and then secondly, Frostbank, and kind of an interesting one. So they're more focused on with Pure using our all-flash technologies to accelerate outcomes from their cybersecurity analysis. And one happy consequence of this is they've been able to gain some of those performance benefits, so being able to do more real-time analysis. But Pure's evergreen business model, so that's really very, very briefly about not having to rebuy storage, getting access to technology upgrades as part of your support agreement, has really helped them keep their costs under control. So pretty excited about what's going on at Frostbank. So just to conclude here, really, how do we get started here? How do you get started? So think about eliminating downtime with Pure. I'm not really focused a lot today on active cluster and active DR, but it's really around as I said earlier, think about your recovery strategy for those mission critical apps, but don't forget all the other applications. If you remember in the earlier slides, we talked about downtime or tolerance even for non-mission critical is getting less and less. So think of the whole picture. Think about looking at safe mode and think about protecting not only copies, but make sure you're protecting your backup product, the metadata and the backups, because that's what you're going to in the event of recovery. And then think about speeding up your analysis, your real-time threat analysis. So Pure obviously can really help there. Showed you the Frostbank example, but it's really a numbers game. Being able to analyze data more quickly in real time means that you could reveal, you're likely to reveal more breaches and hopefully stop, the eventual attack. Anyway, with that, we'll conclude, and I think we're opening it up for Q&A. So thank you for your attention, and looking forward to some good questions.
Okay, great presentation, David. Yeah, are you ready for some questions?
I certainly am. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yep, I can hear you. So while we see what questions we have here, I'll just pull up the poll question. We appreciate everybody's answers on what additional information they'd like to see from Pure. But so you talked a lot about safe mode. What are some of the common use cases for safe mode snapshots?
Yeah, great question. So I think the most common use, I would start off by saying anything that you can snapshot is that you can use with safe mode, but sort of drilling down specifically, flash array snapshots. So if I'm using flash array and I'm taking snapshots of my critical virtual machines or my critical databases, that we see a lot of organizations adopt safe mode for that use case. And then I'd also say, and this is really where, in my universe, safe mode started, is actually protecting the backup product. And so what I mean by that is, every backup vendor, they're all different, but every backup vendor, fundamentally has two things you need to protect. It has a database, catalog, metadata, but it also has the actual backup images that it manages. And so safe mode, that's where we started. On the sort of data protection side, we started by protecting the backup products, metadata, catalogs, databases, and the actual backup images themselves. So that in the event of I'm getting into a recovery, in the event of having to, my backup product's been attacked, I've got the metadata and the images to recover from. So those are the two big use cases. But there are many more, but those are the ones we see the most at Pure.
Interesting. Another question here about safe mode. How do I get to use safe mode snapshots?
So it's actually really straightforward. And I know every vendor would say that, but if you've got, if you're an existing Pure customer or you're in a buying cycle with Pure, you can talk to your sales team. And they will walk. I don't really want in a public forum to talk about the procedure of turning it on, but if you work with your sales teams, they will help you do a sizing. because obviously you need to make sure you've got additional space, because obviously you're potentially keeping copies of data for a longer duration. And then they will take you through a design and then a security process. The good news is that you don't have to install anything, you don't have to deploy anything extra. It's all part of what you'll have in either your flash array or your FlashBlade. So it's no additional software, some design, then a security kind of process, and then you should be all set to go.
Okay, cool. A question here from Joseph. Given Pure's backup model involves lots of data transfer, what's the best way to detect data exfiltration? Any best practice advice there?
Yeah, I mean, data exfiltration is not necessarily a place that Pure is right now. So I'd be looking at the rich. I'd be looking at, if it's exfiltration you're actually after, I'd be looking around at sort of the leading vendors in that space. I mean, one thing Pure One will do is it will very shortly be able to show you if you see unusual if we detect unusual activity on your Pure device, and that is often a precursor to some kind of attack. But if it's exfiltration that you're trying to guard against or detect, I'd encourage Joseph to go and look at the leading vendors in this space. But if all you really want to focus on is trying to get a heads up and a sense of if an attack that's in progress, then that's something that Pure One will very shortly be able to help you with.
Interesting. Yep. Okay, makes sense. Super. And looks like we're getting low on time. We've probably got time for one more question. This one is, how does Pure deliver its high performance recovery?
So unfortunately, I could spend hours talking about this, and I promise I won't. So simply, I think it really just comes down to physics. And if you look at traditional ways of protecting large amounts of backup data, you're using deduplication to reduce what you're writing, and that's a good thing because it shortens the backup window. But that's the piece that kills you during the restore. And really what happens in spinning disk devices is, dedupe is all block based. And so when I'm recovering, my storage device gets instructions to reconstruct data that's been requested for recovery. And where there's a block device, that means you're reading and reading, moving, skipping over blocks, and you're reconstructing. Now, in a flash world, whether it's FlashArray C or FlashBlade, you don't have that issue. There's no moving parts, so we're cutting out all of that sort of skipping blocks and identifying blocks for rehydration. And what that really delivers is, over time, especially as your devices fill up, you'll notice with spinning disk devices, the longer you have them and the more full to capacity they get, the slower they become during restore. So it might be great on day one, but you might be eventually down at a terabyte an hour. And Pure doesn't suffer from that because fundamentally we don't have any moving parts. We just read blocks and off we go. So it's really what we call the dedupe tags. So I think that's probably the simplest way of summarizing it. But obviously, you can hit me up on LinkedIn or contact me and be more than happy to have a longer discussion.
Okay, fantastic. Well, David, thank you so much for coming on and giving us or bringing us up to speed on what Pure is doing, and especially on the ransomware side. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Have a good day.
You too. And just a quick reminder to everybody that there is a link in your handout section from Pure for a ransomware defense and remediation technical review. That's a downloadable analyst report. Great resource. And now it's time for our next $500 Amazon gift card prize drawing, and the winner of this gift card is Bruce Johnson of Minnesota. So congratulations to Bruce. We will be in touch about claiming your prize. And I do just want to remind everybody about the ransomware.org resource. Great site. Learn a lot more about a lot of the things that you've been hearing about today. All kinds of fantastic resources. The blog that we talked to Keith Ward about earlier, the ransomware book, just tremendous amount of resources there. So just a quick reminder of that link. Okay, and now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast, and our next session comes from KnowBe4, and I'm delighted to introduce our speaker, Roger Grimes, Data-Driven Defense Evangelist for KnowBe4. Roger, welcome back.
Glad to be here.
Well, take it away.
That means take it away. Take it away. Thank you. So if you all haven't heard me, what I hope to go over is just a step-by-step list of what you can do if you get hit by ransomware. A lot of companies go, oh, if you get hit by ransomware, do this. But what they then tell you to do has to do with only their product, and they don't give you a lot of detail. I'm going to give you a step-by-step list of what you do in the first minute, and first hour, and first days, and so on. Or at least that's what I hope to do. If you haven't met me before, I'm Roger Grimes. Been doing computer security for 34 years now. I've written 13 books and over 1,200 magazine articles. My last book was called The Ransomware Protection Playbook, which upon a lot of this is based. I work for KnowBe4. We're the world's largest integrated security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor, meaning we try to help people not to be phished. And that's important because most ransomware gets in because of some type of social engineering phishing thing. But today we're just talking about step-by-step incident response. We're going to assume you've been hit by ransomware. And overall, the steps are that you want to prepare and try to stop ransomware from being successful in the first place. But then you want to quickly identify it and quickly respond if you have been hit by ransomware, and then try to minimize the spread and damage and then recover. Those are the 4 main steps, and we're going to focus on steps 2, 3, and 4 for today. And I'm going to be moving fairly quickly. This is the talk I usually give over an hour, so I'm trying to put it into about 20 minutes. So hopefully we can have some talk, take questions at the end. But if you want to know and get a lot more information, feel free to go to these links provided in these slides. The first one is the Ransomware Hostage Rescue Manual. I actually wrote that the last couple of years, and that's a longer document. But if you're just interested in the checklist that I covered today, we actually have a specific link just to that checklist that you can download and compare it to your ransomware response plan. And we have a portal. If you go to knowbe4.com/ransomware, we have a whole portal dedicated to ransomware and a ton of stuff that I wrote, ebooks and software, things like the Ransomware Simulator, which is a software program you can run that simulates over a dozen ransomware programs that your antivirus and endpoint detection response program should detect and not let be installed, but lots of stuff. But again, preparing, you want to create a ransomware response plan specific for ransomware, because ransomware is very terrible, naughty stuff, and typical incident response plans are just not enough. So you want to create a specific ransomware response plan, and you want to table practice it at least once per year, especially educating staff not to be a cowboy and run off on their own thinking they can fix everything. Part of that is because you need to tell them that, hey, only your legal team should contact any outside people, via email or phone calls or whatever. And that's because a lot of times you may end up in litigation because of ransomware. A lot of people get sued because they got ransomware. And allowing your lawyer to do all the contacting to outside parties will make that communication tougher for the other side to subpoena, because it will be protected by attorney-client privilege. So you definitely want to make sure that people follow the plan. You also have to make sure you have an alternative communication method to contact people, because a lot of times your email system will be down. So a lot of people will use another alternative system, chat channel, like maybe WhatsApp or iChat, or they will use another email system, like Gmail or something. But just know that, your network's probably going to be down, and anything that depends upon your network is not going to be able to be used as a communication method, your email. And so you want to make sure that everybody knows that you're going to be using this alternative communication method, that you've installed, tested it, and that you have an external call sheet that people have at home so they know how to use whatever your alternate communication method is and who they should call and when, and that sort of stuff. You should also decide ahead of time if you're going to pay the ransom. That's one of the biggest decisions. Some companies go, ethically, we are never going to pay the ransom. And if you're one of those companies, you want to decide that ahead of time, because that's going to change what you do in some of the major steps. And also, if you might possibly pay the ransom, you need to find out ahead of time if that's a possibility. And you want to let senior management and legal make that decision. You don't want to be making the decision whether you're going to pay the ransom or not while you're in the middle of a ransomware attack, because you usually don't have much time to make it and might not be able to research whether you're allowed to pay the ransom or not as thoroughly. You also want to make sure that your ransomware incident response plan is integrated as part of your regular incident response plan, that it should be already a part of your disaster recovery plan and business continuity plan. These are just a subcomponent of those plans. Disaster recovery plan is how you will, what you do if you have some type of event. And the event could be something besides ransomware. It could be, a hurricane or flooding or fire. Business continuity plan is how you keep the business running while you're in a disaster. Incident response plan is how you respond to particular incidents. And then again, your ransomware incident response plan should be specific for ransomware because it has particular things. But we're going to assume you got hit by ransomware. Step one, in the first minute, someone's like, hey, I think we got ransomware. A lot of times what happens is that you're not sure if it's ransomware. Sometimes you get the ransomware note on the screen, which is nice, saying, hey, we've encrypted your files and you've got to contact us on this email address or whatever. A lot of times it will be systems starting to have errors and shut down because their files are being encrypted and maybe the ransomware note's not got shown. But at some point you're going to start thinking, hey, I think I may have ransom or ransomware. You want to first figure out, is it just one device or does it seem to be impacting multiple devices? That means it's spreading over the network. About 10% of ransomware just impacts the system that it's on. Not as big of a deal. It can still be a big deal, but you want to find out, is it spreading over the network? Is it more than one device? Is it more than one location? What type of devices? Also, you want to confirm that it really is ransomware. It could be fake ransomware or scareware. There is, especially out of Iran, where they will create a ransomware node and everything, say you have to pay us. But really, if you reboot the machine and remove whatever the fake ransomware node is, the machine is perfectly okay. You want to see, does it really have encrypted files, or they're really truly weird file extensions, and the machine, it typically doesn't encrypt the whole hard drive. It just encrypts different sets of files. So you can look around. Or is it wiperware? Russia makes ransomware or makes wiperware that looks like wiperware, and that's happened in Saudi Arabia as well, where it will look and go, oh, this is ransomware, you need to pay us $300, but really it's running around wiping all your computers clean, and that's a big deal. So you need to decide, is it real ransomware? Is it more than one device, one location? And if it's wiperware, you're definitely going to try to turn off all your computers as soon as possible. If it's ransomware, typically you're going to leave your computers running. But we're going to assume here that you determined that it was a real ransomware attack and it was more than one device, and that means you have to initiate your real incident response plan for ransomware. You should, you're calling senior management, you're calling legal, maybe you're calling marketing or your communications team, because they're going to have to communicate to other stakeholders like employees and customers and things like that. And then everybody should know their predefined role and what to do and what to look for. The first thing you're trying to tell people to do is, okay, we've got a ransomware event. Go find out where it is. Did it hit Windows machines? Did it hit Linux machines? Did it hit Mac machines? What files are encrypted? Did it get to our cloud storage? If it did, what types of cloud storage did it hit? Didn't it hit? What locations did it hit? Didn't it hit? That's important because, you're trying to find out how widespread the damage is. Typically, you're going to disconnect your network. We used to say, power down the machine so you can stop the encryption or whatever. Now we really don't recommend that. You can, by powering down ransomware machines, actually cause the problem to be worse, because it could be in the middle of the encryption, and if you don't let it finish its encryption, it can actually be impossible to decrypt the files that were encrypted and cause further problems. But what we do say is we don't want it to spread further across the network, so disable networking. And again, we used to say disable it at the computer or the device, disable it at the networking hub, at the router, the switch, things like that. That way, when you need to turn it back on, it's just turning it back on at the hub, the router, the switch, or whatever. You can even turn on particular machines or ports as needed. And you should practice how you're going to disable networking from the very start. Like, okay, we're going to disable it from our Cisco routers or VLAN or our software-defined network software. However you decide that you're going to disable networking in your environment or environments, including internet connections, you want to practice it ahead of time so that you don't, so you're not trying to figure out what the commands are. You want to have those commands known ahead of time and know how to use them and implement them to disable networking to slow the spread of damage. Then the step 4 is you want to determine the scope of the exploitation. Again, what is or isn't hit. I think it's really important to realize that what isn't hit really can be impactful. And also, it's important to realize that mistakes could be made. Like I've heard people say, oh, it doesn't impact, Macs. And then later on we found that it did impact Macs, or it didn't impact our USB, hard drives. And we find out that it really did. So realize there could be some mistakes, but you're trying to get the general idea outline of what type of things are being done. Also, if there is a ransomware extortion message, they'll usually say contact us on email, or they'll have a link they want you to click on. don't do that if you can help it, because a lot of times that will start a countdown timer. A lot of times the ransomware gangs don't know that they've actually encrypted your computers yet until you send that message, that email, or click on that link. And usually they're going to want you to pay them within a week, if not sooner, and they're going to start doing increasingly bad things to you to get you to say uncle and make that payment. So don't click and start that countdown counter if you can help it. Also, assume until otherwise disproven that they've been in your environment for months. The average dwell time is weeks to months, and sometimes years, and they've learned all the people, all your C-level employee names. They know how your IT and IT help desk. They know your security software. They know they've been listening in on your email systems. They've uploaded many other scripts and programs. They probably have multiple backdoors in your system all around. 90% chance they've exfiltrated your passwords and data. So all your passwords are known, and a lot of times they'll publicly post about compromising your company on one of their internet or dark web websites, along with copies of data to prove that they did it. And they also assume until you prove otherwise that your backups are compromised. I have a lot of companies hit by ransomware. They'll talk to their backup person and go, hey, do we have good, safe backups? Like, yeah. And so they'll tell the ransomware person to go, screw it, we're not paying you. And then they find out that the ransomware guy did get to the backups, did compromise them, did encrypt them. And so until your backup person absolutely proves that they can restore at least some of the files and servers that you're going to need, just assume they're compromised and make them prove to you that they can actually do a data restore of a server. You do want to determine if data or credentials have been stolen. They have been stolen in about 90% of the cases of ransomware. Your data and passwords are stolen. You can look to see and try to confirm that. You check logs, your DLP software, look for large archival like zip or ARC files and stuff like that. Assume until you prove otherwise that that it can be exfiltrated. Here I say 80% of ransomware does data exfiltration. It's up to 86 to 90% now. So most of the time when you're hit by ransomware, they've exfiltrated your data. I will say there are some ransomware gangs, especially out of Iran, that say they stole your data and they didn't. Or they say they sold your data and it's not that important. What they stole just wasn't that big of a deal. So it's nice, find out if they stole stuff. Are there unusual logins? Are your company's login names and passwords on password dump sites? Or can check, have I been pwned? Or use KnowBefore's password exposure test tool to see if your company's login names and passwords are out there on the internet. There's tens of billions of login names out there on the internet already, and you want to find out if your stuff is, and if those passwords are accurate. That could be how the attackers got into your machine. It's important to determine the ransomware strain. There's different names. LiveBot is the big. About every year or two, there's a new popular ransomware group that's doing all the stuff. And you want to find out what not only what the strain is, but or the type of ransomware that hits you, like LiveBot or REvil or whatever. But also, if you can, kind of the version number, the strain, and they don't usually say version numbers, but usually take a picture of the ransomware note that changes between versions a little bit. And so the people that might be able to help you, different responders have different success with different types of ransomware and ransomware strains. And if you take a picture of the ransomware note, or get an accurate accounting of what that ransomware is doing, you can figure out what the strain is, and they can better help you. And then again, you're trying to, step number 5 is limit initial damage. You do that typically by, again, disconnecting the network and then trying to see what else you can do to reduce any damage if it's possible, like look for malware programs that may be there. But again, you're trying to collect as much information. This step 6, again, gather the team together. Everybody was supposed to go out in step 2 and find out all the information they could find out for what this ransomware is doing. Step 6 is to get everybody back together and say, share with what you have. What did it do? What didn't it do? What did it hit? What it didn't hit? And make sure that everybody that's listening agrees with the assessment. I've seen, it's not unusual that when the big group comes together, someone will say, and it doesn't hit, Mac. And someone's like, it hit my Mac. Or someone will say, we'll ask the question, have we contacted the ransomware people yet? And the main person in charge is like, no, we haven't. And there's somebody in the back room going, no, we did early on, before we even called y'all or something. So make sure everybody agrees upon that assessment. No, there can be mistakes made in the initial assessment and this assessment, but the goal is to try to get everybody up to speed so we know what we're working against. Step 7 is you're going to determine the response. Are you going to pay the ransom or not? If you get the ransom, that means that you're going to apply for and get some ransomware keys, and usually this ransomware decryption software, there's usually multiple keys, and you want to do proof of life. which means you want the hack before you pay the hacker. You want to prove that their decryption key in process will actually decrypt your files. They're usually ready for this, and they want some money. Like if they're asking you for $100,000, they're going to want $10,000 or $20,000 just to give the proof of life. Also, you have to make sure it's legal to pay the ransom. In the United States, we're one of the few countries where paying the ransom could actually get you in trouble. There's actually a do not pay list. If you can research that yourself, or if you contact somebody that responds to ransomware all the time, they can look it up and tell you. Insurance companies can tell you, and you can also contact CISA or the FBI, and they will tell you. There are actually people in ransomware groups that are on the do not pay list. That if you pay, theoretically, you could be at risk of additional criminal charges, or I think not criminal, civil charges. Either way, it's best to find out whether it's legal or not if you're going to do it. Also, you need to decide, are you going to repair or rebuild the machines? You should always completely rebuild, recreate machines, never just repair. Most people just repair it. Oftentimes they miss other malware programs and they get re-hit again. And this is where you're going to invite in additional external parties. Again, let your lawyers do that if you're going to get additional help. Most people get additional help. Let your lawyers do all those contacting. And also let your senior manager and your lawyers decide whether or not you're going to notify CISA, which is the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, and other law enforcement bodies, especially if you have a duty to report data breaches. Let senior management make those decisions. Again, in the U.S., if you report a ransomware attack to CISA or the FBI, you actually get some additional legal. But let senior management decide whether or not you're going to notify the authorities, because many times there's particular requirements. And then, sometimes you have to report a breach within 3 days. Sometimes you have to officially declare a data breach in some countries or in some regulations. And that is not usually done by IT. You want to let senior management and legal decide whether or not there is an official data breach and whether they declare it or not. If you're going to contact the ransomware attacker, typically it's done with a new email account or a Tor account. On the dark web, again, usually has a countdown. They typically want to be paid 5 to 7 days. They do negotiate. Typically, it's not unusual for them to take half the ransom, but you don't want to insult them by saying, no way, we're not paying you, you're a jerk, or only offering like 1/10 or something like that. Don't antagonize the ransomware hacker. I'm surprised by how many people do argue and antagonize the ransomware hacker. Many times they have far more access into your environment than you realize. Also, if you use a professional ransomware negotiator, make sure they're reputable. There's some of them out there that all they do is try to get you to pay as much as possible, and they get a cut of it. Again, if you're going to decide to pay the ransom, make sure it's legal. Let senior management decide. It's usually going to be in Bitcoin, but it could be in other cryptocurrency. If your company does not have an established cryptocurrency wallet or exchange to work with, there are services out there that will let you use there, and they'll charge you, 5 or 10% or something like that. And then again, you want to decide, are you going to repair and only get rid of the malware and decrypt software, or are you going to completely rebuild? I suggest you rebuild every time you can. You may need to preserve evidence. Even if you don't need to preserve evidence, that means you're going to make forensics copies of memory and hard drives of the machines that you rebuild if you decide to rebuild. Even when you do your first, if you're going to do restorations, ransomware decryption restorations, you're usually typically doing those on new computers or to new locations. You're trying not to modify the original involved machines because it could be evidence there. And again, you want to determine ahead of time. You should already know what your mission critical applications are that you need to get back up and working first, and know the critical dependencies ahead of time. Your infrastructure, your IP addresses, your DHCP servers, your DNS servers, your Active Directory servers. Again, you're typically going to get those up and running first. You're going to get all your good IT software and the new IT software and your new monitoring up and running, and then you'll start re-enabling network ports and pathways and things like that as needed for each and every application. You want to make sure it's clean before it's up and running. You want to get kind of somebody to supervise hey, this program is operating correctly before you start saying it's back up in production. You also want to reset all possibly compromised passwords, and not just your email passwords. I see people do that. And again, you may need to preserve evidence, even if you're not sure, if you think there's any possibility. You want to make sure that you preserve evidence before you overwrite it. Again, restoring data. If you're recovering encrypted files with a hacker, or trusted backups or something like that, typically you're going to do a test. If it's the hacker giving you the decryption keys and the decryption programs, and you want to do the restoration, you want to make a backup of the encrypted files, put them somewhere else, and do a decryption test to a new location, not over the original evidence, especially because sometimes the decryption doesn't work and you don't want to screw up your only copy of the encrypted files. So you want to do a test on a copy operational location. When everything's all cleaned up and all the malware is gone and all your systems are working, then you're going to turn your network on, turn the internet on. It should be done slowly, monitor internet network devices and applications heavily, and be prepared for an emergency lockdown if it's needed. Most organizations are also usually buying new stuff and fixing old stuff that they weren't able to do before because they were worried about operational interruption, but now you have operational interruption. So what a great time to fix all those errors and to update and clean up your Active Directory and so on and so on. And then when you get through with all this, you want to review the good, the bad, the ugly, what went wrong, what could you do better next time, and update your ransomware response plan accordingly. And of course, you want to try to figure out how the ransomware got in, what holes you had, and close those holes to mitigate social engineering and better patch your software and use multi-factor authentication, use strong, unique passwords, and so on, so you don't get hit again. So with that, we're about running out of time, but at KnowBe4, we're very big believers in training people about the different types of threats and then doing simulated phishing to see how well they took the training. And if they fall for a simulated phish, they get more training. We know our customers that do that go from a phish prone rate of what they usually have about a third of their employees that will click on a phishing email, and you can get that down to 5%, around 5% if you do training and simulated phishing. With that, we've got a couple minutes left. I'd love to take your questions if we haven't. If we don't get to your question, email me at rogerg@knowbe4.com, and I'll be glad to answer your question. And of course, you can follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter, where I talk about ransomware and other topics every day.
Fantastic. Yeah, great checklist, and the real-world tricks and traps were just excellent. So the first question here comes from Jorge, who says, isn't it good to report ransomware right away? He's saying the government's been able to block Bitcoin payments after the ransom has been paid. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, again, let senior management and legal do that. And in the United States, I highly recommend you report it to CISA. You do have to be a little careful if you report it to like FBI or Secret Service or something. Like some people, they are law enforcement authorities, and they could do things like prevent you from possibly paying the ransom, or could even possibly take equipment and things like that because they're law enforcement. So let senior management and legal decide whether you bring a legal authority in there. But in most cases, I would say, the vast majority of cases, it can only be good to invite them in and to help you.
Okay, super. Question here from Chris. How often should we run phishing campaigns for our employees?
We've done a lot of research, and we'd say at least once a month. If you do it once a year, like a lot of companies do, it has almost no value. We don't start to see any value from doing simulated phishing campaigns until it's at least done once a quarter. And really the big jump in help is between once in a quarter and once a month. We think at least once a month is a really good sweet spot. And you can do it more if you want, but at least once a month you should do training in simulated phishing.
Okay, great. And I'm going to put up the poll for additional information that people would like from KnowBe4. But Roger, how much of this is just criminal monetary gain, and how much is hurtful business disruption?
Well, I don't think there's any official studies on it, but I would think, I've thought about it. Probably 90–95% of it is monetary gain, if not more. But you do, especially with nation states and ransomwares with nation states, a lot of it just has to do with they're kind of excited that we're disrupted, and causing problems. Any problem my adversaries have, and is a good thing for me because they're not concentrating on me. A lot of times it's data exfiltration. That's very important to them. And if they can make some money or at least hide it under the guise of ransomware, that's good. It actually funds, illegal activities, drug things, and even some terrorism in some cases and other places. But sometimes it act like ransomware, but it's really wiperware. Russia's done that. Iran's done that. So, there's a variety of intents, including just intellectual property theft. Remember, most ransomware includes this data being stolen. But the vast majority of it is financial gain, even for, things like North Korea. It's how they fund their country, since there's a lot of, they're prevented from using a lot of international markets. They literally fund, a large part of their country through stolen cryptocurrency, bank accounts, and ransomware.
Got a question here from Matt, who's wondering, does KnowBe4 track aggregate data from all companies that use this software? Do you ever share some of that data in aggregate about what people are doing?
To be honest with you, I don't know what we track overall. We have some people that allow us to track some of the stuff they do, but the aggregate data, I think we have a sense of like how many phishing emails get blocked and that sort of stuff. But I don't know. And for sure, we don't share it with anybody outside of like we do develop white papers and reports and things like that. Like we have we'll share fish prone rate by year in industry and top subjects. So yeah, we do have this aggregate data. If you go to the KnowBe4 blog, KnowBe4.com, and either blog or resources, we've got a ton of information. But we do have people ask us all the time, hey, can you share your data or share your data that's not in one of our reports? And certainly we never do that.
Okay, super. And just sort of as, I guess, like a final question, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about, maybe some of the negative effects of paying the ransom, and then, what we need to do as a security community to sort of not fund cyber terrorism.
Yes, certainly paying the ransom sometimes is tied to that you're funding terrorism. And if everybody didn't pay the ransom, ransomware would go away. If everybody didn't pay the ransom, but there's always going to be some people that pay the ransom, and for that reason, they're always going to ask for it. A lot of people will ask, is it better to pay the ransom, not pay the ransom? Different surveys and companies say different things. I will say this, that every cyber insurance company that I know that has to deal with ransomware more than anybody else, more than any single company has to deal with, if they think that paying the ransom is going to get them a decryption key and software that will decrypt the data, they pay it in almost every case I've ever heard of. And I don't think insurance companies are trying to waste money and pay more than they should. So my sense is that paying the ransom when you can trust the ransomware company to help you decrypt your data, the insurance companies at least think that it's a lower cost proposition. But yeah, you could absolutely be, anytime you're paying the ransom, you're funding some bad guy and something. But until we figure out how to get everybody to agree not to pay the ransom, there's probably a benefit for a lot of folks to paying the ransom.
Okay. Well, Roger, we had way more questions than we had time to get to, and if you can hang around in the chat at all, you'll also see you've got a lot of fans in there as well. Thanks as always for coming on. This was a great presentation, and appreciate the update on ransomware and KnowBe4.
Thank you. Thanks everyone, and continue to fight the good fight.
Okay, and with that, I'm going to hand the mic to my fellow moderator, David Davis.
Thanks so much, Scott. What a great show so far here on the MegaCast today. I mean, we've heard so many excellent presentations from Sophos, Cohesity, Gigamon, Zerto, CrowdStrike, Pure Storage, and now KnowBe4. We've got 6 more amazing presentations still coming up on the MegaCast. Before I introduce you to our next set of expert presenters, I want to announce our next Amazon $500 gift card. This is going to Stephen Larson from Arkansas. Congratulations, Stephen Larson of Arkansas. After this next presentation, we'll not only have another gift card, but our next grand prize for another Apple iPad Air. So make sure you stay tuned for that, of course. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and move on. It's now my pleasure to introduce you to our next presenters. Welcome to AJ Afatica, Sales Engineer, and Anthony Suarez, Cloud Product Evangelist from OVH Cloud. AJ and Anthony, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
Well, thank you very much for having us on. And right off the bat, thank you for having us on the show. So let's just start right off with, if you could just move to the next slide, because I'm not driving the slide. AJ, could you expand? Perfect. So today we're going to talk a little bit about business continuity. I know that ransomware is key and a big focus of this whole conversation, but I think one of the things that a lot of the folks that were so focused on ransomware, and it's really heinous and it has a big impact on everybody, but one of the things we really almost forget about is that it's just a piece of prevention that we have to take into account is business continuity. So just like the previous speaker was saying that, do we pay for the ransomware or do we not? How do we get past it? One of the things we really got to also remember is look at the different situations that we can not, where can we get by without paying the ransom, and how do we set up our infrastructure to make sure that that goes well? So just right off the bat, before I continue, let's slide to the next slide, please. I'll introduce myself. As it was said, my name is Anthony Suarez. I've been with OVH Cloud for 5 years. I was with VMware for 5 years before that. I've been with Microsoft. I've been in the tech industry for close to 30 years now. And I've worked with a lot of customers, and I've seen a lot of enterprise deployments of different technologies. And right now, focusing on cloud and cloud solutions for helping customers with their business continuity and disaster recovery is where I'm focused. AJ, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. My name's AJ Afatika. I am a sales engineer with OVH Cloud, representing the enterprise side of the business. And I've been with OVH for approximately 8 months. Prior to that, I've been in the industry for about 18 years, been in and out of administrative, engineering, architectural positions, and made the jump to the sales engineer side and have dealt quite a bit with, enterprise customers setting up their cloud data centers. Move to the next slide.
Yeah, so today we're going to focus on ransomware protection, but also in the context of business continuity and how customers can leverage different technologies in order to protect against and recover from ransomware, distributed data protection, and finding the right cloud provider for your infrastructure. And we'll finish off with a Q&A. So let's just jump right into it. Let's talk a little bit about ransomware. So ransomware itself, as I said before, it is a big problem, but at the end of the day, a lot of the vectors are still the same. And what customers really need to keep in mind is that you still have the same business continuity issues that you always had. You had data protection, your data recovery, your data accessibility. And even though we focus on these as a regular basis, one of the things that I've noticed is that, and as I said before, I've worked mainly with the enterprise customers, but even at the enterprise level, with a lot of money going in behind their networks and their infrastructures, what I've found is that they focus so much on in local and their local data center that sometimes it's not really addressed what can we do in order to make the overall environment and the disaster recovery plan effective against unforeseen issues. So if AJ, you want to add to that? Because I know that you've worked more with the smaller and mid-sized companies where I was almost exclusively enterprise.
Yeah, no, you're spot on, Anthony. So that's a big thing to consider. I mean, a lot of people think ransomware, these bad actors are targeting these large enterprises and these giant companies because, they're going after the mega bucks, right? But we've seen time and time again that so often these bad actors are also targeting these small and mid-sized companies, and they have to be just as prepared. And like you said, I mean, the disaster recovery component is just a small part of that overall business continuity. And it's not just about the technology. It's continuing your business operations during an attack, reestablishing your full functions, and getting things back up as quickly as possible. And it's not just enough nowadays to know that you have the data. And a really important part of this is knowing, okay, even though that's a critical step, is the data accessible? Where is it accessible? How fast can we get to it? Is it distributed? How do we recover? Where do we recover? And those are all really important things a lot of people think about, but so many aren't.
Exactly. I think it's often overlooked, or not overlooked, but it doesn't have as high a priority. It's a sad statement, but most customers that I've seen, they think I've got my backups, I'm in my data center, on-prem, everything's good, and it's until you get hit or something bad happens that I find that customers don't really think about it until after the fact, and they don't proactively look at what could happen. And for instance, when we look about distributed, and so the next slide comes up, is the distributed data protection. One of the things that a lot of customers I've found don't think about, again, they focus so much on what's going on in their data center and where's their data supported and protected, that a lot of times they think, well, I'm going to go and put some stuff in the cloud, and I know my data center is going to be, in my city, or it's in the next town over, or it's 20 miles away or 50 miles away or whatever. When we think about cloud, so many times what's forgotten or not thought about is regional. And how far are we pushing our data across? Where is our data being stored, or our backups? And a lot of times, customers just don't think about what could happen next. I mean, they're not paranoid enough. Paranoid is, you almost have to be a little bit paranoid and wonder what could happen next and how bad could it be, because yeah, ransomware happens, but where are you storing your information? Where are you, your recovery, your backups? I mean, how are they isolated? How far apart are they isolated? One of the things that I like to keep in mind is that with business continuity, it's always important to have different locations, obviously. And I mean, I know backup companies, let's look at Veeam, that really touts the whole concept of 3-2-1, where you got 3 copies, 2 backups, and 1 different location. But when we think about that, the locations become a focus point that I think gets missed, because we think, how far do we have to go? And sometimes regional is as long as you're within the same region, there's no real guarantee that that's going to be helpful. I mean, I don't know. We brought up this next slide, but it's true. The biggest surprise, we have offices in Dallas and folks that live down in Houston. And if you guys remember, a couple of years ago, there was this massive freeze, and the entire part of the country just got shut down. And it was bad. I have friends that were, they're running generators and just to keep the electric heaters in their living room going, because things were just unforeseen. And it was something that, yes, it was an act of God type thing, but it really, even if you're a company that has your backups or you have your systems and they're even 50 miles away or 40 miles away, you're still going to be impacted, because all of the power and everything that happened, all of the damage that occurred. So it was really large, and I only bring it up just as an example of what could potentially happen. So, that kind of leads us to the question, why is it that companies don't go to larger distances, or why is it that geography becomes such an issue? And a lot of it is because it's expensive. To enable to push data, and let's say you're running backups, it becomes expensive to actually move all that data and take care of it and store it. And the other one is where we're looking at IT complexities. How is that data going to be run? How is it going to be updated? What type of replication are we using? Are we going to go with DR and have a live replication? Are we going to just be parking backups and be able to recover from backups? And if we're going from backups, where are our targets going to be? And a lot of these questions have to be addressed. And the reality is, in our industry, if we're talking about data centers that are multi-time zones away, y'all understand that you're going to get dinged every time traffic passes through different regions. And that adds to complexity in the sense of, you don't know what the backups are going to be. You don't have consistent, not backups are going to be, but the traffic to those backups. And you don't have the consistency in billing, because every month, depending, we had to recover 100 gigs of data and it's crossing the country. Well, there's 4 regions and our billing is going to change. And heaven forbid you should have multiple technologies. And so if you're running, let's say you're running a VMware environment and you're doing VMware in the cloud, but then you're also running some bare metal and you have to go to different providers. And if you go stretching across different providers, where are they located and what are the contracts, and managing the complexity on the administrative side and and also on the tech side. So these are some of the things that, talking to my customers, at least at the enterprise level, those are some of the questions that they would always ask, or we had to talk about, because it is actually an issue. So, AJ, do you have anything to add?
No, you nailed it kind of dead on there. It's something to consider, because not only from a technical perspective, but then kind of, as you pointed out, okay, hey, we have these hosted private clouds with this big provider, but hey, we got to get some bare metal and we're going to run that over here. Well, now we got the management aspect of multiple providers and contracts and things of that nature and moving data in and out, and it can become quite a management nightmare. So
Absolutely.
the human side of it should not be should not be forgotten. So.
Absolutely. So so when you're looking at a cloud provider, and this is where we really think that it's important to have, you're looking for cloud providers that are, first of all, easy to manage. And of course, it's by default, you're going to be looking for performance, and budget friendly. I think one of the big things is that, but interconnectedness is also a big issue, because when you're looking at a provider, you want to make sure that that provider can have interconnectivity with all of the technologies that are in your environment. Because like I said before, most companies have more than one technology in their data center. I mean, you could be running hosted, VMware, and that's fine. So you're running VMware in the traditional model where you have your compute and your storage in different places. Okay, fine. But you may also be running the VMware SDDC model where you got the hyper-converged infrastructure. What are you going to do for that? Or you're running bare metal because you have some servers that are for licensing. You want to stay bare metal, or it's older tech, or hey, you're playing with the cloud native and you're trying to push some apps into cloud native. And all of these are fine, but they're technologies that are very different. Sometimes you may have to go to more than one provider. You want to look at a cloud solution provider that is able to meet all the different scenarios for your environment. And then as far as budget friendly, again, it's really key that you have consistent and predictable billing, because that's one of the biggest pains for companies moving to the cloud. And that was one, early on years ago, oh, you move to the cloud, everything's going to be great. And then customers started finding that wasn't the case, because every month, hey, why is my bill an extra $5,000, or what's going on? And heaven forbid you should have, issues with if something happens and, in addition to everything, here's another huge bill because I had to recover backups. So one of the things that we mentioned, in one of the things I'm real proud of with OVH Cloud, we're able to address a lot of these. The OVH Cloud is able to support in one provider all of these different environment. You got your cloud native, you've got your bare metal servers, you have access to the traditional VMware implementation, also for the hyper-converged infrastructure, and we're a provider that enables all of these different technologies to be interconnected across a private network that's high speed. And the really cool thing about us is that we never charge regional fees. Once traffic is on our private network, it can go anywhere. So we have customers that have backups in Hillsborough, let's say in Portland, and they push copies of those backups to the Virginia Vint Hill data center, and there's no additional charge except for the storage target. If they wanted to, they could create a storage target in London, push traffic across the Atlantic, and it still wouldn't be an impact. And that's a real huge benefit, because I really believe having geographically disparate environments is one of the keys to protecting not only against ransomware, but overall about your disaster recovery and your business continuity. Because again, you never know what's going to happen in a given environment. You always have to have a certain amount of paranoia. But when that can be achieved, you can cover that without having a major bill associated with it. That's a huge win. Anything to add, AJ?
No, you nailed it. We'll just keep rolling. We'll hit the next slide.
All right, cool. So a couple of other things that we do provide, which I think is really cool, we do offer multi-cloud, but one of the things that we have developed, the slide just says, powerful free features and no lock-in and scalability. Yeah, these are really nice features. Some of the really cool stuff that we offer that's unique to us is and it goes back to, it's a free feature, but it's what we have is the technology called VRAC. And that is that we can do from a customer's management portal, just log into your portal. You can literally set up layer 2 stretches anywhere in the world. And it's just by clicking a few buttons. We have everything automated on the back end. So within 20 minutes tops, I could buy a new server in London, set it up so that the layer 2 is stretched from my Virginia data center workloads or from my on-prem if it's connected directly, if you were to do a direct connect into our network. Once you're riding on our fiber, you can actually hit anywhere, and the VRAC technology makes it really simple to do all of that networking. The other thing that we do offer all of our customers free of charge is anti-DDoS. We have some of the best anti-DDoS in the world and is our own proprietary solution. And, you're able to just add that at no cost. We say no lock-in because it's our purpose to make it easy for customers to bring their data onto our environment. But if they decide to move on, we're not going to do this lock-in thing where, oh yeah, you bring all your data for free. Well, yeah, bring 10, 100 terabytes. We don't care. But when you go to move it, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. And you're not going to get that with us. And finally, when we talk about the freedom to scale up or down, the whole scalability, we really focus on making it possible for customers to, regardless of the size of the environment, to make it larger or smaller. And once again, you don't have to be limited to regional environments. So, long and the short, we offer a really great solution that has very advanced technologies. We have NSXT. We have direct connect capabilities. We have a lot of the products that other vendors offer, but we also offer a real great price point and the ability to add geolocation for your business continuity and disaster recovery. And whether it's ransomware or it's a massive ice storm or it's some unsettling, global political weirdness that's going on, you have the ability to transfer data across our global network at no charge. That's a huge benefit, and I wish that customers early on in my career, I wish this was available in the U.S. then, because I know that a lot of my customers would have seen a huge advantage in that. AJ, what about the smaller customers? Do you think that would that also have been? Because I know mid-size. Well, I'm going to shut up and let you talk, man. Sorry.
No, it's okay. No, you're exactly right. The features that we are able to bring to the table can help mitigate a lot of those challenges that those small, medium businesses face, and they can get them provisioned quickly and on the fly, and worry more about the business aspect of it and the recovery and just trying to maintain functions or restore those functions. But we go back to the VRAC. That's another major challenge is how do we extend our layer 2? Having that technology at OVH Cloud natively and included in your price. That's huge. So we'll go to the Q&A here. And
Absolutely.
I don't see any questions popping in. Let's see.
Absolutely. Yeah, great presentation. We do have some questions for you. While we take those questions, I'm just going to bring up a poll for everyone out there in the audience. We want to get your feedback on this poll that says, what additional information would you like about the OVH Cloud solution? And we do encourage your questions. So if you have a question on your mind right now, now is the time to get it in. Let's go ahead and start with this one. They're asking, how do I get my data into the OVH Cloud?
Cool. You want to take this one, AJ?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are multiple ways that it can be done, of course. We do have partnerships with various vendors such as Beam and Zerto to be able to utilize their technologies to transfer your data into OVH. We do offer Direct Connect. We have partnerships with Direct Connect companies to be able to utilize their services to directly connect into OVH data centers. and as well as just utilizing VPN tunnels. So those are all very standard and common ways that data that you can connect as well as transfer your data. Anything you wanted to add there, Anthony?
Yeah, I mean, when we actually OVH Cloud is partnered with both Veeam and Zerto, and our technologies complement theirs very well. So what customers often do is if they have to do a migration, they'll leverage either Zerto or Veeam technologies to be able to bring their VMs into their environment. So it's just important to keep in mind that we do partner with some of the larger partners out there, corporations out there, so we're able to help you out. We're not new to the field.
Excellent. Excellent. Let's see. Here's another good question. They want to know, how would my company connect to your network? Is that what you were just talking about with the VPN?
Yeah, we can actually
exactly.
connect via VPN, but we also have POPs available because we're partnered with Equinix. So if you have an Equinix POP nearby to your company, you can connect in there, and we're already partnered with them, so you can establish a connection to our data centers, pretty easily. It's not like you have to run everything and direct connect into our POPs, into our networks. We have a huge network of POPs with our partners.
Very nice, yeah. And then what about, let's see, they have a question here. Do you offer a guarantee on the bandwidth of my traffic?
AJ, you want to take that one?
We do. So our Premier, for instance, our hosted private cloud Premier offering, we guarantee 10 gigabits access to the internet, inbound, outbound. Once again, unmetered, no ingress, egress charges. And then on top of that, we have up to 25 gigabits per second on our private network as well, utilizing our VRAC technology. So anything interconnected within there is guaranteed at the 25 gigabits per second speeds.
Very nice. A question here from Jeffrey. He's asking about compliance. He has questions about HIPAA compliance specifically.
Oh, okay.
We do.
All of our data. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Matt.
No, it's okay, Anthony. Go for it.
Okay, no. We actually, all of our data centers have HIPAA compliance. We are certified with HIPAA, PCI, a lot of the major certifications. So if that's a concern, we're covered there.
As
Nice.
well as SOC and several ISO certifications as well.
Excellent. Michael's asking about the time that it would take to get this set up.
When we say this set up, we have a lot of different products that we offer. If we're looking at getting a hosted private cloud, a VMware environment, for instance, if you wanted to set up your disaster recovery, it really is very simple to once the environment is ordered, it gets provisioned within a couple of hours, and then it's just, you have a fully functional VMware environment and you have full vCenter access. So, you could connect with your vSphere web client, and, if you want to leverage Zerto or you want to leverage Veeam, or however you want to move it, it could be established very quickly. If you're talking about how long does it take to establish the layer 2, it's depending. I've timed it setting up a layer 2 between Portland and London for a new server. All of that within 15 minutes, the layer 2 was stretched, and all I had to do, each layer 2 stretch or each VRAC comes with 4,000 VLANs available per customer. They're all encrypted. It's encrypted VLAN. So you just have to make sure that you pick what VLAN you want your services to connect on. But the establishment's very easy. So, there's a lot of different products we could talk about. So, maybe reach out, and I'm more than happy to, if you reach out, we can talk more and find out more specifically what you're asking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it sounds like it'd be a great conversation to learn a little bit more. Good opportunity there. It looks like that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A session. There's a number of more questions still there in the electronic queue from everyone. We appreciate those. And AJ and Anthony, maybe you can get back to those folks electronically. But a great presentation. Thank you so much for being on the MegaCast today.
Well, thank you very much for having us.
All right, and thank you to OVH Cloud for being on. Check out the handout. It's there in your audience console. It's a PDF here on does your organization have IT resilience? It goes into additional details on the OVH Cloud solution. All right, so with that, it's now time for our next prize announcement here on the MegaCast. We have another Amazon $500 gift card going to Brent Cummings from Indiana. Congratulations. And our next grand prize for an Apple iPad Air, this is going to Steve Kistner from Minnesota. Congratulations. Awesome. All right. Well, it's now time to move on to our next awesome presentation on today's MegaCast. It's now my pleasure to introduce Mr. John Spiegel, Director of Strategy at Axis. Hey, John, it's great to have you on.
Thanks for having me on. Really appreciate the time.
Absolutely. Take it away.
Yeah, so as mentioned, my name is John Spiegel. I have over 25 years of experience running global networks and managing infrastructure. So I've sat in a lot of your chairs. I've been the person making the hard decisions at 2 a.m. in the morning in the middle of an extended outage. I've also been the enterprise engineer, the team leader, and then the person responsible for all things infrastructure at a company called Columbia Sportswear. And when I wasn't putting out fires or hanging out in a budget meeting, I also had the opportunity to advise several successful network startups, as well as speak at many of the major industry conferences on the topics of software-defined networking and software-defined WAN. I currently work for a company called Axis Security as their Director of Strategy, Field CTO, and then in my spare time, I am the co-host of something called the SSE Forum. I want to start with this. In episode 3 of the HBO series Band of Brothers called Quarantine, we see the world through the eyes of a United States combat soldier serving in France during World War II. We meet Private Blythe as he fights his way through Normandy. He's a person who, like many of us in a similar situation, would be afraid and not willing to accept his fate as a combat soldier. We see him struggle as members of his team are wounded, killed, and blown up in the midst of an early fight to obtain a small foothold in continental Europe. Midway through the episode, his Lieutenant Ronald Spears, notices Blythe's discomfort. He has a conversation with him that changes his outlook on his situation. He asks Private Blythe to accept his fate. He tells him as a combat soldier in the field of battle, you must accept the fact that you're already dead. He says that all war depends on this. Take a moment and think about that. We in IT security spend a lot of time in prevention. We buy a raft of tools from just about every vendor under the sun. And we worry we must be right every time. We lose sleep over our work. We have the highest levels of burnout in IT industry. We are like Private Blythe. We are like him. And when it comes to ransomware, we must assume the same. We can buy every tool under the sun. We can go to every security conference and learn about what technology will ease our pain today. And tomorrow, there'll be another widget which will ease our pain even more. That is not the answer. It never will be until we come to terms with a problem in our industry. Private Blythe fought the Nazis, and the consequences of his success or failure changed our world profoundly. We too are in a similar battle. While ours will not cause us bodily harm, the outcome for your company can be extremely harmful. And ransomware is just another one of those foot soldiers on the other side. It's like a sniper waiting for the right moment. While our fight is against him, he's part of a larger force, our enemy, and that enemy is called trust. In my opinion, the core problem with IT security is we treat all computers like humans. We endow them with trust. We take firewalls. Take the firewall, for instance. One side is untrusted. It protects us from the hordes of enemies who might want to do us harm. On the other side is our calm release zone. It is our safe place, our trusted network. But does a device made of silicon and that only understands ones and zeros understand a truly human concept? The answer to this is no. It never will understand that concept. We need to heed the words of Lieutenant Spears. Assume no trust, assume breach, and assume ransomware. If we don't accept this fate, we will never win this battle, the day, or the war. So take zero trust. The term, in my opinion, is marketing bullshit. And I'm a network guy. So ZTNA is a term which triggers me. And how many versions of ZTNA are there? There's 1.0, 2.0, ZTNA next generation. I think I heard something called ZTNA Optimus Prime. And last week at Black Hat, I overheard someone call their product, no joke, ZTNA Ultimate. Again, it's marketing bullshit. This is the issue that marketing promises the world. This tech will be the end-all, be-all. It is filled with magical security dust, which is a game changer for you and your company. And by implementing it, you will be a hero and get promoted. Unfortunately, the reality is very different. Is there really a massive difference between ZTNA 1.0 and 2.0? Once you scratch back the surface, the answer is 2.0 is really the same, and in some cases, it might be worse. So yeah, ZTNA is marketing technology BS. But wait, I said trust is the enemy. It is. So what is zero trust? According to the founders of the movement, it is, and they are right, a strategy. It is not a product. It never will be. It never can be. It is a strategy and a framework for IT security. It weaves security into the fabric of the business. So how do we win this war on trust? According to John Kindervag, who was one of the founders of this movement, and his fellow members of the Zero Trust Mount Rushmore, there's 5 principles you need to consider when implementing the strategy. The first is you must work with the business. You must understand how revenue is created and generated and produced. That means you need to define what is called a protect surface. You need to understand what to protect. Once you do that, you can now understand a transaction flow. And you need to map that from its starting point to its end. You need to understand how the system works together. Next, you need to architect the environment. You need to understand, once you understand that transaction flow, you can start to understand where do I place my controls. And you need to make them as close as possible to that protect surface. So you can create what's called a micro perimeter. Next up, you must create a policy. And this is called a zero trust policy. You need to leverage something called the Kipling method by answering the questions of who, what, when, where, and why, and how are you going to implement this policy. Then you apply that to your network and security policies. And finally, step 5 is probably the most important one. You need to create a feedback loop to understand, is this policy, is this protect surface working? Has there been a change? Is something I need to adjust? To do this, you need to gather telemetry. And if possible, perform machine learning and analytics. The key here is, in creating this feedback loop, is you must automate it. It cannot be a manual process. So where do you start on this journey of zero trust? According to artist, author, and current CISO of SMU, George Finney, you need to put one foot in front of the other. His answer is anywhere. The best place to start is something easy, which will give you an opportunity to learn and win quickly. You need to be like a child learning to walk. Try, fail fast, learn, and repeat. A good area is a low-risk application or service. Find something simple. Gather your team, learn how to keep your balance. Then, like a child, walk further, learn to run. Then start to tackle some of the harder things, like the company crown jewels, the ERP system, the distribution system, key revenue generating systems. You need to learn to tackle that. And then you also are faced with this. In my opinion, this is the core problem with trust. For Lieutenant Blythe and Lieutenant Spears, this is Nazi Berlin. At some point, you need to remove trust from the network. Easy? This is the hard and well-defended area that you need to attack. And we're talking decades and decades of IT technology and mindshare here. The honest truth is you cannot defeat the foot soldier, the person known as the sniper, also ransomware, until you tackle this area. If you don't, he'll just keep regenerating and coming at you until you do. In the words of Lieutenant Spears, you need to rethink your approach. The network and security technologies and approaches of the past will not work. You cannot keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. It just doesn't work that way. You need to change your mindset in order to win this battle. As an example, consider the kill chain. What is the common denominator here? It is network. And let me be specific. It is the silicon fairy dust that we insert into something that only understands zeros and ones. Remove the trust. If you do, the sniper's job gets very hard. There's no clear shots. It becomes like a house of mirrors for that sniper. All right, so how do we get there? In 2019, Gartner announced a new paradigm for integrating security and networking. It's called SASE, and it rightly calls out zero trust as a fundamental item. While Gartner only mentions it as a private access technology, it will evolve beyond this. Trust must be removed from the network, meaning a new approach, a new strategy in how you architect, design, build, and operate your LANs, your WANs, your data centers, both on-prem and in the cloud. Does it make sense to implement an SD-WAN system and not consider how to secure it? Because one side is trusted. Are we all okay? How about a campus network? Secure the trusted side? A data center? We all know that moat and castle is not waiting. And that sniper, he's still there. And he has a clear shot because we have provided uninhibited access for lateral movement. Zero trust must be embedded into your network. It must become part of the fabric, and it must be adaptive. Like a fabric, it must move with you, adjust as you navigate your environment. So what does this look like? Adaptive trust. There's really 5 elements to adaptive trust. And it is the notion of continuing to adapt connectivity based on changes in context. This can be identity, device, policy, applications, and data. And for work to get done, we all know that users will inevitably require access. In other words, they need to establish some form of trust. Adaptive trust continuously ensures that only specific users gain access to specific applications. The areas you need to consider when implementing adaptive trust are these. Identity. It all starts there. As identity changes, so must access rights. You need to work with an IDP provider. And you need to have a mechanism that if status changes to an individual's identity, it's reflected in permissions. You also need to consider devices. You need to ensure a device reaches a certain posture requirement. And if that posture changes, you need to be able to adjust access. A user device posture must be a criteria for access. You need to look at its operating system, its patch level, its location, You need to understand, does it have a firewall on it? Is the firewall active? You need to consider security posture of the device as it's accessed. Policy. Access policy needs to change and take effect immediately upon a change. You need to be able to minimize security gaps. You need to manage security at its least privilege at scale. Policy changes, it's critical that they go into effect in less than 60 seconds. If it takes longer than that, you are putting your company at risk. Applications. Trust must be adapted depending on the application. If the application's a simple email app, that's one thing. But if it's a revenue generating app or it has critical data or information that may impact your quarterly announcements, that has to be secured differently. Context matters when accessing applications, especially when they're over the internet. And it also must be easy to define, easy to discover, and easy to implement. And then finally, there's data. We all know that data no longer exists in your data center. With the rise of SaaS applications and cloud, data now exists in every nook and cranny of the internet. You have to understand where the data is, how to secure it, and how to protect it. And you have to adapt your security mechanisms around that. So what does Axis do? Axis Atmos is a cloud-delivered application. It is a cloud-delivered platform where you can securely connect your employees, your third parties, to business applications. It gives you the ability to elevate visibility so your IT teams can see exactly what users are doing and adapt access based on that. We even monitor performance of users to understand and allow them to get the best experience possible. Note that I said platform and not portfolio. Axis is built as a seamless platform. It is cloud agnostic and developed on modern cloud-based development practices. It scales elastically. We leverage network technology, network acceleration technologies like AWS Global Accelerator. The result? One UI for all services, one data lake for telemetry to create that feedback loop across both private and public access, and we provide services like SWG, CASB, DLP for delivery of both on-prem and cloud applications. This is what the CIO is interested in. That person's interested in delivering an application to an employee quickly and securely. Nothing more, nothing less. This is what the Axis platform does, and it does well. So how does Axis provide adaptive trust and allow you to execute a zero trust strategy and defeat that sniper known as ransomware? It really comes down to this. This is how it works. There's 5 key steps in the process for Axis. First, a user requests access to an application. Next up, our cloud, our SSE cloud, mediates that initial connection. And this is the key to zero trust. There are no pass-through connections allowed. We do not place the user, the device, directly on the network. We then verify the identity and validate the access type. This is where adaptive trust comes in. Depending on the device, whether it has its firewall turned off, is it BYOD? Does it have CrowdStrike enabled? We can adapt the policy based on that. We can even look into a user's location. So if it's coming from a location outside of your normal areas of business, we can adapt a policy based on that. Step 4, the service broker makes a one-to-one outbound connection between the specific resource and the authorized user. Again, this is done without network access. And then finally, we create that feedback loop. We inspect the traffic throughout the session. If a server's IP address changes, if a user is removed from the IDP or a posture check fails, we can sever the connection within 60 seconds. This is modern, secure service edge. Again, key items. Users are never placed on the network. Customers' infrastructure is never exposed to the internet. And application segmentation replaces network segmentation. Finishing out the story in Band of Brothers. In the end of that episode, Private Blythe doesn't make it. While he overcomes his fears, he does become a proven combat soldier. But in the end, he is taken out by a sniper somewhere in Normandy. In the show, we see that he dies of his wounds in a hospital. In real life, he recovers from his wounds and goes on to become a decorated soldier, serving also in Korea. Private Blythe listened to Lieutenant Spears. He took his advice to heart. We need to do the same. Assume breach, never trust, always verify. It's a strategy, not a technology. And once you define your strategy, then look into technologies and consider network solutions which are based on adaptive trust. While we can never remove all trust, you need to understand how you can bend it based on your desired business outcomes you wish to achieve. I hope you found this conversation entertaining and enlightening. And if you wish to learn more, feel free to reach out to the team at Axis or directly to me. Thank you for your time.
Great presentation. Really love the storytelling in there. Got a lot of good feedback as well from the audience on that. Thank you, John. We do have some questions here coming in for you from the audience. While we take those questions, I'm just going to bring up the poll we have after each of our sessions that says, what additional information would you like about the Axis security solution? And we encourage everyone to respond to that now. We do want to get your feedback on that. Your feedback is important to us. So let's see, first question, this one came in here from Paul. He's asking, when you had the overspend slide up, he's wondering where Axis security fits in when it comes to CapEx versus OpEx with IT and security teams.
Yeah, so Axis is a cloud-delivered solution, so it works much like a SaaS application. There's no hardware costs associated with it. So when you do purchase it, it's going to be an OpEx expense. Very much like what we're seeing in the industry today, where we're seeing this transition from heavy CapEx expenditures within data centers and now moving to more of a model where it's OpEx-based. So Axis will be an OpEx-based model.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm sure that makes it much more attractive for a lot of companies out there. Another question here. This one's from Stephanie. She's asking, how would you recommend building device posture when employee devices are used for both personal and work purposes?
Yeah, with the Axis solution, there's really two mechanisms you can do. You can do a clientless model, and thereby that will leverage your BYOD or personal style device, so you don't have to place a client directly on it and do some of that interrogation. We do also offer more of that enterprise capability with a client where we can start to do some of those deep posture checks, get inside the device, understand is the firewall running, is your CrowdStrike up to date, are you right at the right patching level? So there's really two models, and it's adaptive based on whatever scenario you look at. We see a lot of our customers that are leveraging third parties, so they may have a contractor for, say, for instance, legal reasons. They're doing a lot of law work and they're leveraging contractors. They'll go with a clientless approach, whereas your more typical enterprise approach will go with an agent based on the system where it's all tied back to the enterprise.
Excellent. Let's see, Joseph's asking, how do the access permissions of a product like Atmos integrate with existing access solutions that are built into the application?
Access is more of a network mechanism, so it really depends. We're leveraging your identity provider, and that's how we determine a lot of the access. And then, of course, including some of those posture checks that I mentioned. We'd have to probably dive a little deeper to understand, how we could integrate with an application directly. But primarily, we're using identity and then the posture checks.
Got it. Okay. And then let's see, here's another question here. You said, start anywhere when it comes to zero trust in your journey. Can you give some examples? Where's a good place to get started?
Excellent place to start. I would start with resources. So go out to the internet, check out some of John Kindervag's work, check out the Jericho Forum. I mentioned the SSE Forum. It's a great resource. We've got a podcast called The Edge, which kind of covers off on a lot of what Zero Trust is and what it isn't. And then in terms of starting, it's like a lot of other projects that are out there that are transformative. You want to start with something easy. You want to do something that's low risk, understand, and bring together a team of not just network and security folks, but also from the business. A solid project manager is also good. There's a great book that's going to be coming out by George Finney. It's called The Zero Trust Project. It's loosely based on the Phoenix Project, and it's a fictional story of a company that gets breached with ransomware. And they go through the whole story from top to bottom. So check it out. It's coming out in October.
Very cool. I read the Phoenix Project, so I look forward to that one. Excellent. All right. Well, if folks want to get started with access security, what do you recommend?
Reach out to us directly, accesssecurity.com. You can also reach out to me personally. I'm on LinkedIn, John Spiegel. Pretty easy to find me. And then also check out the SSE Forum, and that's vendor neutral. We'll give you the overview of what you need to consider both for Zero Trust and SSE.
Awesome. All right. Well, excellent presentation again. Thank you so much for being on the event today, John.
Thank you for having me.
All right. And for more information on access security, of course, also don't forget about the handouts tab there. There is a resource that you can download on the Atmos solution by Axis to get some additional information here while you are on the event. All right, so I'll leave up the poll there while I announce our next prize winner. If you haven't responded to that poll yet, we do want to get your feedback on that. The next Amazon $500 gift card, this one's going out to Kaushik Dutta from Colorado. Congratulations, Kaushik Dutta from Colorado. Excellent. All right, and with that, it's now time to move on to our next presentation on the MegaCast today. Welcome to our next presenter, Mr. Matt Tyrer, Senior Solutions Marketing Manager at Commvault. Hey, Matt, it's great to have you on.
Hey, thanks for having me. Everybody hear me all right?
We can, yes, sir. Take it away.
Okay, great. So as I was introduced, thank you. This is my third time presenting on the MegaCast. One thing to add in here is beyond just my normal role within the solutions marketing organization, I also head up the competitive intelligence program at Commvault. So it gives me a pretty interesting perspective, not only of the market and trends going on in there, but also understanding kind of a comparison between who does what within that market space. And, when listening to a lot of the presentations so far, thank you to everybody for already walking through. And as I was reviewing the previous topics, I guess I don't have to go in and define and build out what Zero Trust is here, because I think we've covered that in through a number of presentations. So thank you to all the previous presenters for saving me on that. So I'm going to focus on, from a Commvault perspective, what some of our best practices are for the prevention and mitigation of ransomware, but also in terms of responding to it as well, looking beyond just kind of how do I stop incidents, but what if something happens? How do I respond? What can I do? How can I accelerate that recovery process? So, and as always, please throw in some questions if you have them. We'll do our best to cover them all off at the end. If we don't get to them, we'll reach out offline to make sure that you get the answers that you've been asking for. So, moving in, what I wanted to touch on as part of the agenda was very, very quickly, just a high-level overview of who Commvault is, what we do. Talk about something, I'm sure you've heard the term before in other places, but this concept of shifting left and how it applies within cybersecurity and ransomware detection, prevention, and recovery. And, as I said, kind of building on the concept of the Zero Trust discussions that have already been had today in terms of how you build it, what strategy you can build around it. I wanted to kind of spin that a little bit on a different angle and look at what you can do to build a zero loss strategy, leveraging some of those principles, from Zero Trust to multi-layer security approaches and tying together, some of the tools that have already been discussed today from other presenters, along with how Commvault fits into that overall strategy. So first off, I look at Commvault as a platform for change. And I don't mean that as like a fundamental, oh, we're going to bring change, but a platform that supports change within our customer environment. There's three key tenets that really help us deliver that. Is one, having the industry's broadest workload coverage and integration in terms of supporting applications, platforms, hypervisors, cloud-native apps, SaaS workloads, both on-premises, virtualized, in the cloud. As I said, living out in SaaS, being cloud-native apps, pretty much the whole gamut of applications and possible data sources out there. The broadest coverage, which means from a data management perspective and, in the context of this discussion, a security perspective, it gives us the greatest opportunity to provide visibility and, as many are using the buzzword, a data observability across the landscape. I can see all of your data, regardless of what it is, where it happens to live, and provide you with that insight, not just to drive standard data protection and recovery operations, but also to give you that visibility in terms of protection, ensuring that data is secure, and catching and alerting to any potential threats or incidents that might be directed at your data. So with that broadest workload coverage in the industry for protecting more data types than anybody else, we deliver that through a flexible delivery model. So this means, how do I buy Commvault? How do I deploy it? How do I consume it? And we really deliver the power of choice to customers in terms of there's no one way to do it. We give you the ability to deploy it in a best fit for your environment. So maybe a turnkey appliance fits best for this use case or this environment. Maybe a virtualized approach for this one. Maybe a complete SaaS framework for this one. You have the ability to mix and match how you deploy Commvault, but also how you scale it, how you grow it, and it allows it to evolve with your environment, with the workloads that you're supporting, but also, with technology and how that is constantly shifting as well within your data center and within the market. So how you deploy Commvault today isn't necessarily how you have to grow it, how you have to deploy it in the future. So you really have quite a bit of flexibility in there in terms of how you address supporting that industry's broadest workload coverage. And regardless, as I said, of what that workload is, where it lives, and how you choose to deploy Commvault to address your data management concerns with those data sources, it is you have a singular unified customer experience. And I think Gartner put it best in their last Magic Quadrant report, was a consistent customer experience, regardless of what that data is or where it lives. I have that one place to go to manage it, to report against it, to provide operations against it, to drive analytics, and of course, coming back to the topic du jour here, manage my security posture across it. And part of that in how we were able to deliver that is by separating what we refer to as a service plane, or the brains of Commvault, from the underlying data plane, so the actual compute, the storage, the cloud resources. So what that allows us to do is to actually transpose those underlying infrastructure components, seamlessly, while still maintaining the actual operations and service plane above that. So I can still be delivering my services regardless of what I'm running underneath. So it gives us a very agnostic and, as I said, flexible approach to how we actually deliver the various services, be them, intelligently, protection, security, governance, what have you. And like I said, it comes from that segregation of how the brain is not locked into, say, for example, an appliance or a file system. It really is free and able to give you that flexibility to build to best fit your environment. And of course, like I said, just wanted to reiterate that regardless of how you choose to deploy Commvault, you have that consistent experience across the entire data management landscape and for your strategy. So one dashboard to go and manage these things. And from there, I can drive not just reporting and analytics, but I have full operational control from a global perspective in terms of being able to actually drive my day-to-day operations, implement automation, and of course, maintain security and alerting around what's going on with my data, regardless of what it is or where it lives. So with that, as kind of the 5-minute overview of what Commvault is and does, let's look at security. When I look at the concept of shifting left, it's, for me, and it's moving earlier in that detection cycle. You look at, what most others in the industry are doing, and this is table stakes. So Commvault does this too, but most other people, from a data protection standpoint, they'll, look at the data, they'll back it up, and then they'll run the detection algorithms against it. So I've backed up the data, or I've processed it somehow, and then I'll run the anomaly detection and move it through various air gaps or vaults and, cover off data isolation. But when you look at where attacks are happening and when the intrusions and the initial impact is occurring, it's happening perhaps months before in that cycle. And if I'm only looking at anomalous behavior after the data has been protected, then, I'm kind of already in a reactive posture in terms of how am I going to deal with things. I'm looking at the anomalies. I'm not trying to see what's happening out there before I've actually physically gone and touched the data, which of course leads to more of a delayed response in actually mitigating any kind of impact from that threat in terms of, rolling back into a, regular business operations and getting rid of any potentially corrupted data set. So, I look at that as table stakes. Any data management company should be providing that immutable backend, that anomaly detection built in, and to give you at least that level of protection. But in shifting left, we want to try and get away from just being reactive to, hey, something happened, to getting ahead of that and looking at, well, here's something that hasn't happened yet, but that might be, a potential source of threat, being able to essentially nip it in the bud before, everything blows up. And this is where Commvault implements technologies such as our built-in honeypot, to be able to look for or, potential threatening behavior within the live environment. So now I'm kind of shifting away from looking just within the backup infrastructure to looking at what's going on in the regular environment. Because especially if you're running a backup maybe once a day, or maybe you've got big backups that are running over a prolonged period of time, if you're only looking for threats once a day, there's a large window of opportunity there for something to happen. And even worse, a large window with which you might not be reacting to it yet because you haven't run your detection. So by implementing honeypots, I've got a chance to maybe detect these incidents before they've gone and truly blown up into something serious. In addition to that, you can look at new technologies such as threat deception. So this is where I'm not just planting files or whatnot throughout the environment trying to catch anomalous behavior. This is where I'm actively trying to deceive attackers into stepping into my trap. Essentially, I'm building identical copies to good data to try and entice an attacker or a bad actor into, hey, I'm going to try and jump into this password file, for example, and start to corrupt it or add entries into it such that I can get broader lateral movement throughout the environment. So by being able to deceive, some of the bad actors and software into thinking that these are critical assets, I'm able to earlier detect potential threats in my environment and perhaps even mitigate the spread and impact of some of these malware or ransomware incidents. And so with the concept of honeypots in the environment and leveraging technologies like threat deception into the environment, I am able to kind of shift that detection and response left in the timeline in terms of, I've detected something and now I'm responding. So if I can detect things sooner, I can mitigate the impact and obviously respond a lot faster to get everything back into a good, clean state. So this is the concept of shifting left, having these technologies and features to be able to look beyond just what's happening in the backup set, being able to look more frequently, being able to look more broadly across the living environment to perhaps catch something before it blows up in my face. Now, as we were saying before, this is all part of a multi-layered security strategy here. So there's no one tool that will solve all of your problems when it comes to cybersecurity. Anybody that says that is selling you a bridge. So you have to take a multi-layered security approach. And a lot of the presenters that you have the fortune of listening to today have parts of that puzzle that they can help provide for you in adding in this layered security. So looking at an example of what Commvault can deliver, as part of our portion from a layered cybersecurity approach is, of course, having that broad workload coverage so we're capable of touching more data sources and being able to, at that point, secure the data and, of course, provide that threat analytics to look at, hey, is something going on here? That shift left, like I said, but also that baseline table stake of looking for anomalies in the backup set as well. Of course, there's the end-to-end data encryption, ensuring that the data in flight and at rest is secure, is immutable, it's encrypted, so that it cannot be altered and cannot be read by anyone, any unauthorized users. On top of that, you look at layering in data isolation, not just virtual air gaps like cloud offerings that Commvault included offer, but looking at actual functional air gaps whereby data access and data flow and control are managed intelligently to ensure that only the right authorized processes can access the data and set the new data into the vault. Beyond that, of course, are the early threat detections, the threat sensors, the ransomware alerts, and all of the role-based security and multi-factor authentication, and the stuff that builds into that zero trust ideology that has been covered quite well throughout the course of the day today. And this is just an example of some of the ways that Commvault can help layer these things into a multi-layered security strategy. This is looking at it from the metallic SaaS or backup as a service solution, and a similar multi-layered approach is delivered through Commvault and our core technology. As I said, we've got a very flexible approach to doing things, and this is just one way with which you can layer on all of those different security features from the Commvault technology. Now, with that multi-layered approach, with that shift left and trying to detect and respond to things sooner in that cycle, you can help to develop a zero-loss strategy, as we like to call it. And that's built upon some of the principles that we've already talked about. And of course, underlying all of that are these zero trust principles around access, around control, around who can actually see, touch, and manage that data. These are fundamentals. There's no tool that, at the click of a box delivers zero trust to you. It's more of an ideology or a concept. It's not a product you can buy off the shelf. And so that's why we coined our approach to things as a zero-loss strategy by implementing these processes, these features, these capabilities, and this approach to your data management and data security environment. You can have a strategy with which the loss of data is brought as close to zero as possible here. Now, the first part, that first tenet of that zero-loss strategy is end-to-end visibility. If I can't secure the data, if I don't know about it, if I don't see it, if I can't protect it. And part of this comes from that centralized data management view, that unified, consistent dashboard across your entire landscape. If I can see everything, now there's a greater chance with which I'll catch alerts or issues in there, nothing falling through the cracks. Of course, it also has that live monitoring like we were talking about, looking actively into the environment to see what's going on. Are there potential threats? Is there some anomalous behavior? Has something stepped into one of the traps and we need to react to it? And through this early warning and that threat monitoring framework, you can start to actually automate what that response should be. If your ransomware protection strategy is built around Bob or Amy hitting the green button, if Bob and Amy aren't around or they don't see the alert, that green button isn't getting hit. So you can actually build this automation into your response strategy so that when these alerts come in, you could automatically, hey, isolate that environment or isolate that server or freeze backups for that environment to make sure that no bad data is protected, or more importantly, no good data gets out of the environment. That's the last thing you want on that. Second to that is, protecting broadest workloads. So it says protect what matters most, and realistically, that's everything. If your cybersecurity or cyber recovery strategy is built around, well, we'll just protect some of the environment. There's a big part of that environment left exposed and vulnerable. So you want to make sure that you have solutions that can look across the entire data landscape that you've got that integration into these applications, these cloud workloads, these other platforms that you happen to be leveraging, so that it can alert, so it has the intelligence. If you're relying on a scripted or heavily customized approach, there's a chance that it won't be able to provide you that kind of early warning. Having an integrated approach helps do it. And when I say broad workload support and integration, I'm saying Commvault's done the work for you, and that we've built the integration right into our platform so that you don't have to go and develop your own code or scripts or basically try and re-engineer things as you're deploying it. We've done the work for you. And what's really important here is that last bullet there, the restore any workload to any target. Commvault has an unprecedented capability to do cross-platform, cross-cloud recoveries. I could take workloads from on-prem to the cloud, cloud to cloud. And we're talking like full conversion here. I'm not, not just, hey, I moved VMware on-prem to VMware in AWS. No, I'm talking I took that workload on-premises and transformed it into a native cloud VM in AWS and recovered it there. So especially when you're looking, and everyone has a furry doorbell now and again, especially when you're looking at maybe the original location isn't trusted, or you are conducting forensic investigations into the original environment. And so you don't necessarily want to overwrite it, because then you might lose any of the evidence that you were looking for to try and figure out, well, who's responsible, how bad was the impact. So being able to recover your environment outside, somewhere else, especially your most critical apps, not only gets you back into a normal business operational state as fast as possible, but it kind of gives you that flexibility to stand yourself up quickly somewhere else so that you continue whatever work that you need to do in the originally impacted environment. And like I said, it's a consistent, flexible, curated recovery. You want to be able to respond quickly in an automated fashion. And a lot of the principles in terms of being able to recover out of place, get instant access to the data, leverage the integrated snapshot capabilities to quickly roll things back into production, give you so many options to be able to reduce not only that RPO, but that RTO, get you back into business operations, normal business operations, as quickly as possible. We talked about some of the earlier detection, allowing for earlier response, and the automation to help drive some of that in there. But that consistency in terms of how we would recover on-premises workloads, how we would recover application workloads, how we would recover cloud-native workloads, how we would recover container workloads, whatever it happens to be, it's all consistent. I can build that automation. I can build those workflows so that I can deliver very quickly that disaster recovery response or that incident recovery response as quickly and seamlessly as possible. You want to reduce the friction in your recovery processes here. Now, as I said, we're trying to look beyond just zero trust principles, as they've been covered quite a bit, but it's important. It is a fundamental in terms of having this multi-factor security, multi-layered security, being able to very granularly determine who can do what within the environment, having segregation between the different domains, between different networks, and the fact that Commvault can integrate with a lot of the SIEM and SOAR tools to be able to kind of consolidate your security alerting, your monitoring, and drive that strict access. Some of the cool things that we can drive in there as well is having what we call, command authorization, so that no one individual could make significant changes or delete data, for example, from the environment. I can say, okay, you know what, it takes 3 approvals before we can do this critical task. And, there's other things that I can do with that, to really restrict, any chances of human error, be it either unintentional or malicious, as these are important. So with all of those things brought together, that's where you get this concept of, a zero loss strategy. I've got those core principles that come from Zero Trust, and built upon that, I bring the visibility, I bring the workload coverage, I bring the rapid response and automation, and of course, I bring that earlier warning mechanism and toolkit into the fray, so that I've got these tools available to me to help detect, protect, and recover from these incidents. So to kind of summarize and bring it all together here, as I'm hoping to, for the first time in my MegaCast history, finish on time. Let's bring it all together. So what's the Commvault ransomware difference? So it's secure, flexible, proven, and built in. Now I say built in because there's no separate product or tool that you need to buy or implement to enable these features. These are built right into the Commvault solution, which is important because it means that there's locality. I'm not reliant upon a third-party kit. I'm not reliant upon maybe a distant cloud-based solution to provide the warnings or anything like that. The Commvault tools for detection, protection, and recovery are built right into every element that we deploy within the environment. So it's right there in the environment, local, so that you can quickly detect what's going on and, of course, quickly respond. I mean, the first thing most people do when an incident is triggered is isolate. And if you're relying on outside tools and you isolate that network, now you can't get in to actually perform those critical operations to run more forensics or to drive a rapid recovery if it can't talk to you. That's why it's crucial to have that locality, as I like to call it. It's built in. It's in every part of our solution, and of course, with that flexibility of having different ways to deploy the solution, that's critical, so that regardless of how I build it, I get those ransomware and cybersecurity tools built in with it. So, bringing that all together, earlier warning. We look in more places more often. We've got that broad workload support. We actively are monitoring clients. We deliver advanced threat deception. And of course, everything from an alerting perspective can be automated and actionable. We provide that flexible and fast recovery where you need it. I might not be able to go back to the original location. So let's put that data as fast as we can where you need it to be. Allow you to migrate across platforms or recover across platforms or clouds, giving you more options to recover. And of course, as I said, that rapid access to the data and the easy recovery and automation. So I see that there are some questions. Here's some ways you can get a hold of me. I'm up on Twitter. There's Commvault and Metallic up on Twitter as well. I see that some questions came in. Let's see. Yeah, did you want to field some of them? I saw some in the chat, and I can deal with those after my part of the presentation is over. But you've got some questions in there?
Well, while we do those questions with the audience here, I just want to bring up this poll for everyone out there. What additional information would you like about Commvault? Obviously, there's a lot of interest. There's some good questions, like Matt said here, rolling in. So if you have a question, now's the time to get it in, and we do appreciate your feedback here on the poll as well. So yeah, Matt, like you said, there are some good questions here. I don't know if there's any that catch your eye. First one I see here, Brad was asking about what's it take basically to get set up with Commvault for data protection, and also about immutability.
Okay, so from a setup, as I said, there's quite a bit of flexibility that you have there. By far the easiest and quickest configuration would be through maybe like one of our hyperscale appliances with which you can just drop it in. and everything, including the immutability, is already built in and configured. For some of the other, same with the metallic SaaS approaches, who just got that built-in immutability. For Commvault, in maybe some of the more diverse or hybrid configurations, the immutability is as simple as, well, it is defined by default within the solution. So when you install and configure and point at your targets, the right paths are right protected and secured to the point at a sub-driver level where only authorized Commvault processes can write to it. And so you can't even go in and delete it. Let's say you were pointing at a generic storage target, you wouldn't be able to go in and delete that because of the locks that we put in place there. And of course, we integrate with a lot of third-party tools. I see, on the list here, Pure Storage and Vast are also presenting. We integrate with them and their object locks that they provide. So the ease of setup is just, for the sake of oversimplifying, just install Commvault and the immutability is going to be available.
Nice. Let's see. There's another question here about support. Steven's asking about, do you support Hyper-V? Do you support Google Cloud? What do you recommend? And what's the typical state of supporting various clouds and infrastructures with Commvault?
Well, what's great is, so because there's the two, like I said, different approaches. So there's our wholly 100% SaaS solution, which is Metallic, which supports on-prem virtual machines, but also supports native cloud workloads within Azure, within AWS, and uniquely within OCI. So we're currently the only SaaS backup platform that supports Oracle Cloud Infrastructure data protection. In terms of looking at the Commvault solution as a whole, as the entirety, there's about a dozen different hypervisor platforms that we support. So obviously the big ones being VMware and Hyper-V, but there's, I've got a list here. I'm just going to bring it up in the background just so I can give you something complete. But so there's Amazon Outpost, Amazon VSA, Citrix, Google Cloud VMs, Huawei Fusion, Hyper-V, Azure Stack, Acropolis. That's Nutanix's AHV, OpenStack, Oracle VM, VMware, Red Hat, and that's just kind of purest hypervisor platforms. I could go into the cloud native ones as well, but the best place to check if the platform is supported, and I would say unless you've invented your own hypervisor platform, the answer is probably going to be yes, it would be to go to commvault.com/supported technologies. That would give you the and I'll make sure to put the actual link in the response there, Stephen, so you've got that. All right.
Excellent. Well, I was just checking our time here, and I'm afraid we're starting to run out of time, Matt. In our live Q&A session here, there's still a number of more excellent questions in the queue for you. Like you said, maybe you can get back to those folks electronically, but it's always a pleasure having you on the MegaCast, Matt.
Oh, great. Thanks for having me, guys, and take care. And for the questions that are in the chat, I'm going to stick around and answer them. And if there's anything else, please reach out to me. And thank you again for having me on the MegaCast.
Excellent. And thank you to Commvault, of course, for supporting the event today. Check out in the handouts tab right there. There is a really well-done resource from Commvault on Ransomware 101. Includes tips to minimize ransomwares. It might be a great resource to hand out to, the folks in your IT organization, your leadership, things like that. So check out that resource from Commvault there in the handouts tab. And I'll leave up the poll question here while I announce our next prize winner. We have another Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Tim Wallstrom from Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Tim Wallstrom from Pennsylvania. All right, if you haven't responded to the poll, we do want to register your response. So now's the time to get it in because we are moving on to our next presentation on the MegaCast today. I'm excited now to welcome Ann Blanchard, who is a Senior Director of Product and Customer Marketing at Nasuni, and Henry Golas, Director of Technology for Canada at Cloudian. Anne and Henry, I'm excited to have you on video here. It's going to be really cool. I'll hand it off to you now. Take it away.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. My name is Anne Blanchard, Senior Director of Product Marketing at Nasuni, and I'm really pleased to be joined by our partner today, Henry Golas, Director of Technology with Cloudian. And together, we're going to talk about how you build a ransomware resilient solution with our two products and include that in your best practices for prevention, mitigation, and recovery. So let's get started. First of all, today's typical infrastructure is very, very vulnerable to ransomware. This is something that we're learning from our customers across the board. There are many, many points at which a ransomware attack can take foothold. And as we're learning, these attacks can lie latent for months, if not years, and then attack all at once and create total havoc across an entire environment. Today's infrastructure for file storage in the traditional sense has file servers at many locations. It has replication technology so that users can share files across different locations. It has backup technology at each of those independent locations to back up the data. And none of this is designed to quickly and easily get an organization back up and running after an actual ransomware attack. Backup is, in the traditional sense, is way too slow. And when you're hit with a ransomware attack across multiple sites, you're going to find that your backup is quickly overwhelmed. You're not going to be able to restore your files in particular, not just your servers, but your files in particular, at a speed that's really conducive to business. So today's infrastructure is not only costly and complex, it's highly, highly vulnerable to ransomware attack. So let's take a look quickly at the Nasuni solution, and we'll talk about how it works with Cloudian to give you more resilience against a ransomware attack. Nasuni is a file data platform backed by object storage. It can be private object store, as in the case of our partner, Cloudian, or public object store. And against that background, we have 4 key technologies. We have a global file system, we have edge caching, we have an orchestration center that manages file sharing, and a management console. All of this combines to create a total platform for you to manage all your file infrastructure so that you can store files, back them up. Your disaster recovery is built in. Your edge performance for your end users is built in. And most importantly, for today's topic, your recovery from ransomware is built in. If we look at the 5 reasons why people choose Nasuni, it's exactly that. People are very productive using Nasuni because of the global file sharing that we enable at the cloud scale. But for today's conversation, I really want to focus on the business continuity. Because we are hosted in the cloud and we are a cloud native file system, data protection and ransomware recovery can be extremely fast and extremely deep and provide a tremendous amount of resilience for your organization. In addition to that, as I mentioned, we're cloud agnostic. So customers that really want to build on that private cloud strategy absolutely can do so using Nasuni. And we do provide customers with insights about their data so they can get more value out of it. And we enable this kind of multi-site scaling that I showed in that original picture, but with a cloud solution that makes managing that and protecting that so much easier. Now let's zoom in specifically on the topic of ransomware. We have gone out and talked to our top customers and asked them for their insights, their feedback to us about ransomware in general. And I wanted to share that with all of you today. Biggest customer that we have said it's not if, it's when. And it's not necessarily your high value data. And it hits every company. As it pointed out, ransomware has become kind of an automated crime. The bad actors are constantly scanning for openings in your data. They don't really care where they find them, but when they find them, they're able to automatically detect them, follow up, and get into your infrastructure. The most important thing we heard from these senior customers was, as much as you want to focus on preventing an attack, it's equally important that you build resilience into your strategy. You build the ability to recover very quickly, precisely, into your entire approach and into your kind of organizational mindset. And that goes along with that goes along with the technology that you choose, but also the policies that you have, and of course the game plan that you put in place, and you train your people on to respond to a ransomware attack. We all know we're moving to the cloud. We all know that in many cases that means consolidating data and centralizing it. But as one of our very good customers pointed out, if you do that without a good security strategy, you may be actually creating more risk for yourself. Do not consolidate all those fantastic, valuable data assets in one place if you're not going to protect them with equal force. People don't think that an attack can spread quickly, but you know, one example we had from one of our customers was an engineer going around with a thumb drive, literally infecting every server that he touched over a 24-hour period. Not only that, but some attacks are designed to go in and wait and then attack all at once much later. And that's where the devastating impact really shows. So you want to adopt a cloud strategy that spans as much of your data as possible, and a solution that lets you restore your data as quickly as possible when looking at this kind of an environment. Most of today's infrastructure that people have built up over the last 20 years is passive. It does nothing to help you detect when an attack has entered your environment, when those files with the ransomware instructions have actually entered your perimeter. Nasuni recently introduced a solution called Ransomware Protection that detects an attack right at the beginning and identifies the source. This helps you not only know where the attack is coming from, but where exactly in your environment it's taken foothold, lets you go in and stop the attack immediately and quickly scope where the damage may already have been done. And it does this, of course, by detecting bad files as they come right into your edge and alerting your IT administrators immediately. So this is a shift from traditional passive storage infrastructure to proactive infrastructure that can really give your team a head start on stopping an attack and mitigating the damage that it does. I'm going to wrap up my section of this presentation just to share with you advice that we got from our top customers over the last few months about best practices for ransomware mitigation. Consolidate your platforms. Yes, but do that with security in mind at every step. Ideally, have your storage, detection, and recovery all on one platform. Your people don't want to be using and learning multiple tools, especially in the stress and panic that's associated with a typical attack. Deep snapshot retention. You can think of this almost as like the keel on a boat. This is what gives you the resilience and the stability that you really need if you have a significant attack. If you're able to retain, infinite snapshots, lots and lots of copies of your data at very granular intervals going back in time, then you can restore it to a period before the attack and have good data come back quickly. Early detection. That's why we developed this new solution from Nasuni, is our ransomware protection offering. Multi-site defense. Think of attacks happening all at once across multiple sites. What's your central response, and how are you going to empower your team at multiple locations to start responding on their own? Have a separate fast file restore strategy for files as opposed to servers. Really good insight that we've gotten from our customers. Servers are much easier to restore. They're much faster to restore. If you have 1 million files to restore, as one of our customers pointed out, even if you have an SSD drive, you're still going to take a long time to restore those files. So what you need is something like Nasuni, or a solution that can restore many, many files in a short period of time. In fact, we have a great demo on our site that will show restoring over 1 million files in less than a minute. It's fantastic. And last but not least, this is where I'm going to hand it off to my colleague Henry, store the data in an immutable format in a safe, secure, sovereign, or public cloud that you have full confidence is going to protect that data as a last resort. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Henry, and let's talk about Cloudian.
hello everyone, Henry Golis from Cloudian here. And what I like to do is start my stories at the beginning because I figure that's a good place to start. So what I wanted to talk about and really kind of just hit on is introduce object storage or S3 object storage platforms, kind of talk about why they came into place, and then really move into the conversation to a business outcome to, well, what is the value add and what is the business outcome with Cloudian and Nasuni together. So first things first, what is Cloudian? Ultimately, Cloudian is a software company, and the software that is produced is an on-premise S3 compatible object storage platform. For those of you who are not familiar with object stores or might be new into the storage space, it's very simple. There's 4 primary drivers that kind of got us here, and there's 4 challenges that we're really solving with an object storage platform. First and foremost, we're talking about data growth, and that we haven't actually seen ever before in like human history. So we're talking about unprecedented data growth that really is going beyond and really challenging what traditional SAN and NAS technology has been able to provide effectively. Second thing that we're also looking to solve with an object storage platform is this kind of concept of cloud native architecture and cloud native or cloud first, where ultimately organizations, as they go through that maturity process, are moving away from traditional monolithic applications and moving more towards more container-based or microservices, cloud native type applications. And an organization ultimately in the day doesn't really care where this application runs, whether it's in their private sovereign cloud or in their public cloud. They want to make sure that that application adheres to that cloud native architecture. And in that architecture, object storage and S3 as a communication format are effectively the default standards. Now, when talking about data sovereignty and data location, it's a very popular and key point these days when we're talking about things like GDPR in Europe, or the fact that say US data needs to stay within US or Canadian data needs to stay within Canada. This is something and functionality that an object storage platform can provide very easily for determining where and placing data where it needs to be specifically. And as Anne mentioned, really through COVID and just a general theme, especially through COVID and the rise of ransomware attacks, is really doing this all with a security mindset in mind. So putting security first around how data is manipulated, how it's accessed, and really just ultimately a security first mindset. So from a Cloudian perspective, there's really 3 quick things to take away here. And really what they are is S3 compatibility that allow applications and our technology partners such as Nasuni to seamlessly connect to us as a platform, the ability to scale, so starting small in the hundreds of terabytes or in the small amount of petabytes and scaling up into whatever that happens to be from a data store. So whether it be hundreds of terabytes, hundreds of petabytes, that's all available on a single platform. And lastly, all these features and functionalities really are being underpinned by a security first mindset and framework. So to that, from a security perspective, I would argue that Cloudian is one of the most secure private object cloud platforms that are available. So we're talking about NIST compliance from both data in flight and a data at rest perspective, as well as those security certifications that I like to joke allow us, you can take us to the bank because Cloudian works in those environments. So I'm talking about like your CFTC, your FIPS compliance, SEC compliance, those type of things. And last but not least, and certainly a point of conversation, is providing that data immutability and allowing let's say, a gold copy for that data in case of a ransomware attack. And as Anne mentioned, it's moving a conversation less from like, well, when is this going to happen, towards, well, it is going to happen. How do we prevent and mitigate that? So I like to say that Cloudian and Nasuni are like peanut butter and jelly. We're great individually, but together we're better. So for those of you who've seen a Nasuni presentation, this slide deck is going to be very, very familiar to you. What it basically just outlines is the complexity that exists in modern file services. So we're talking about providing SIS and NFS services, the backup and recovery, the data protection with that, as well as the governance. So you're going to have all the types of file services and backup and governance at your primary site, the same type of concept and same requirements at the remote site. Don't forget the disaster recovery or your BCP site, as well as a conversation around what to do around an archive or a disaster recovery or a DR site. So ultimately, I think everyone will agree there's a lot of moving pieces and it can get very, very complicated very quickly. what the advantages of a Cloudian Nasuni combination really are is reducing that complexity from multiple moving pieces to just a couple of pieces here. And from a technical perspective, this is accomplished fairly straightforward. So Nasuni is going to do what Nasuni does best. They're going to provide CIFS and NFS, so file type services, to end clients, while Cloudian is leveraged for that data store on the back end. And that's all facilitated by S3 API. And this is transparent to end user clients. They really won't see anything different from an end user perspective. So Cloudian provides that bulk store for Nasuni, as well as any other application that speaks S3. And as mentioned, really the ransomware kind of the security focus here is really doing all of those features and functionalities and providing all those services with a security first type of mindset. So to quickly kind of wrap this up and really highlight the key benefits of Cloudian and Nasuni, it really comes down to consolidating disparate data silos. As a storage administrator in my previous life, that was always a challenge. You have multiple silos, different protection schemes, and really consolidating that while still providing the type of feature functionality that customers and end users really do need, so like global file sharing, and having that all done while reducing the complexity around backups, having that security for disaster recovery, and really providing data governance and really security and ransomware protection while that's all happening all under one roof. So that's really all I had for me. And I think we should open up to questions. What do you think?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
All right, excellent presentation. I really love the joint solution here between Nasuni and Cloudian. I've just brought up our poll question for everyone out there on the screen. I want to call your attention to this. We do want to get your feedback. What additional information would you like from Cloudian and Nasuni? And we'll leave that up there while we take your questions. So let's see. First question I see out here for you, Anne and Henry. Deb is asking about scalability. Would petabytes of data be a problem, or would be something that this solution can handle?
I'll just jump in for Nasuni. Absolutely not. We manage multiple petabytes of file data. In fact, we cover some companies' entire file infrastructure for them. So because it's a cloud-native solution, there's no limits on the number of directories, files, volumes, even file sizes that we can store in a backend like Cloudian, and so our scale is virtually unlimited.
Excellent. And then kind of at the opposite end of the spectrum here, Brad is asking, what's the minimum storage needed for a Cloudian implementation to get started? I mean, how would someone go about kind of sizing that?
That's a great question. Certainly. So from a software-only perspective, we're talking about 10 terabytes in capacity. Generally speaking, just being direct here, from an appliance-based solution, a turnkey appliance-based solution, we're talking about anywhere from 100 to 300 terabytes.
Got it. Okay. Let's see. This is an interesting question here. Matt is asking about can your solution back up and restore Microsoft 365 applications, and what about other integrations?
Yes, we have a really great integration with both Teams and Office 365, and you can set up that integration so that all the user files can go, so that files that are directed to Nasuni go to Nasuni, they get backed up, and they get this ransomware protection solution that we have. And in fact, it's a great way of offloading storage from your SharePoint to frankly a lower cost storage solution, but with longer term retention, better granularity, and better ransomware protection and restorability for all those files. So it's a great integration.
Nice. And then Matt has a follow-up question here about what's your take on air gap protection from ransomware? Could this solution help out with that?
Our take on that is that that's really what moving data to the cloud does. Is with the multiple copies that you get with a cloud solution, we move files into our proprietary file system in the cloud, but in so doing, there's multiple copies sent to various regions. And so that really kind of solves the air gap. Each change in each file, not just files, but each change in each file becomes an immutable encrypted object immediately in the cloud, whether it's Cloudian or a public cloud. And so that combined with, the multiple copies you typically get with a cloud back end, really provides you with that distance that you need, that separation. It's a good question.
Excellent. Yeah. Tony's got a question here. Can you do your initial seed by sending in drives?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question. So maybe Henry, you understand what the person might be trying to get at?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. I do not understand the nature of the question. Could you
Okay.
Yeah.
we'll try that from another angle or something.
Yeah, no problem. We'll get back to them. We can get back to them electronically. Let's
Okay.
see here. There's a lot of good questions coming in. Here's another one. They say, my organization has endpoint protection and perimeter defense software. Why would we look to spend more money protecting against ransomware? What's your take on that?
So I can certainly go first, and by all means,
Sure,
whatever you like.
No, go ahead, Henry. Jump in.
Perfect.
I have
So
plenty to say on that too.
So I'll try to be brief. Ultimately, the question really has just through practice become when this type of event happens, and we encounter this type of question all the time. And it really comes down to, so ransomware protection is about people, process, and technology. And unfortunately, regardless of the people, the process, and the technology, that can always be bypassed, and you're ultimately going to have you're inevitably going to have a ransomware attack. And the example that I like to provide is that, okay, so let's say as a bad actor, I would like to get into an organization or to deploy, let's say, a 0-day exploit that hasn't been updated or detected by any perimeter software. And I can put this exploit into a Word document titled resume and send it over to HR. So the people, the technology, and the process didn't fail. The perimeter defense didn't do anything wrong because it just doesn't know about this 0-day exploit. The person is doing everything what they're supposed to be doing. They're doing their job function. It's not cat videos, et cetera, et cetera. And yet this, seemingly innocuous resume email has now has deployed a malware package.
Great
and
point.
I'll let you add your comments there as well.
Anne, are you there?
I'm sorry, I muted myself so I wouldn't interrupt Henry. Yes, no, once a malware piece gets into your perimeter, hopefully you have detection right at that moment, which is what our new solution does. It immediately picks up on that. But if you don't, there's always the possibility that it can get by that detection and then do 10 times as much damage. Because the ransomware bad actors have ways of following up and seeing where things have moved around. And if they see success, they will gradually try to escalate their permissions and move even further into your organization. So you may have, all it takes is one slip, and then you have a problem that's 10 times bigger than it could have, than it needs to be. So you want to have that edge detection for sure, but then you also want to have a way to recover from that if something actually gets through as quickly as possible, because you want to mitigate that broader damage that it can do if it's sitting there for a long time. All of our most senior executive customers have said to us that resilience is their new focus. It is their new focus. They're spending lots of money on ransomware prevention at the edge and detection, but they know that resilience is what's going to save them when that small attack does make its way through. And this is from senior folks running, multi-billion-dollar companies. So it's super important to have both as part of your strategy.
Well said. Here's an interesting question they're asking with Nasuni and Cloudian. Do I need to rip and replace any of my existing storage equipment?
That's a good question. No, we don't. We augment existing solutions, and most use cases for SAN and NAS will remain that so, and really just Cloudian comes in, offers that object storage that Nasuni will leverage in other applications in the ecosystem.
Excellent. Let's see. I think this one's for you, Henry. They're asking if we have a cloud-first strategy, why would we look to increase our on-premises storage footprint?
I got you. Okay, this is one of my favorite questions. So I'll answer it both the short answer and the long answer, because the long answer does get a little bit long-winded. But in essence, the short answer is this: if I want a latte, I can make a latte for myself, and it'll cost me, let's say, $2 at home. Or I can get a latte delivered from Starbucks through Uber Eats, and it's going to cost me $14. So what does this have to do with cloud-first strategy? So ultimately, the long answer, here it comes, is that cloud is both a place and a way of doing technology. So a place as far as externalized my IT department, because in 95% of organizations, IT is seen as a cost center. So we're going to, the promise here is we're going to externalize our IT and run it over somewhere, external cloud, public cloud, et cetera. Now, the second part to cloud is the verb part on how you actually do technology and your business applications that exist to serve your business outcomes, how they actually run. So what the cloud, one of the byproducts of this cloud initiative is that you now have applications that have moved away from traditional like 3-tier applications. So you have like a VM running on an OS, an application, and then you have another VM or an OS running a database, et cetera, to distributed microservices-based architectures. And it's commonly referred to as cloud-native architecture. So ultimately, there are many advantages to running in cloud-native architecture like CNA. And ultimately, what happens is as an organization gets to that point and they're like, okay, we've fully ported, refactored, rewrote our applications to run in cloud-native format, the cost comes down to, well, where can we do this most efficiently? And when it comes to modern businesses, you really only have 2 options for things to make more money. Either you sell more of your product that you have, or you introduce efficiencies in your process. So the analogy back to coffee is that, well, if I'm paying $14 for this coffee that was delivered to me, or I have a $2 coffee with power and cooling included, that's a $12 spread that I could basically save as an organization by leveraging a hybrid cloud or storing data on-prem. So I hope that answers the question. Are there any more questions?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, I was going to ask if there's any.
I was on mute there again. Great analogy. I really like the analogy there with the latte. That hit home. So thank you for that. Let's see. There's another good question here. They're asking about resilience. What did you mean by resilience when it comes to file data?
That's a great question. It's really, resilience you think of as the ability to bounce back, as the ability to come back from an adverse event. And when you are able to keep literally infinite snapshots of your data taken at extremely granular time intervals, say 5 minutes, 10 minutes or whatever, you're really able to recover almost to any precise point in time that you need to if you've had some of that data corrupted for whatever reason or lost for whatever reason. And so I think of Nasuni's ability to do that sort of infinite snapshots, again, because we're putting everything in the cloud and we're taking such frequent snapshots, going back, way more than 90 days or 60 days, which is typically how far your typical backup solution goes. But we have some customers who have snapshots going back years. It's almost like a keel. It stabilizes you when you have an attack, something that sort of tips you over, because you can just dig down into that good data that's there and recover to that, whatever good point you're able to find. And it doesn't have to be at a gross level. It can be volume by volume or directory by directory. You go back to the nearest possible good set of files and restore those, and prevent yourself from losing a lot of productivity in doing that. So that the resilience is really the ability to dig deep into what you have and go back as far as you need to, and get back up running that much more quickly with less loss of productivity.
Absolutely, and that's something you're going to need if there's a ransomware attack. I mean, you don't know exactly when that attack started. You're going to need to be able to go back in time and get the data out that you need. So that resilience will be critical, I'm sure.
Yes, definitely.
Excellent. Well, we've gone through a lot of great questions here. There's still a number of excellent questions in the queue. I'm afraid we don't have time for here in our live Q&A, but we'll have to get back to those folks electronically. Anne and Henry, it's been great having you on the event today. Great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks very much.
And thank you to, of course, Nasuni and Claudian for being on the event today. Check out the handouts tab. It's there that you'll find a link to a PDF resource you can download on NextGen, the Claudian NextGen storage platform with Nasuni. And make sure that you check that out. Of course, check out their respective websites as well. If you haven't responded to the poll, we still want to get your feedback on that. I will leave it up here for just a few more moments to give you a chance to do that. Make sure everyone has a chance to respond. And I will announce the winners of our next set of prizes. While we do so, we've got another Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Jennifer Ambrosius from Wisconsin. Congratulations. And our next grand prize for an Apple iPad Air, this is going to Oscar Hernandez from California. Congratulations. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. With that, let's go ahead and move on to our next presentation on today's MegaCast. It's now my pleasure to bring in Leo Vela, Inside Sales Engineer at Rubrik. Always great to have Rubrik on. Leo, take it away.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining me today. This is Leo Vela speaking, Mid-Market Solutions Engineer from Rubrik. Today, I wanted to talk to you about ransomware. More specifically, how can you secure your data from ransomware so when inevitably you are hit by an attack, you know you can recover quickly and confidently for your organization. But before I start talking about Rubrik, let's start with a little bit of context. So we all know that ransomware is a pervasive problem, and we're doing our best not to become another number. However, over 1/3 of organizations were impacted by ransomware within just the past year. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Whether or not there's a demand for payment, attackers are after your applications and data. They're threatening your ability to operate. And when your data is down, your business is down. And these numbers reported are just organizations that disclosed they got hit by ransomware. It's very likely there are many that didn't disclose their attack, so these numbers are much likely to be higher. When it comes to the wrong costs of a ransomware attack, the average cost of recovery, including the ransomware itself, can be in the millions, not to mention downtime, legal costs, etc. And that's nothing to say of the reputational harm and lost business from a ransomware attack can cause. This is why cyber risk is ultimately financial risk. So why is ransomware on the rise in the first place? With consumers and businesses operating in a more remote and distributed fashion, the attack surface has exponentially grown. Meanwhile, a ransomware economy has emerged for attackers enabled by ransomware as a service provider. And essentially, anyone can become a ransomware hacker as long as you know where to find that ransomware market. And it really can be like a business for these cyber criminals for that reason. And they'll continue to grow more sophisticated in their attacks. Ransomware isn't going away anytime soon. So now is the time to make this a priority. So how do you defend against ransomware attacks? Well, At the end of the day, backups are going to be your best and last line of defense. But these ransomware hackers know this. Because of this, they've been going after backup systems more and more often, and legacy solutions are being compromised. Without the proper security controls in place, backups are vulnerable, and that's a source of cyber risk. So why are legacy backups failing? Well, first of all, many backup providers aren't using a true zero trust approach. Therefore, a greater surface area for attack is vulnerable. You need to be authenticating at every single step. There's also limited ability to detect anomalous activity, more specifically mass encryption events. A lack of visibility into sensitive data exposure, customer data, PII, PHI. A lack of threat hunting and containment capabilities. This makes organizations more prone to reinfection and increases downtime for your organization. Lastly, recovery options are lacking, which makes recovery slow, complex, and costly, even if you manage to get lucky and find out where the last good point of recovery is. If your recovery is slow, what good is it? So, we know why ransomware attackers are affecting organizations, but why are organizations stuck paying ransoms in the first place? So, here's what we hear from organizations who have experienced a ransomware attack. Attackers penetrate defenses and lock down your data, and essentially have two fundamental options. One, you can pay the ransom. And from here, even if you meet the ransom demand, there's absolutely no guarantee that the attacker will provide a decryption key and unlock everything that's been encrypted within an acceptable time frame with all data intact. These are criminals after all, and you're really putting your organization's hands with their trust. Probably not the best option. So that leads us to option 2, attempting to recover. So if you attempt to recover, you need to be able to answer a series of questions to do it successfully. First, is my data protected? Can I recover? You need to be able to answer whether or not that backup data is compromised by ransomware. And you might decide to pay the ransom if the answer is no. If you don't have backups, what can you restore from? Can ransomware be investigated? Can you have access to your backup data and find where the data anomalies to assess what applications have been impacted? Can you find the last good backup to restore from? Can sensitive data be discovered? There's a possibility that that data was exfiltrated as a part of the attack. And if you can't discover where sensitive data resides, you may have no choice but to pay the ransom. And even if you follow through these steps, before initiating application recovery, you need to be confident that malware is not in the backup data. If it is, you might run the risk of reinfecting your environment and compounding the problem. And lastly, can you recover quickly? If you can't get back online quickly, you may have to meet the ransom demands. At the end of the day, option 2 is preferable to paying the ransom, but you have to be able to address those concerns to minimize risk. So, how do you reduce cyber risk? Well, it isn't just about technology. We should be thinking around these 4 pillars: people, process, preparedness, and precision. Thankfully, technology does help us out with preparedness and precision, and Rubrik just so happens to offer both. But beyond technology, things like support and services, even things like an insurance policy can affect risk. So let's run through these 4 pillars, starting with people. 1, not all data is the same. People need to be trained in how to discover critical data assets and classify their sensitivity. 2, from a vulnerability standpoint, how does the way your environment is set up and people's behavior impact risk? Are people using systems the right way? Are they leaving things open to attack? 3, people getting organized and having a game plan. Firefighters don't learn how to fight fires at a burning house. It's important to plan in advance of attack so you know you're prepared with your team. When that fire does strike, you can put it out. 4, before getting attacked, align on roles and responsibilities. What's IT's role? What's security's role? Who else needs to be involved? And 5, after doing all this work, test it. Test, test, test. Run exercises and simulations until your team fully understands the drill. Practicing improves your preparedness. Processes. This is just going to be echoing that test, test, test mantra. You have to reduce risk because it's not just a one-time exercise. It's continuous. You don't look at risk, then walk away. You shouldn't be satisfied just because you met compliance. You should be constantly looking at risk. Make sure your organization's philosophy is one of continuous improvement by looking at risk identification, risk assessment, mitigation, and monitoring. Preparedness. Here's why we start getting into actual technology industry best practices across a few layers of general security to care about, where backup becomes super important. But you need these features to be prepared. Is your data healthy? Is your data quality good and available at all times? User access. Who has access to this? Are you using role-based access controls, multi-factor authentication, temporary one-time passwords to control access? Data encryption. Is your data encrypted at rest and in motion, locked down so no one can access it? And application access. Are you using whitelists for IP connections, blacklists, leveraging SSL TLS for higher level authentication? Well, with Rubrik, we saw the problem of data risk by converging that data protection and security into a single platform. So even when security defenses fail, the data is still protected. We're protecting more enterprise applications now than ever, on premises, in the cloud, and SaaS applications. Right there for data protection and security, that's the point of data. And by securing backup data against attacks, Rubrik protects applications and keeps the businesses running. And this is all because we're leveraging zero trust data protection. It's at the foundation, the core. Data security clearly starts with protecting data from attacks. This includes a logical air gap to prevent unauthorized access, an immutable append only file system that prevents unwanted modification, and of course, multi-factor authentication to ensure only the right people are allowed to enter the environment. And Rubrik is a leader in data protection for the past few years, and it's no mystery why. Part of our innovation is bringing zero trust to more workloads and more environments. In fact, we recently launched a solution that builds on our strategic partnership with Microsoft, Rubrik Cloud Vault. And from here, we're able to provide storage as a service for your archive backups. Whether it's logically air-gapped, it's going to be fully managed service, consumed and managed by Rubrik, and it's going to be a predictable cost. No need to worry about storage, read costs, API calls, egress charges. Let us worry about that, and you just have one single bill to look at. Having that account isolated data copy in a secured cloud vault, that's what separates from organization's core IT environment. That can give you peace of mind that you can have data readily available for recovery. So once again, we're at the topic of legacy backup. Organizations can't tolerate the delays that the legacy backup architecture gives you. It can be slow, and time is money. We all know this. Those systems can take snapshots at periodic intervals, and if attacked, we need to answer that series of questions that I posed earlier. And with earlier generations of backup solutions, they aren't built for today's ransomware era. It can be tough to be fast and accurate, and often ends up you paying the ransom. So finally, the fourth P, precision. Analytics and automation can be very helpful in making your ransomware response quick and accurate. Analytics can be used to identify the blast radius and also identify the last known clean snapshot so you can prevent malware from reinfecting systems. Automation and recovery can help you quickly and surgically restore the infected systems. This is all offered with Rubrik tools and features. So we're finally at the compare and contrast slide, and it's nothing new. I'm just showing here that you have to have those critical zero trust architecture features, immutability, multi-factor authentication, logical air gapping, but also focus on the automation, making sure that you can speed up the investigation after a ransomware attack. That's going to be critical. And as I've said before, technology is just one of the many components of reducing cyber risk. There are also services. Service offerings provided by specifically by Rubrik are going to be critical. The first one being the customer experience manager. They're going to be a dedicated resource for partners with you and your organization to perform 3 tasks around main areas. 1, ensuring that your security best practices are followed with health checks, and we recommend monthly cadences, and this ensures your data posture is strong. Onboarding and adoption. We will want to make sure that you get the maximum value from your investment. And 3, collaboration and strategic planning. We'll just have quarterly business reviews and roadmap discussions to make sure the right strategies are created. The next service offering is the ransomware response team. And this is essentially an overlay on top of any support contract that you would have with Rubrik. It's a dedicated SEAL team that works with any organizations on ransomware recovery. And not only does the software do its job, we have this team that works 24/7. When you invest in Rubrik, you have a whole team behind you for ransomware recovery. And lastly, I have to just show the ransomware recovery warranty. It's a first of its kind, announced last year. So if you're hit by ransomware and for whatever reason cannot recover data secured by Rubrik, we warrant up to $5 million in recovery-related expenses. Regardless whether your data is protected on premises or in the cloud, it's backed up by the industry's most robust warranty recovery. Lastly, I just want to make a quick plug. Essentially, the recognition for Rubrik has received from analysts like Gartner, Forrester, and Forbes has always been phenomenal. And we've been recognized as a leader in this space for years at this point. And we look forward to continuing to innovate in securing critical data and maximizing cyber resilience. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. If you'd like to learn more, please get in touch. Please visit Rubrik.com. Get in touch with your account executive and solutions engineer, and we'll be more than happy to go into a technical deep dive and see how Rubrik can help your organization.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much, Leo. Really appreciate that. I just brought up the poll question for everyone out there. What additional information would you like about Rubrik? I'm afraid we don't have time for live Q&A with Leo from Rubrik, but Leo is standing by in the electronic queue to answer questions electronically. So we've got a lot of good questions already coming in. If you have a question about the Rubrik solution, now is the time to get it in. Just drop it there in the questions pane of your audience console, and Leo and the Rubrik team will be responding just as quickly as they can. And then, of course, if you'd like to try this out for yourself, get a personal demo of Rubrik, we encourage you to just check that box right there in the poll question on your screen, or you want maybe pricing details, learn about how this solution works. We encourage you to respond appropriately there in the poll question. All right, and I'll leave that poll up just to make sure that everyone has a chance to respond while I announce our next prize winner. We have another Amazon $500 gift card. This one's going to Julie Morgenthal from Arizona. Congratulations, Julie Morgenthal from Arizona. Still have our next grand prize coming up after this next presentation, as well as another Amazon $500 gift card. And of course, don't forget about the handouts tab. It's there that you'll find a solution brief here from Rubrik as well. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. With that, it's now time to move on to our next presentation on today's MegaCast. I'm excited now to welcome Mr. Rob Gerard, Principal Technical Marketing Engineer, and Jeff Harbert, Director of Strategic Alliances for Data Protection at VAST. Rob and Jeff, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
Thanks, David.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here. So, For those of you who don't know who VAST are, we'll do a little bit of a background as to why we're here and some of the advantages that we believe we're bringing to the table when it comes to ransomware. And then we're going to do a little bit something different. So you guys had a lot of conversations, a lot of information here throughout the day regarding software approaches to addressing ransomware, mostly trying to avoid a ransomware attack. But from the perspective of VAST, it's what happens when you get attacked, right? How can we help you get that data back as quickly as possible? So you see here is recovering from ransomware in a flash. Now, to start here, a little bit about who we are and why we're joining you. So my name is Jeff Harbert. As mentioned, I am the Director of Strategic Alliances here at VAST. My background is about 25 years of backup and recovery, really on the services side of things, most recently working with a company to help develop ransomware services, right? How can we help build and solve those problems from a services side of things? But now with here with VAST is how can we take that same concept and apply it to the technology world? So you'll see here, Rob's going to walk you through some of the more technical aspects of this, but let me turn it over to Rob quick to introduce himself as well.
Hi there, thanks Jeff. Rob Girard, Technical Marketing Engineer with VAST, also known as Lab Monkey. So I get a lot of opportunity to play in the lab, work with customers, and validate a lot of the solutions that we're doing here. So really thrilled to be on here today, and get going, Jeff, and then I'll jump in and get on a soapbox and geek out on some of the technical stuff.
Perfect, thanks. So one of the things I want to start with is just a little bit of who we are and background, right? We are not a backup solution. In fact, VAST started really trying to address workloads like high performance computing and AI workloads. But over time, as we realized what we could do with our solution, again, it's an all-flash universal storage platform, we realized that actually it starts to solve a problem in the backup recovery space that previously couldn't be addressed, right? We are not just a backup solution, right? Our whole point of this is to be able to provide multiple workloads in the same platform. And you'll see that from a ransomware perspective, we think that brings a unique position. It enables VAST to be a key component of any ransomware recovery solution you build out there. So when you look at kind of what's in the market today, you know there are plenty of options, right? And all of them have trade-offs, benefits and trade-offs, right? So from a tape world, right, and I've been doing this for a long time. When I started, tape was the only solution we had available to us. Worked really well for large sequential writes, but it took a long time to actually recover data, right? So actually getting to that first byte of data usually meant calling Iron Mountain, having the truck bring it back, inventory and put in the library. Look, great for air gapping, right? It's a natural air gap solution. It does solve that problem, but being able to recover from it at large scale is a challenge. So mid-2000s, talk about purpose-built backup appliances, hey, that solved that first access problem, right? Getting to that first byte for restores worked really well on a purpose-built backup appliance. But when you started thinking about having to recover lots and lots of data in parallel, that deduplicated data on spinning disk creates a bottleneck, right? It actually doesn't perform well at this scale. Let's talk about cloud, right? Another great solution if you don't ever want to recover it. If you want to just be able to put your data someplace as an all long-term archive, cloud works great for that. But if you had to recover from a ransomware side of the attack, you'd have a really hard time doing that. So we also know that there are other flash solutions out there, right? We are an all-flash solution, like some of the other ones you've heard today. But we think from our perspective, our deduplication technology gives us a unique advantage both cost-wise, and you'll see here in a few minutes in terms of recovery aspects as well. So why does that matter, right? When you think about what the technologies previously provided for you, it's the left-hand side of this slide. Generally speaking, tape or purpose-built backup appliances, or even the cloud, are designed to repair an individual user error, or maybe a technology or hardware failure of some sort. So recover a single file, recover a single system, recover a single database. Those systems work well for that. But in the ransomware world, as you guys know, you don't want to recover one system at a time. You want to recover them all at a time, right? So the whole function of what you're trying to restore has changed. That use case is no longer an individual data set. It's now everything in your environment. I've worked with multiple customers who have had challenges trying to do large-scale ransomware attacks because the architecture was from the mid-2000s, right? A purpose-built backup appliance was designed for backup, not designed for restores, and we had to change the script, flip that script for the actual purposes in terms of restores in the ransomware world. This is where we think VAST comes in and provides a whole different solution for you. So to start, right, we are an all-flash system, exabyte scale, which really means we have the ability to support any of your capacity requirements out there with the same solution. We don't have multiple models, right? And in fact, Rob's going to go into a little bit more in terms of our architecture. We call it a disaggregated shared everything model that allows us to expand compute or capacity independently. What that really allows us to do is provide really large solutions or very flexible solutions for throughput, things that meet those needs. We are not, how do we make the data mover go? Hold on. There we go. We are not a software product in the sense that data mover perspective, right? So you can see here we work with all of the leading solutions out in the market. So any of those ones you might be using, a Commvault, a Cohesity, a Rubrik, a Veeam, a Veritas, we work with, right? So we are a target for those solutions. But what makes us unique is we really do focus on that ultra-fast restore capability. In fact, our restore times, our ability to read data from our solution is about 8 times faster than our backup speeds. So when you look at traditional systems, like a purpose-built backup appliance, usually their restore speeds are somewhere between 20 and 25% of their backup speeds. So ultimately, we're about 50 times faster and able to recover data. But what that really means is you have to think about the architecture very differently. You have to approach restores, not just backups, right? You have to design for that, make sure you have enough capacity, network capacity, data movers in the environment to actually support those type of restores. So the question is, how do we make that work, right? Because, hey, it's all flash. And trust me, when I joined as a former backup administrator, I said, there's no way I can make backup on flash make sense economically. Well, that's where our actual approach around data reduction comes in, right? It really is an unprecedented ability to reduce data, which allows us to store all that information. But even then, our read speeds are still significantly faster, even though it's all been reduced. It allows us to store that information on the system. But like everything else in the world today, obviously it's all about cyber, right? So what have we done from the perspective of our platforms to secure it? So a little bit about indestructible snaps, so a little bit about our security features as well. I'm going to turn it over to Rob for that conversation. But then it gets really interesting in terms of some of the things we can do around multiple workloads on the same platform. So Rob, I'm going to have you take it away here.
Great, thanks a lot, Jeff. So first thing is, we'll get a build, there we go, is well, I just want to go through some of the ransomware mitigation features that are in the VAST platform. So we've got snapshots, and those snapshots can be configured as quickly as every 15 seconds. We have very customizable ways to export shares for SNB and exports for NFS and S3 buckets, and we can isolate these by VIPs as well, so virtual IP. So we can put these into different networks and have a whole bunch of different controls on it, which adds some flexibility. We can do that through virtual IPs on the same VLAN trunks, and we can also do physically separate to different networks. And I'm going to get into how we do that and how we can exploit that on a VAST system to go even further. We've also got FIPS validated encryption for data at rest. So that's all the data and all the metadata. And this encryption is FIPS 140-2 validated security ciphers. We also have indestructible snaps, which I'll go into a little bit more detail on the next slide. And then we've got some newer stuff coming right now. So NFSv4 with on-the-wire encryption is just landing in our next version, which is just DA'd right now with a directed availability, and should be GAing shortly. Then we've also got an enhanced protocol audit in there, which is helpful for discovering what's going on in your environment. Later on in the year, we're working towards some inline ransomware detection, so in the storage platform itself. And there's some interesting things that we're doing there. And then taking the snapshots and being able to clone them and do fast restores and recoveries of those presented in different ways is coming in the release after that. And with the indestructible snapshot, this is like Worm, but with a twist. So it is very much like a snapshot in a system where it's immutable by nature. But this is set up in a way that if it's taken manually or over the schedule, that snapshot can't be deleted from the system. So it's locked in there until that retention time is up. Now, in the event that this was, someone just testing that or needed to undo it, there is a way to unlock that so that it can be deleted prematurely, or so that the schedule can be altered after it's initially set. And this involves VAST support and 2 people from the customer side. They generate a key, send it over to VAST, and there's a multiple factor authentication there involved to make sure that this is legit, in which case both the customer and VAST together can change that policy and delete those snaps.
Rob, before you go on, curious as to
yes.
The indestructible snapshots from the data protection world, right? So from primary storage world, I think it makes sense to people, but in data protection world, how do we recommend customers actually use these?
Sure. So these are good kind of just in case availability. Like this isn't Plan B. Like this isn't your primary line of defense. This is into Plan C territory where you've now got a rogue admin. You've got something that's compromised much further. Your backup software has been compromised. And so let's say that, so for ransomware, there is a lot bigger return on investment if, if the threat that someone's giving somebody has weight to it. So if someone says, hey, your data is encrypted, we won't give it back unless you, pay the fee, they may not be too conservative, like, that's what you think, I've got a backup, whatever, get lost. And in the event that that backup was compromised, this is a way to secure those even, so that that can't be compromised underneath the system.
Yeah, exactly. I think our recommendation is that because of the way we use these snaps, you can integrate them with your backup solution, like say a Commvault, right? With a workflow, for instance, that actually can run a indestructible snap right after the backup is done, and therefore protect your backup images. So that even if someone does come in and delete the Commvault data via Commvault, we know we can get it back to these indestructible snaps, right? So that's a hugely compelling use case around those indestructible snaps on the data protection world for sure.
It is, and with backup data, you're loading a lot of data into it, so it can be very potentially costly. And we believe that we have the best data reduction in the market today to reduce that and make that as minimal as possible. And that, of course, includes all data that's in the system in this huge namespace, and that includes snapshot data as well. Now, what can we do in the event that we have to recover from ransomware? And there's some sort of instant operations that I want to bring to your attention. So what do I mean by an instant operation? Well, I mean, like, leave a copy of these VMs that are ready to go. So this would be like your warm copies that you might use with your production array. You might have some replication there. The problem with replication alone is that when you do something bad inside, delete things, encrypt things, that data movement is also replicated. So you want the ability to kind of roll back. So you can have these different points in time, and using a lot of different backup vendor software, we can do a recovery, or even a recovery and then a incremental restore to that, so that we don't have to take all the time it takes to do that big bulk restore. Now, we do have very fast restore speeds, but where do you restore to? So this is one way that you could have some VMDKs ready to go so that you could cut over and use it. And I have a few more slides of some ways that you may leverage and use that in terms of Cyber Recovery Vault or Clean Room.
Hey, Rob.
Now, the other thing
I think it's important.
Yes.
Sorry. I think it's important to note, right, that as I pointed out at the beginning of it, right, we are a universal storage platform. So while backup and recover traditional model works really well with fast, again, obviously we can restore data very quickly, we clearly have the ability to do other workloads as well. And that's really where the benefit or the power of these interoperations come in. So if you've got VMDKs already available and recovered and ready to go in these recovery pools, you now have the ability to spin them up instantly, right? There's no going through your backup product to actually create a live mount and bring that system back. So ultimately, you'll be bottlenecked by your backup application. So in this model where we actually can have these VMDKs ready to go and available immediately, it creates a whole different paradigm. I don't have to worry about it as much. Now, again, I put my marketing hat there. I apologize and let you go back into the technical aspect.
No, that's okay.
I feel much more interested in that.
That's okay. Also worth noting that when when you're doing that, you are not eliminating the ability to use those vendors' instant recovery features as well. So those can also be leveraged to where they couldn't if your backend for your backing up to doesn't have good performance. There's no way that even these instant recoveries are going to give you anything at a relatively good amount of time to bring it up, let alone storage demotion that off. And I've heard customers taking days and weeks on other products to be able to spin those up and bring them off. So we have this ability to use all of the flash underneath in all these HA enclosures in this one big namespace. And our front-end container nodes, while you can use them all, you can also split them up for some isolation to guarantee that operations from one don't impact another. And so in this diagram here, I'm saying, okay, here's our backup pool, here's our data movers, leveraging that, writing stuff into there, and then we can have a recovery pool, some dedicated ones that are there for the ESX host to connect to it directly, to run these data stores out of, and also restore to. So there's no reason that you can't pull from the backup pool with your data mover and write it into that recovery pool. And you might be asking, like, why would you do that? And the reason you might do that is because the system that you originally backed up may not be available. It may not have space, and you're not ready to wipe it and say, no, I'm getting rid of it. And you may not be able to wipe it because for legal reasons, for cyber insurance, potentially you have to keep that around or leave it around to do a separate tape of it, maybe for preserving it in this infected state to prove that you were in fact infected. So there's a lot of reasons why that may not be available, and having a really fast system that you can restore to is not something that everybody has capacity for. And what makes this even better is having all that data already in there, even though it's in a different format, the proprietary format of the backup apps, most of the data is very, very similar. Even though there's different forms of compression and dedupe and stuff, the vast forms of data reduction can make that very economical and not require 100% amount of space to do those recoveries. Now I want to introduce you to something called the vast airlock. This is a concept that is like an airlock. You start to enter an airlock, you have to close the door behind you before that inner door can open. And most systems could never do something like this. They're a design where the logic and the brains of the storage are intrinsically tied in the same box and tied to the media itself. Now, in a tape world, you can take a tape out of the drive. It's now air-gapped, and then you could walk into a clean room and you could drop a tape into a drive in that clean room, and that tape is never in both spots at the same time. Now, if you start to take a system and do the exact same thing, and we want to have it in both, all of a sudden we're not air-gapped anymore. So this is a way that we can allow those front-end CNOs to service our production network, our source network, and then through private InfiniBand network back to the D boxes, which is where the flash sits. The flash sits there, served up onto the CNOs. We could shut those front-end CNOs down. Now there's no access at all to that data in that D box, and then we bring up the CNOs on the that are attached to the same thing, where those CNOs had never touched the source production network, and there's no way that they could have ever been infiltrated. And then from there, we can leverage that as our clean room, or use that as a mechanism for moving that data to yet another site over a private network or secured network that does not allow that other site to touch any of the production sites. So this is sort of like a swing gate to go between the two, while it never connects them live at the same time at any point in time. Almost like a dead drop of data, and logically it's like taking out my shelves, my disks, and moving them and putting them in a completely separate system, except that the system can be on and wired, and there's mechanisms to prevent anything from getting it. Everything from shutting down ports on the switch to controlling VIP access, but also just the pure point that it's right in there. Okay. And I saw some stuff coming through the chat, but I'll let my colleagues go and hit that, and I'll proceed here. And we will provide written answers for the stuff that is coming in chat. And actually, there was one here that said, hey, does instant operations include data as well as VMs? Absolutely. Depending on the format that you're doing it in. But essentially what we're saying is we can recover here and then do staggered recoveries to it to increment it. So those could be in the form of, replication and snapshots that way, or through traditional backups. If this was a NAS backup files, you could do that. If this was Oracle backups and you had them back into the native Oracle format, you could live mount NFS and read those and mount that directly from an Oracle server. So how would we use this airlock to build a clean room? So first of all, our clean room is on the right of this slide, and on the left are our C nodes, our container nodes that are in a good functional state, and they're taking all the active network connections. These network connections can be live clients, accessing user shares. They could be data movers if this is used for backups, and writing the backups into this. And then we've got another container that never touches production network, stays completely separate, and there's no way to go between the two on the network in any kind of live fashion. And this one can be set ready to read those same disks underneath from this big composable flash cloud. Now let's say that we're compromised on our production side here. Now, what we can do in the state that we're compromised is we can shut that whole network down, right? We don't want it to get out anywhere. We don't want it to get in. Let's just shut it down, contain it. And this is a point where, when you're calling to shut it down, things have already gotten pretty bad, and you're trying to figure out just how bad. So when shutdown happens, this backend can remain active. There's no way to access these enclosures on the back end. And what we can then do is bring up that standby C node or C nodes, the container nodes, however many we've allocated to it. Let them come in and then access all that data. And in that data, we can access live data. We can also access all those snapshots and all the immutable ones. So at this point, this clean room can now be set up so it actually doesn't have any access anywhere else. And we can start doing some of our recovery operations there, have a farm of compute there for either its containers or ESX or bare metal boxes that are ready to go with the data that's inside. And this is how that clean room can then be leveraged. And so that was how we can use the VAST airlock. Oh, go ahead.
I think a question from Bradford around, will that recovery data set be malware free? And Bradford answered the question, no, we can't guarantee that. But the really interesting thing here about that is, if you think about a recovery process, generally speaking, you have a red network where you've been infected. You then build a yellow network where you're unsure about the data, right? You have to do some type of scanning of that information in some way, shape, or form, right? Then you've got your green network where you say, okay, I've gone through all this data. I know it's clean. I can move it over to my green network, right? By having this clean room kind of concept, you're effectively creating a yellow network to start, right? Now you can do all of your scans, any type of forensic analysis of your data sets in a functionally separate network, right, without bringing everything else up or in a way that can actually impact things. And then as you scan it, you can say, okay, is this stuff clean? If so, great, move it to my green network, start my recovery process. But in the concept of adding these VMDKs into a recovery pool, you might be able to, because of our deduplication technology, be able to store 30, 60, 90 days worth of VMDKs for effectively the cost of one VMDK, right? Because the data reduction should allow you to keep multiple snapshots of that or multiple versions of that with very little data storage consumed. So you should be able to scroll back in time very quickly and easily decide, okay, here's a clean version of what I can use, and bring that online and move it into your green network as production environments.
Okay, and adding to that is yes, malware could be in that data, and it could go and get loose in the clean room. Now, if it were let loose in the clean room, that immutable data on the underlying VAST system is still immutable. We haven't. This isn't a tape that we just moved over, that clean room is compromised, that it could now wipe the tape. The underlying data in this VAST box, even if the clean room were compromised, all of the stuff that was configured for any kind of snapshotting and immutability remains safe and clean and unaltered by that infected side. And I think with that, we have just to wrap it up with a final slide. I'm waiting for the load. There it is. And so just to summarize on universal storage for data protection, we want you to rethink recovery. This isn't just getting data out. This is getting data out very, very fast. This is also the ability to read and write to portions of it without having, 2, 3, 5x factor amount of storage needed to do that. So we're looking at 2 and 3 type methods of accessing the same underlying thing. We want you to rethink scalability. We have a single namespace. It gets bigger and better. The bigger it gets, the better it gets. Comes in more throughput. We could add more performance by adding more of those container nodes, which we didn't get into deep on this because we don't have time. If you go to the VAST website and read our white papers around our disaggregated shared everything architecture, you can get the details on how we scale our performance and capacity independently. This scalability is massive. It's exabyte scale. Total cost of ownership, we're looking at this cluster going in a minimum of 10 years, meaning that you're buying anything and then you just keep adding to it down the road. We're not ripping that out just because we have a new generation in 3-5 years from now. All of these will play nice together. And all of that QLC and stuff in there is also protected for replacement and stuff. So we're assuring that you got a good ride for 10 years. Resiliency, the architecture to the design here in terms of data permanence and uptime is off the charts. It's amazing. And the security side, we've got a lot of enterprise class features in here and many more that keep getting added as we have more and more very, very large financial customers, very large government entities. And so this is something that is already great today and just continues to keep getting better. Now, there was a question that just asked about the secret sauce behind the 10-year warranty. One is we set out to do that from day one, that we do not want those forklift operations. So that is, when we do something today, hey, we're going to have to live with it for 10 years. That's part of it. Another part of it, especially with these QLC drives, is the way that we've architected our storage class memory to take the brunt of the load so that we're not rewriting over and over and over and burning out that wear leveling. But in the event that we got something wrong, we're standing behind our commitment to do those replacements. And with that, we've got a poll up, and I want to thank everyone for attending today. And we are, available for questions. Talk to your VAST rep to learn more for how you can use VAST for data protection, as well as a lot of the other use cases that we support around AI and big data and a lot of the supercomputing applications too.
Excellent presentation, Rob and Jeff. Really appreciate that. Yes, I did bring up the poll question for everyone out there. We do want to get your feedback. What additional information would you like about the VAST data solution? And let's see, maybe just time for a couple more quick questions here to give folks time to respond to that poll. Jason is asking, would the airlock be considered an offline backup?
It can be considered an offline backup, and it depends on the implementation of this. I think that a truly offline backup would probably be more of an airlock combined with a remote site. And I think the combination of those two together, you would be able to check all the boxes to say that that truly is an offline backup.
Got it. Brad is asking, what's the value add if they currently use Veeam backup? How could this help them?
I thought we only had a few minutes left. Jeff's smiling. We got a video going here at the same time because I'm a big fan of Veeam, and we run it heavy in our lab. It's kind of a loaded question, but Veeam will do some data reduction. We'll take it even further. We will support S3 operations for like Sober within Veeam. We're an awesome repository. All of those sure backups and instant recovery operations that were intended to spin up live backups only work when your backup media is fast. And so that plays right into VAST sweet spot. And their new V12 that's coming out with their scalable gateways play right into our scalable architecture with those scalable front-end container nodes. So we can scale it up and combine the two together to achieve whatever SLA that you want to meet, as big and bad as ugly as it can get. And yeah, that's my shortest possible answer, I think.
Awesome. Yeah. Good job. There's still a lot of great questions out there, but I'm afraid we're running out of time here in the MegaCast to get to those live. We'll have to get back to those folks electronically. But again, excellent presentation, Jeff and Rob. Thank you so much for being on the MegaCast today.
Thanks for having us. Really appreciate it.
And thank you to Vast Data for supporting the event today. Check out the Handouts tab. It's there that you'll find a link to Vast Data to a download called All Data Reduction is Not Created Equal. You can download that. There's also other resources there, success stories, videos, white papers, lots of resources. So make sure that you check that out for additional information, vastdata.com. And of course, if you haven't responded to the poll, I'll give you just another moment here to do that. We do want to get everyone's feedback. And I will announce our final prize winners. Well, you respond to the poll. So let's see, next and final gift card, Amazon $500 gift card. This is going to Darren Bryant from Texas. Congratulations, Darren Bryant from Texas. And our fifth and final grand prize for another Apple iPad Air. This is going to Carrie Gaspard from Louisiana. Congratulations, Carrie Gaspard from Louisiana. We'll reach out to all the prize winners after the event. Before you go, I do want to remind you to check out ransomware.org. You can put that in your web browser. You'll also find a link to it there in the Handouts tab. It's everything you need to know about ransomware, the definitive ransomware resource. And on that site, you'll find a free book, the complete Understanding, Preventing, and Recovering from Ransomware ebook by Alan Liska. It's for sale on Amazon.com, but you can also get it in PDF format for free over at ransomware.org/book, or you can click right there on that link that you see on your screen in the slides window. And in fact, after the event ends here, you will be automatically redirected to ransomware.org for additional information. I encourage you to sign up for the newsletter. It's, again, the best place to go to stay up to date on everything happening in the world of ransomware, to prevent it, to mitigate it, and to recover from it if you are hit. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming event, you happen to be on this event today, you'd like to present on the EcoCast or MegaCast, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And finally, I hope that you'll join us on our next MegaCast happening next Tuesday on understanding your cloud-native data protection and disaster recovery options. You can register now over at events.actualtechmedia.com. Thank you so much for joining us on the MegaCast today. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that you learned a lot and got all your questions answered. We appreciate your participation and your support. Stay safe and have a great day.